up, galactic friends, and welcome back to the next big clone here on this channel. Today we are building a ChatGPT Clone application, and you have been waiting for this. So after the Airbnb clone, the WhatsApp clone, the FinTech clone, we are doing a clone of the ChatGPT application, and this is going to be really exciting. There are so many small and big things included in this build that it's once again a completely new thing. Even if you've taken one of the previous clones, this one will share new things. So we're gonna use some cool animations. We're gonna have actually a draw menu, which we will really customize to our needs. There are a lot of small things we're gonna include. We're gonna use Zeego, a library for context menus, drop-down menus. We're gonna have an image viewer component. We are of course incorporating the OpenAI API using streaming and so much more. And on top of all of that, we have two sponsors in this video. So the first one is Clerk. Just like before, we are using Clerk for authentication of our users. You can check it out at clerk.com. You can get started completely for free. Clerk is an amazing solution for managing authentication and especially users in your application. And today we're using email authentication, but previously in the clones we've also used social authentication or even phone authentication. So check it out, clerk.com. Thanks for sponsoring this video. And on top of that, we have a second sponsor today, which is RevenueCat. So you might already notice that if we're using RevenueCat, we're gonna integrate in-app purchases, and that's what we're gonna do at the end of our clone. So definitely make sure you stick around until then and get started with RevenueCat completely for free up until I think 2,500 monthly transactions, which is quite a lot of money to make. I never made that much from an application, but if you can make this, after that it's like 1% of your transactions. But again, get started completely for free with RevenueCat at revenuecat.com, and thank you RevenueCat for sponsoring and making this clone happen. Because this is once again quite a huge application, I've provided all the code linked below to GitHub, so make sure you open that repository, check it out. We might bring in some color, some util, or some functionalities from time to time. And if you want to follow along this clone, I highly recommend you get the code from GitHub. And of course also subscribe to this channel for more clones and React Native videos coming in the future. Before we now dive into the code, let me quickly walk you through all the different chapters of this video and what you can expect from our build. In the first part of the clone, we will, as always, quickly talk about how we set up our application with Expo and how we enable a pre-build, so we will be able to create our own development client and later use every custom native module in our application. In the second part, we're gonna talk about creating this animated intro screen, which features this epic animation, and I'm pretty sure you're gonna love that component. In the third part, we will get closer to our login and registration. We're gonna create this bottom sheet, which is just our own component, and then we're gonna talk about how we can create a modal and navigate to that page. Part 4 will be all about authentication. We're gonna integrate Clerk into our application for registration and login, and we will also see how we can protect pages with Expo Router and Clerk authentication. In part 5, we're gonna talk about creating a draw component and especially customizing it exactly to our needs, which means custom icons, sizes, colors, how far we can open it, custom icons, and everything with a custom draw content. In part 6, we're gonna use the Zeego library the first time to create this cool drop-down component, which allows us to select between different versions, which also works on other screens of our applications later. In part 7, we're talking about the input component down here, which will feature a nice little animation that opens and closes automatically once we start typing or go back. In part 8, we will then talk about how to create the general chat UI, how we can have these scrollable cards, and how text messages on our screen could look like within a chat. In part 9, we will implement data storing with React Native MMKV, so users are able to provide their own API keys under the settings, which will be then stored with the key value of MMKV. In part 10, we will then finally build our own streaming using a library, and this will be so epic. We're gonna connect to OpenAI and we'll be able to achieve something like this, where the result from the API is directly streamed in our application and used within our view to render this epic view which we've built up up until this point. In part 11, we're gonna tackle the next menu item, which is Dall. So we will be able to generate images based on a prompt in the screen and change our chat messages so it will be able to see something is working and display an image in our view. In part 12, we're gonna use a context menu, which on iOS allows us to press long on this and then include different elements down here. And we're gonna also work on the functionality to actually copy this photo, save this to our media library, or share it from our app. In part 13, we dive into another functionality, which is the image viewer component, in which we will be able to zoom into images, use a blur view, have a drop down up here again, and also finally use another bottom sheet from Gorham. In chapter 14, we're gonna dive into the explore page, for which we will first of all build this cool header component with scroll and blur effect that we will then use in the following part. In part 15, we will then implement this list down here and also a logic to switch between the different pages and include a nice enter and exit animation for our elements. In part 16, we're gonna include SQLite, so we will be able to actually load previous chats, get all the chat messages, and debug our SQLite files locally. In chapter 17, we're gonna add the logic to then actually load these. So previously we only prepare them, then we have the ability to load previous chats and dive again into them. And finally, in the last chapter, we're gonna include RevenueCat in our application. We're gonna go through the whole process of setting up RevenueCat, creating a product, creating projects, and then buying something within our application to unlock the Dall features, which we've then put behind a paywall. All right, I think that's a lot for one clone, but we can do it, you can do it, and I'm excited to dive into it. Alrighty then, let's kick off our clone. So we can get started with npx create Expo app using the Expo CLI, the name of our application. I will also add latest because I want to use the SDK 51 and I will use the template, so -t default. Then it should be the tabs template, and I will also use the beta version of that. In your case, most likely when this video goes live, the SDK 51 or whatever it is in the future is already released, so you can omit both at latest and at beta, so just go ahead with npx create Expo app ChatGPT-T default. In fact, -T default doesn't make sense. I think probably in the future the default is the default. I don't have to I don't know, maybe it's not using a template if you don't say -t. So -t is for -template, of course. Okay, so this is setting up our Expo application, and we're gonna install a few dependencies right in the beginning because they're just some packages that you just always use, and these are reanimated and the gesture handler, and we will also use the dev client. So after the last video, some of you commented that I should use code -r dot to open in the current instance. Yeah, almost. Oh yeah, okay. I think it was actually correct, but I should open in that folder. Okay, so now my folder is called ChatGPT at latest. That certainly wasn't my idea with at latest here. Let's check out our dependencies. Okay, we got Expo 51, so we should be fine. Our application also looks good. We have routing in place, and as I said, we're gonna install some dependencies right here and now. So these are the dependencies I wanted to use: the Expo dev client, reanimated package for animations, and the gesture handler to handle some gestures later. Now, why are we using the Expo dev client? Well, we are doing a custom build of our app now. Usually you can do Expo Go, and that is cool for testing and quickly spinning up something. But I don't really recommend it in this case. So we want to do a pre-build now. Let's just run this right here. Or maybe let's quickly include reanimated in our... okay, this looks interesting. Let's see, do I have to like spin up npx expo at least one time? Because this is not giving me... We do have our app.json. But what I wanted is the Babel config. Why is there no more Babel config? That is interesting. I think there was a command to generate that Babel config. So let's quickly kill this. Do I have something regarding Babel in my... Nope, of course not. So let's just do this manually. Touch babel.config.js, or you can just create a file, whatever suits you. And we're going to input the following. So this is the input for our Babel config, and this makes sure that the reanimated plugin is included correctly in our application. I don't know why we didn't have a Babel config, but let's go ahead with our prebuild, npx expo prebuild. This will build our native iOS and Android folders. What would you like your Android package name to be? Usually this gives me like the default, something like com.simon. ChatGPT, I don't know. Yeah, let's just use this for iOS as well. And then this will create a native Android. Okay, let's see, where is it? Come on. Android and iOS folder here. This is important because later along this build, we're going to use many native modules, and those will require us to have our own pre-build of this application. As I said, Expo Go is cool for quickly testing something, but ultimately, if you're developing an app, you usually go for pre-build and then continuous native generation of your project using Expo, and that just makes things a lot easier. So this is what we're doing. We do have our folders now, and if we want to build our app, we can now simply run, why do I get all this stuff today? npx expo run iOS. I have no completion here so far. That's interesting. I think I need, like, what is it called? Code Whisperer or something? Did I uninstall this? I will have to check soon. Anyway, npx expo run iOS will bring up my simulator. Here we go. Here's the simulator, and it's deploying the application within it. We can put this to the side. Do we want to keep it on the right-hand side or the left? Where did we have it in the past? I honestly don't know where we had it before. Does anyone still remember? Let's check out, I will check out my last clone. Okay, it was on that side as well. So here we go, we're gonna put it here. This is now our own build. And now we can also make sense of the one dependency we installed a minute ago, which was called the Expo Dev client. Where's my dependency? We have reanimated, we have the gesture handler, and we have, where's the dev client? Okay, here it is, Expo Dev client. So the Expo Dev client helps us to get the same experience of basically using the Expo Go app, but within our custom build. This is not unbelievable important, but it still helps. You're gonna see if we're open the debugging tools in a second here, it just looks exactly like the standard Expo Go app, and you can't really see a difference anymore. By the way, this might take some time in the beginning if you do it the first time. For iOS, what I'm currently doing is only possible if you're on a Mac. So if you're on Windows, you can't use npx run iOS because there's no iOS simulator. And if you want to build the same for Android, that of course works as well. You can spin up a virtual device, make sure you have something configured, or you can also directly deploy this to a connected device. Doesn't really matter too much. In my case, we're gonna go with the simulator, and while this loads, we can maybe quickly take a look, which is reset project. What is this? I'm not entirely sure. I also didn't really have this before. This is already set the project to a blank state. It moves the app directory to app example. It moves the app directory to app example and creates a new with an index and layout file. You can remove, safely delete this file after running. This is interesting. I honestly don't know why it exists, but I like it. I want to do this. I want to just test this out. I don't know if you got this in your project. How did we call this? npm run reset project. Okay, so this moves all the boilerplate stuff that was initially in here. I don't know where it moves. It moves this to something else. Maybe it just removes the stuff. It renames the stuff. It moves the stuff. It writes file. I don't know. But now we got like a clean index file and a clean layout file. This is cool. I always wanted to have this. Nice. Thank you so much. Okay. That is good news, really. On every build that we do, I learn something else. So here we go. Our app is still loading, so we can quickly take a look. If you don't have this reset project script, and by the way, we can now get rid of that scripts folder because we really just need to run this once. We can check out the rest of our application. So in terms of the colors, we're gonna go with some colors for our ChatGPT clone. You can grab all of this from the GitHub repository link below this video. And we're gonna also put in another file into the constants folder, which I will call styles.ts. So here we're gonna put in some styles that we reuse across our application. We're importing the colors from our constants folder and the style sheet, and then we just generate a button, a loading overlay, and everything in my IDE looks completely different today. I don't know what's going on. But anyway, these are things that you might reuse across multiple pages, views in your application, so it makes sense to put them here. This is now done. So this is interesting because it's still loading. Let's see if I can like open on iOS again. I feel like my iOS simulator here does have some issue. So I will kill it and I will press I again to open iOS. Probably I've no messed things up. No, it's coming up again. So maybe we're gonna be lucky. Yeah. You see, this kind of looks the same like if you run npx expo run. It gives you this QR code, but notice this, we're now using a development build. So this is the difference. That means I should now be able to see this. So open in ChatGPT latest. I want to open my app, and this will hopefully open now our client. We see it's loading our resources, and at this point we should have the same experience like if we were in the Expo Go app. So you see, we actually also get this, which is exactly why we install the Expo Dev client. This is the debugging view that you used to from the Expo Go application. You only get this if you install the Expo Dev client, which we did. Then we see our first screen, and we can of course change something, and we see we got live reload as well. So at this point, we're not using Expo Go, we're using our custom dev client. If we now install new native modules, we have to spin this up again with npx expo run iOS. I could at the same time deploy this here, and we're still using the local development server. So this is the first step, and I wanted to do this right in the beginning because this sets us up on the right trajectory. So we don't have to like interfere with Expo Go and then later at some point opt out and switch to the dev client. So we're now immediately right where we want to be. We can remove everything from the components. We can also remove the app example stuff if we want to, and then we're ready to get started with the actual code of the ChatGPT clone. Okay, now we want to do this cool animated intro screen from the ChatGPT application. And you see this right here on the GitHub repository. Basically, this animation that's going on here is what we want to create. Now, we won't do this in full detail because that would probably take us about 1.5 hours. Instead, I got the support from Gary Togman. Gary was a guest on the Rocket Ship podcast. I highly recommend that episode. Was really, really epic. Gary is working at Kendall. Kendall is doing some sort of finance fintech application. It's really interesting, and they did really, really cool stuff. And he shared that animation with me, and I remodeled it to our needs. Let's say it like that. Okay, let's get started by creating all of this in a component. So if you're not interested in this, you can basically completely skip this part because it's really not essential. But if you're interested, I will just go over the different steps included and try to explain them as good as possible. So let's create an animated intro component here in my components folder. And I will do React Native functional export animated intro. Then we can go ahead to my app folder, and actually I don't really want the React Native IDE stuff in here. Enable preview editors. How can I remove the hide run or debug, hide git view, hide okay, the rest is fine. Let's go back here to the index. This will keep flex 1. I don't want to center this stuff, and then I want to just include my animated intro component. Okay, So here we go. Additionally, I would like to remove the header. So let's go to the layout where we have the stack layout navigation. We're using Expo Router in this video. If I haven't said this before, we're going to get more into what this means in the next lessons here. So header shown false, and we don't need a title. So that gets rid of the header. Now we have the whole page available for our animated intro scheme. And we actually need some dependencies. So what we need is, let's see, where do I got this? We want to install React Native Redash. So what is React Native Redash? I think I opened it up before. It's a package from William Candillan to basically animate some text and to change the text element. This just doesn't work really well with the built-in text component, so we are using Redash for that. Beyond that, do we need anything else? I don't think we have reanimated already, so that's cool. Do we need to make a new build? I'm not entirely sure. That could be the case. Let's see if we import retext from Redash. Still fine, still fine. So let's try if I put in something here. But let's start by giving this here some styling. React Native style sheet. We're gonna call this wrapper, and the microphone is in a perfect position right above my keyboard today. Great. Okay, so style sheet goes up here, and then we're gonna say this one has styles.wrapper. All right, with flex 1. Now, if I use retext in here, retext, yeah, let's use it like this. String is not available to share date. That is correct. Because we now need an actual shared text that we can use. So let's do this. We can do this. But first of all, as I said, we don't want to do all the things in here one by one. So I will bring in the different blocks and you can get an understanding for what's going on. So first of all, I do have this array here of content and color. So these are the text like let's create, let's brainstorm, and then we have a front and the background color attached to them. Then for our text, we should actually be able to use this at a specific position. So let's see, const text equals use derived value. So we are now getting into reanimated. I want to get the index from a value called current index. So let's start with a current index of 0. We use a shared value for that. And then we can get this. Let's first of all close this so our whole page isn't red. Index equals, yeah, almost content at current index dot value. And once I got this, I can return content. No, actually, this is the whole thing. I just want current index value, and oh, it's still early morning, got some typing issues. I want to return content index dot title. Good. We also need the dependencies array, which is, holy moly, what is this? This is interesting. Of course, the current index. So at this point, we should be able to use the text for this retext text field, and we see it up here. There's already a tiny let's create. So I think this requires some styling as well. So let's put in a style. And for this, we're going to use the title. Actually, let me bring in the rest of the styling. As I said, we don't want to do too much in here. So we do have now a title style down here, which is an absolute position. And we can attach this here, styles.title. So just showing you the beginnings of how that stuff came together. We have now the title up here, and we can animate that. And at the same time, we will also animate some views around that title. So basically the title changes and the background changes and the color changes. And then there's also a ball that should be above this. So if we look again at our animation on the clone page, we zoom in a bit. We see this ball. Okay, thank you. This ball here is basically moving above the text. So a lot of things come together, and as I said, we could do a whole tutorial on this. Probably let me know in the comments if you're interested in like seeing how we can build this step by step. But I think for this clone, we should really stick to some basics and not do everything. So now, as I've shown you retext, now let's put in the rest. First of all, let's bring in a bunch of values up here. Again, if I highly recommend you check out the GitHub repository, there's the code for this animated intro, and as well, you can also skip over this if you're not interested. So we do have some shared values like is star, label with, can go next, did play, and we already have my derived value. However, we now need a lot of styling. Next to the text, we're gonna have a new color index, which is also a derived value. And then comes a bunch of use animated style. So maybe let's do a comment here, styles, and end styles. Okay, I can't even type correctly. And we're gonna put it in here. So let's see what's going on. We have a text style, and these are using, of course, use animated style and interpolation for colors. Let's add all the imports. So the text style, of course, is the text, and it's doing some transition. As I said, coming up with all of this right now would require a lot of time. Then we have the bold style, which is the bold style, and all of these are usually using like the new color index, which is the current index from the array of the contents at the top. Then we have a little mask, which is going over the content. And we do have style 1. Actually, I'm not entirely sure where style 1 comes into play. This goes to our wrapper. Okay, finally, we're gonna do the rest later. For now, let's put in all the views that we need for this. So instead of just having this one view, we're gonna have a bunch of animated views, which is required if you want to animate this stuff. We have one animated view surrounding everything with this style 1, which is basically the background. Then we have our content view. So inside of the content view, we have the ball, as I said, which is moving across the text. And we have a little mask on that, and the retext, which is now using the text. And as we already have seen, the text is a derived value which changes over time. And on layout, we will also change the label width of this. If I now hit save, we have an interesting view. So we can see the ball, we could see the background. Somewhere here is probably the text. It's hidden behind the mask. Now, nothing moves so far. And this is where we add reactions. Okay, and reactions. Okay, so the first animated reaction is this one. This one will use the label width. Can we just okay, I will just add all the missing stuff. Okay, this probably is already doing something. So this is, as we've seen, revealing this once. However, we also need to go to the next index. So this is where we have our next reaction that looks like this. If we have a value of can go to next, we will go to next with a little delay, and then at some point change our current index value. When the current index changes, this one will be triggered again, most likely. So let's hit save again, and then we should already see that is exactly what we wanted to see. So now at the same time, with nice timings, the background changes, the ball color changes, the text color changes, and the ball moves across the text and uses the mask to hide the rest of the text. Now, as I said, this is not a whole tutorial about how we create this animated intro component, and I'm pretty sure there are things that could be improved about this. However, I'm really grateful for Gary for providing this. He shared this on Twitter. Kendall actually has some haptics as well. They have some interesting packages. We might get back into this, I don't know. And I think actually in his example, he used Kendall haptics because with Kendall haptics, you can have a haptic pattern. So I excluded this because I can't really share this haptic stuff with you. He used this in his example. So if you're interested in this, you can get like a typing animation or haptic pattern to play on iOS. Check this out at kendallfinance/haptics if you are interested. But so far, we're gonna leave it like this. I think this is a pretty cool result of our animated intro screen, and we can do the real login and registration now. All right, now we want to move closer to the login, but first we actually need to prepare some components for that. So we should probably create a new bottom, let's call this bottom login sheet.tsx. Okay, bottom login sheet, and then we can put this right here below our intro. Now, why are we using our own bottom sheet and not the Gorham bottom sheet this time? Well, that's a good question. I usually recommend the Gorham bottom sheet, but in this case, what we really want to do is, can we zoom in here? No, that was the wrong, where's the zoom? Where's the bottom sheet from the login? This is one. And this is kind of static in that application. It's just that we have this animation playing up here, and this part here is kind of static. So we only need this bottom sheet with rounded corners. And we can do this without any external package. And usually that's a good thing if we don't need an external package. Also, if you are, or if you don't like this playing animation the whole time, you should be able to simply comment out one of our animated reactions and then it stops. Or you can also just get rid of the whole animated intro screen if you don't want to see it. So now let's see how we can place our bottom login sheet in the right place and also make it look good. Therefore, we're gonna start here in the bottom login sheet. And what we wanna do is we wanna first of all wrap this in some container styling, which will allow us to position this in an absolute fashion. We're gonna add here style. I will make this an array actually. Styles.container first of all. So container will have, as I said, position absolute. It will be completely at the bottom. Then we're gonna have a width of 100%. And I want to set the background color of this to black. Okay, so let's see, it comes up at the bottom already, but of course this does not have the right height. It will have it pretty soon. Maybe we're gonna do this next. So let's add a touchable opacity because it just has like a few buttons. Touchable opacity. Nope, not from React Native gesture handler. I just want this from React Native. That should be fine. And the style here is actually using our default styles. So we can do again styles, or in this case default styles. Default styles dot button. And then we're gonna also have some styling because this is a light button. So let's call this button light and place this down here. I already hear everyone screaming, Simon, not that fast, please slow down. I will try my best. Okay, so we're gonna use the not logo Google here. We're gonna use logo Apple first of all with a size of 14. And this one will also have its own styling. So style equals styles dot button icon. So let's place this down here. And then we have our view. Okay, you see it's coming up, but there's not really anything included. Let's also add a text here. For the styling, we should be able to use styles dot, let's call this button light text. Okay, we need some styling and we're gonna work on that in a second. And we're just gonna put in continue with Apple. So once we have this for like one button, we can mostly copy this stuff over. So let's see. The button light should have, of course, a white background color. We don't really need anything beyond that. We already see it's filling up the whole view. That's not bad. Then for the button light text, we're gonna use a font size of 20 maybe. Okay, that looks good. And for the button icon, do we really need this? Can we not use like the button icon? Yeah, let's just use padding right of like, I don't know, 6. Okay. This is okay, but we see a problem. Now this is way too close to the bottom, and if we're not respecting the inset areas, we have a problem. So in order to do this, we can either surround our view with a save area view, or we can manually do this by extracting bottom or destructuring the use save area insets hook here. Okay, this gives us access to the right distance at the bottom, and we're gonna attach this here to our surrounding view and simply say, okay, for padding bottom, use my bottom value. And we see it moves out everything from this area and keeps it safe, and then our stuff happens above that. Okay, but I think our container could need some more padding, so we'll give this one a padding of like 26 as well. Okay, yeah, that looks somewhat better. I also want to have gap between the elements. We won't see that yet. And I want to have border radius. So we can simply say border top left radius and border top right radius. And now we have these little edges. So this looks exactly like a bottom sheet. It's just not really a bottom sheet, okay? But I think for our case, this should be fine. Next to our light button, we will also have dark buttons. So my button dark should have a dark gray background color using my constants. And the button dark text should look like this. And finally, we want to have a button outline, which has just a border width and a border color. So this should set us up for the remaining buttons. We can now copy this one over. We could just have it like this, but of course I don't want to. I want to use this one to use button dark. Logo will be Google. I think this is a bit smaller, so we might have to use 16 here. And button icon should be fine, but we're gonna have to, yeah, I assume we should set the color of this icon to be white. Okay, then continue with Google, and this should be button dark text. Okay, so our second button is in place as well. Now we have two more buttons. So we actually in this tutorial won't use Google or Apple login with Clerk. We're gonna use the regular email sign up. Check out the other clones for something like OTP, authentication with SMS stuff. Really cool in, I think, the FinTech clone or the Airbnb clone. Check out the other clones with Clerk. Now, what we want is something that now triggers the actual login page. Therefore, I will create a login.tsx here. We'll call this just page. This should also be available within my layout. So I will add another stack screen. Oops, stack.screen in here. The name of this one is, yes, login. And we could close it. But what I want for my login is to have a certain presentation. So I will add the options block here, and then I will add presentation modal for now. So now we can go back and we can use the Expo link component. So the Expo router link component allows us to set an href here, and we should actually get code completion usually. Why are we not getting code completion on my routes? That is a pretty good question. A question I currently can't answer at this moment. Let's see. For the moment, we're just gonna put in whatever, just something that Copilot gives us. Sign in with email. This does not trigger my login. Maybe I did not hit save on the login. Let's see. We have my stack screen name login. Do we have typed routes enabled? I think this should be plugins, experience typed routes should be enabled. So what is the problem here today with our typed routes? Maybe it's working by now. Nope, completely not working at all. This is interesting, because this should definitely work. I will have to fix that in a minute. For now, let's just keep it like it is. But those buttons should also be pretty easy. So the first one will just be sign up with email. Okay, the problem if your styling does not apply within the Expo Router link component is usually that you need to use asChild. So that will allow you to use the right styling. However, this doesn't look right yet. So we should also give this one some styling. How about default styles button and styles.button dark? Yeah, that's the one we wanted. And we're gonna copy this over. And the second one will just say log in. We probably don't even need an icon in this case. Okay, so this is our bottom sheet. I think this looks pretty cool. As I said, we can't really drag this, but we also don't need this in this case. But what we need is the actual routing. So this is not routing to /login or something is going on. Usually that happens, unexpected token view. Usually that stuff happens. Okay, here's my login. Yeah, now it seems to work. I don't know why my my typings here are incorrect. Like this is completely not correct, but we're gonna fix this. So there are two scenarios. We can go to our login page either using sign up or login. And I want to pass that information to that page so we can display like a little bit of different text there. Therefore, what we're going to do is we will not just set an href. We're basically attaching query params. But I kind of like to do this in a bit different fashion. So if you want to make this more explicit, you can do it like this. You can set the path name. The path name in this case is still /login. And then we have params. And then we can just include whatever we want. So I will include type register here. Okay, type register. And then I'm going to copy that block over to my second one down here. And this one will have the type login. Now let's see how we can extract this. If we go into our login page, we should be able at the top to extract this using const type. So we're gonna get the type from use local search params. That's the hook to access our params. And we can also strongly type this. So we can say what we expect here is type string. Okay, and now if I add a little lock here, I should be able to go to that page. Probably I should hit save. And we see type register. If I go on login, we see type login. And that should be enough for our case to see if we want to use like the login or the registration on that page. Cool. Do we want to continue a bit? We do have the stuff down here. I think why not? Why not continue a bit? So for my login, we have only set the presentation modal. I will set the title now to nothing because that kind of looks ugly. But I want to set the header left value. So for header left, we want to supply our own component. That should just be a touchable opacity again from React Native. And on press, we're going to do something. On press, well, let's do a void function for the moment and just place an icon inside. Name should be close outline, size of 28, and that's it. So if we now open this, we see my button up here, but of course it's not yet closing the stuff. So what we need in this case is access to the router. We could also have used a link component, but I kind of want to mix things up. So let's add use router from Expo Router. And then on press, we will simply call router.back. We could also check can go back, but I think router back should be fine. So test. Oh, come on, something is messed up here. I don't know exactly what it is. I will figure it out, but we will get there. So I should add it like this. No, yes, perfect. Okay, we are able to trigger the login and registration, and we're getting the information correctly, which kind of page we are on. Before we get into our Clerk authentication, maybe let's provide the according view here already. So we're going to start with React Native style sheet again to create our login and registration experience. As always, we're gonna have some sort of container here that's using flex1 and perhaps some sort of padding like 20. We can then use this, and I want to surround this page with a keyboard avoiding view to make sure that we can input stuff correctly in our text fields. Did we add? I think I used the keyboard. I mean, there's discussion from like what's the best keyboard avoiding view. There are different approaches. I usually went okay with this. If you have problems, try to investigate this more. There are different solutions out there, just so you know this. But usually what you see in examples is a platform checking if this is iOS. Then we want to use the behavior padding. On Android, we want to use hate. Okay, this is the usual behavior. On top of that, I will also set the keyboard vertical offset, or maybe we're going to do this in a second. Let's just set it to 1 for testing. And then we're going to add our styles here. So styles.container. Good. Now let's put in some stuff. We probably have some sort of loading state as well. So we can say const loading, set loading, use state false. That's a good start. Let me check if we are loading. We will display a little loading overlay. So in case of loading, we can use the expression end as a shortcut and then render something. So I want to render a little view, which is using our default styles again. So we have configured something in the default styles. I think default styles dot loading overlay, exactly. And close that and then close it here. And let's try to set this to true. So this turns the page dark. That loading overlay, why is it not above the header? Style sheet absolute fill. Sometimes you want to add with a couple tweaks. Can be used to okay. Mostly fine. We might have to set like the header transparent. Well, it's a minor thing. We can keep it. We just want to have like some overlay over our app while it's loading. So I think we're fine. We could probably do this in a better way, but should be okay. So now I want to add an activity indicator. I want to make this white, and then we have our loading. Okay, we'll set this to false because otherwise we can't use our app. Then I would like to use a little logo maybe here. So let's call this one logo and then an image component. I think I haven't added the image actually. So we're gonna come back to that in a second. So image from React Native, and then I wanna use the logo dark. I haven't added any kind of assets yet. You should probably do this as well. Check out the GitHub repository. These assets don't belong to me. Did I use anything else? I think I just used logo dark and logo white and maybe Dall. Yeah, something like this. And for fonts, we can use space mono. Should be fine. So now we have the logo, but of course that sizing is totally off. So let's change this to be width of 60, height 60 as well, please. And then we want to make sure that this aligns itself in the center and has some margin vertical of, let's say 80. Okay, here we go. We got the nice ChatGPT logo. Now, after that, let's place some text element in here. Styles.probably title. And then this is the interesting part. So if our type is login, we're gonna say welcome back. And otherwise we can say create your account. We're not really using this stuff in any other place, so wasn't too important to get the type in here, but you see create your account. If I come from sign up and if I go from login, we got welcome back. It's just a nice thing to have the right titles and text in your views, and it's such an easy win in this case. Now let's place the remaining inputs into a little view here. I will just directly give this some margin bottom in here. And let's close this view, and then we have our text input components. Text input from, no, that was the wrong input, from React Native. Okay. Auto capitalize. Nope. None. Then we can add a placeholder. Let's say, yeah, email, whatever. I'll also close this to get rid of the error messages. Okay, we see this is like the input field. Not great, not great. So let's add an input field styling. This is like a default styling I like to use. We could probably have put this under default styles, but I don't know if we're gonna reuse this. Maybe, maybe not. For the moment, let's keep this styling. So then we can attach this to our input field. Styles.input field. Okay, makes it already look way nicer. We have auto capitalize, none. We have the placeholder email. We now, of course, need to catch the email and password. So let's add a state. We could also use React hook form, but I was kind of too lazy because this is just too easy. But in real case, you could probably use React hook form for this. Value should be email address, and on change text, we can set my email address. That's correct. I think this is also everything we really need in here. So let's just copy this over. Can you just generate this for input field, autocapitalize none, placeholder password, secure text entry? I think this is actually accurate. Yeah, this looks good. This looks good. Okay, so we can wrap this now up with 2 buttons. Let's add some styling here. So we're gonna have like a primary button and the primary button text styling. And again, we're gonna reuse our type. So if the type is now equal to login, we're gonna render something, and otherwise we're gonna render something else. So if we are in the login case, we're gonna make a touchable opacity here using my default button and styles.button primary. That is pretty accurate. And then we're gonna have the primary button text saying login. Why are you so mad about me? This is pretty good. And then we can use this exactly again in here, but this time we're gonna say create account. Okay, let's see. I go to sign up, I got create account. I go to login, I got login. Now, if we just create the right functions, we are set up perfectly for Clerk. So let's use const on sign up or sign up press. Should be like an async function at some point. And then we're gonna have the same for on login. Oh, come on, Copilot. Can you figure this out? Right. So on sign up press goes to our create account. So on press, we're gonna just call my on sign up press. And here comes the on login press. Cool. I think, or I want to call this on sign in. I don't know why. I just want to call it sign in on sign in press. Okay. With that in place, we should be fine. Let's check it out. Actually, this is a problem here. If we are using the keyboard avoiding view, you see the offset doesn't really match this. So I will set my vertical offset to 70. Let's see, I think I might have to reload my app. Go in here. Oh, this is, it's probably, I think the problem is that within a modal overlay, the keyboard avoiding view is not respecting it correctly. So this is one of these things where you might have to tweak it more or use something else. Are we using the bottom offset correctly? Could be many things. Let's see. Yeah, modals and navigation usually have a bit of an issue. Let's just try this one thing. If we follow the same approach we used before to get the bottom offset, I don't think that the inset is a problem here, but we can at least give it a try. Okay, let's see if I now also attach to like padding bottom our bottom value. Would it make any change? Nah, not really. And if I use margin bottom, probably not as well. So let's see this. Nah, not really making a difference. How could we solve this? I assume there's something wrong with the keyboard avoiding view within the modals. We should probably use it not in the case of a modal, which also makes this kind of obsolete in here. If we use a React Native save, that won't change anything, so we can also get rid of this. But for the moment, we're gonna leave it like this. We're not here to perfectly optimize this clone. We have a whole lot more to do, and these are like just these minor things on which you then, like the 80-20 rule, these are like the things where you spend a lot of time on just getting this little tiny thing right. And while it's important, definitely I agree, it's not something we want to do right now. We now have our bottom sheet modal. We can trigger these modals on Android. That might look different and might span across the whole view, but that's not really a problem, I think. But we are now ready to finally implement our Clerk authentication. All right, time to connect our application to some real authentication. And we're gonna use Clerk, the sponsor of this video, or actually one of the sponsors next to RevenueCat. So we've used Clerk a couple of times in the past, and I really like how easy it is to get started. I will walk you through the different steps. We're gonna use email authentication in this clone. Check out the other clones we've done with Clerk to also see password authentication or how social authentication with Google and Apple could work. But they are all super similar and super easy. Here we go. You can, by the way, get started completely for free. We'll create a new application here. Let's maybe zoom in a bit. I will call this ChatGPT-video. We will only use email, so I will disable the other stuff. If you're in a web context, you can also use this nice custom component. I think this is not yet working inside a native application, but this won't be a problem at all. So we need to install a few things now. We need to install actually two things. So let's kill this because we need to refresh this anyway. And let's install the Clerk Expo package and then also the Expo Secure Store package. This is required because then we can store the key that we get, the JWT from Clerk, in a secure way in our application. I want to actually use this in my Expo project, so I can now copy this over and create a .env file. Okay, let's do this right here at the root of the project, .env, and I will put in my Expo public. Is this correct? I wonder. Yeah, this is actually completely correct. Nice. I think they updated documentation, which now gives me this key. With that in place, I think we can npx expo run iOS again, and we can close this, and that will soon come up. Now, in my application, do I have to configure something? That is a pretty good question. A question I'm not sure about yet. So users can use an email. Allow sign-in, verify, requires users to verify sign-in. I actually will disable this right now. Verify by clicking a link. Or do I want to allow this? I don't know if I want to or not. I honestly don't know. Yeah, authentication strategies. Users can sign in with a password. Shouldn't that be enabled? I don't want to reload that page. I feel like I made a mistake somewhere along the way. Yeah, it was enabled all the time and it was emailing a verification code. Let me quickly check out my ChatGPT video. Yes, password, nope, email verification. So I disabled this verification link and verify at sign up. That's what I thought. Would be cool to like just copy my settings. Email verification code. I will hit save now. Okay. Is this blurring the bottom? This was interesting. It was an interesting effect. Now, I don't think there's anything else we have to configure right now, and we should be able to use this. So right now I have no users, but we have my environment key set up. And so we now need to touch our layout to include the right stuff. We will restructure this now a tiny bit. So I will actually call this one up here const initial layout. Okay. Initial layout, no typo today, good. And then down here I will have my root layout navigation. The naming is not important. You can name this whatever you want, but you need to make sure that you export default, yeah, exactly, root layout nav. And within my root layout nav, I will simply return the right order of providers. So I will now put a clerk provider around my application. This needs some more settings. And I will also place the gesture handler root view here with a style of flex1. And all of this wraps my initial layout. So then we have all the providers around the app. Cool. Now I want to grab my key, so we can grab my clerk publisher key using process.env expo public clerk publisher key, and we can use this in our clerk provider because this expects the publishable key, which is in our case now the clerk publishable key. On top of that, we want to supply a custom token cache, and for this you usually find a little snippet to use the Expo Secure Store. So let's add Expo Secure Store in here. We can just import star as secure store. And then we supply our own custom token cache. On the web, you don't really have to do this. On native, as a React Native app, we want to supply this to Clerk, which is pretty cool because this is basically like overriding or giving Clerk this cache, which is then using Secure Store to get an item or to set an item. And now we can just put this token cache here into our app. Now this still complains about my key, so you can just say as string, which should get rid of that warning as well. Cool. Now we should have Clerk in our application, and we're going to use a few things that are usually included in the setup of the default Expo application. So I ran this reset script in the beginning. I might have not done this. Maybe we shouldn't have done this. But anyway, we're now going to use splash screen.prevent auto hide sync. This means our splash screen won't be hidden until we tell it to be hidden. And usually what you see is that Expo is using this use fonts hook to load the custom font. And then there are two more use effects included. So I will just place them in the right place here. If there's an error, we're going to throw that error, and otherwise if we are loaded, so if loaded from use fonts is true, we can hide the splash screen. But that's not everything. That's not everything, because we will now also check if we are loaded and if Clerk is ready. And therefore we can destructure is loaded and is signed in using use auth from Clerk Expo. That's pretty cool. So now we can, before we actually return our view, we can check if we're not loaded or not is loaded. We'll just return like a slide. We could also just return an activity indicator or something. That should pretty much render nothing. We could also just render a view at this point, I think. But sometimes Expo or Expo Router is mad about if you're not rendering anything at the root level. By the way, is that the case right now? Not a valid base 64 encoded string length. Yeah, I really love React Native errors. Okay, let's see. This is my Clerk publishable key. Is this the same name we used in the env? Yes, Expo publishable key. The key looks... Maybe there was something wrong with that key. Maybe. And if that was the case, we might have to do it again. I might have pasted the key in the wrong way with like a something. Okay, but we do have everything set up so far. What we also want is access to the segments. So this is going to be interesting. This is now combining Expo Router and Clerk authentication. Okay, so we're getting use segments from Expo Router. Let me show you up here. So use router, use segments, and all that stuff. With that information, we are now able to create our authentication stuff. And the app is not loading, which is scaring the shit out of me. Okay, we're gonna have another block here. This one is dependent on is signed in. And if we are not loaded, so if clerk is not yet ready, I will just return. Otherwise, I will check the segments. Let's just do it as a test like this, so we can have something to log out. But failed to commit transaction and is located in the clerk provider, not a valid base 64 encoded string. Well, that was a tough one. I actually had to completely set up the project again. I'm not using the beta right now, although when you are using this, the Expo SDK 51 should just work fine. I have absolutely no idea what caused this. Something in Hermes. I honestly don't know. I just hope it's not coming back at all. So let's do this. We were here. So we wanted to sign up. We have our clerk provider wrapped our app around the app. And now we want to implement the authentication. So the whole idea is that you usually have some sort of authenticated area. And we can group that stuff together by creating a new auth group just like this. You could also name this differently. The brackets only help to like put things together that belong together with Expo Router. You could also just call this folder auth without the brackets, would work as well. In this case, I will just place an index TSX in here for testing. So this would be our inside area. Eventually, that one will look different. So for now, this is it. Should we place a layout here? That's a good question. I actually think we should have our own stack layout in here. So let's do another layout.tsx. Okay, that was not correct. I think I messed TSX, right? React Native Functional Export. Let's call this layout. And let's just call this one here a stack. We don't even have to supply anything. If we don't want to, we could just use it like this. So the whole idea is that our index page or whatever is inside the auth group should be protected. And we can do this through our topmost layout file. And we're checking here is loaded. And we're checking the segment. So what we want to do next is we actually don't want to use segments at index 0. We want to use this in a different way. We want to check if that person is trying to access a page in the auth group. And we can check this by using segments at the index 0 is equal to auth. So if that part of the URL basically of the routing is in there, we have a match. So now we can check if the user is signed in and we are not yet in that auth group, which basically means we're in the outside area. That means we should actually bring the user inside. Okay. Another case is, let's check it with an else if we are not signed in and we are in an auth group, we want to kick the user out. Nice Copilot, that was a nice code completion, okay? So this is the whole idea and the protection of our app. And now we can just use the Expo Router to fill in the blanks. So kicking the user out is simply router push, or in this case, I would kind of like to use replace instead. And then we want to just go back to our initial page. Do we get, now we also get this completion. I don't know, something with the other project was just off. Maybe it was the add in the file name. Okay, so in this case, we want to kick the user out. If we want to bring the user inside, we can bring the user to, let's say, we get code completion here as well, /auth. We will just leave it like this for the moment. Let's just do some logs in here. So in auth group, and let's also log is signed in. So right now we're not in the auth group and we are also not signed in. So let's see how we can actually sign in. For that, we go back to the login, and on our login page, we now need to add clerk. So let's add, first of all, const sign up is loaded and set active from. And now I can use sign up, I think, use sign up from clerk. Okay, is loaded. We also need something pretty similar from use sign in. So this is going to be a bit challenging if we have both on one page. We have sign in, and we have yeah, we do have is loaded and set active here as well. Let's just give them different names. Sign up loaded and set active gets sign up set active. Okay, this is how we can give them a different name with TypeScript. Okay, now we got both of them and we can implement our functions. So on sign up press, we should first of all check if for whatever reason the sign up is not ready, we're just gonna return. Otherwise, we're gonna set our loading overlay to true. And then let's wrap this in a try catch block. So what I want to get is a result from the sign up function, and to sign up, no, we actually need to call signup.create. So this is how we create a new user with email and password. And once we get this, we could check, but I think we don't actually have to. So let's just call signup set active with the result afterwards, or probably not with the result. I think this expects a session. So let's set the session to result dot. Oh, what was that? Result dot created session ID. So by setting the user active, we're basically doing what we do on a login. And we can catch any errors if there's a problem. And I would also like to finally set my loading to false. In this case, you could also alert out error.error. What is it called? It's called error. Okay, error.errors at the index 0.message. That's what we could log out. Okay, let's do it like this. Good. I think this should actually work for our sign up. We could try this out, but I think let's just copy this because we need pretty much the same thing here on sign in, or maybe Copilot is able to figure this out. So let's check. If it is not loaded, we return. We then set our loading to true. We then use our sign in create, but this time we're gonna use, or we have to use identifier email address and password. On sign in press result, and then we want to call just set active, that's true, and the session is the result dot created session ID. That sounds pretty good. Actually, I want to use the alert overlay here from React Native. Should work just fine. Okay, I don't see a problem. Let's try and do a sign up. So sign up with email, sign at Galaxies. I think I can't use my fake password here. Yeah, password must be 8 characters or more. That's such a pity. But it actually gave us a chance to check out the login, the sign up, and here couldn't find your account. So error messages on point. Now let's sign up with email. I don't know, let's, Clerk is just too good and is figuring out all the passwords that I shouldn't use. So let's use something else. Maybe this one works. Oh yeah, I finally got this one. So we are signed in, or at least it looks like we are signed in. What do we see? We see we have two headers up here. So this is a problem of Expo Router and stacking navigations. We can easily overcome this pretty quickly by going to our top layout and adding a new entry for, well, it's called stack screen, but it's actually more like a group. So in this case, the name would be our auth group. And for the whole auth group, I want to set the header shown to false. So that would remove the header that came from this outer stack navigation. We only want to have it from this inside stack navigation. At this point, we should also be able to, let's see, we need a way to sign out, right? If we need a way to sign out, where could we do this? Where could we place the fake sign? Well, let's place it just here on the index page. We're gonna quickly change this, or soon change this anyway. So let's add a button from React Native, title sign out, on press, I want to call something which we can get from Clerk as well. Is it called use sign out? No, I don't think so. What was the name? It's, I think, in the use auth hook from Clerk. And then we can just call sign out here. Or maybe we have to do it with an arrow function. Okay. Button, title, sign in, on press, sign out. Anything wrong? Has no closing tag. Yeah, that's a problem. All right. But what we see is that if I press refresh, I'm also immediately brought back to the inside area. We quickly see the login. We could probably hide that as well if we wanted to. In fact, we should be able to hide this by not returning a slot and instead returning like a view. If we in our top layout return a view style flex 1 and then maybe place like an activity indicator in there. Oh, come on. Just close it and put rabbits. Okay, React Native reanimated could not be found. Oh no, oh no. Oh no. Why are you doing this to me? Just the import from React Native. It's not that hard, really. It's like, when did I ever wanted to use a view that way? I don't know. So now we wouldn't see the index. We actually see the loading at the top for a brief moment. We could, of course, change this by saying align item center and justify content center. So then we would just briefly see a loading indicator. Let's do this. Okay, loading indicator, and then we're signed in. Cool, that is probably even better. So we are automatically brought in. This inside area is protected here by our logic. And if I now sign out, I'm hopefully brought back here, and I'm now back on my login. And if I refresh, yep, this happens. And also at the same time, I should be able to sign in here. So let's do this. If I do another login, voila, we are signed in. Whew, cool. Honestly, again, I don't know what happened in the beginning, what went wrong, but this code definitely works. I tried it. It wasn't the code. The problem was something in my React Native project setup. So now we should be fine. We're able to create our user account in Clerk, and we can verify this by checking out the users. And here we go. My Simon user is in here. Great, that feels so good. Okay, but honestly, we just, like at the very beginning of our app, we have secured our ChatGPT clone with Clerk, which was pretty easy. Only the problem with React Native was kind of boring. But now the inside area comes. And I think before we get into all the functionalities, let's build a cool site draw navigation and customize it really to our needs. We now want to create a draw navigation in our ChatGPT clone. The goal is that it should look like this. So at the top, we're going to have a text input field for like searching stuff. Then we would have 3 menu items bringing us to different pages of the app. And later we're going to also have a history. We won't do that for now, but we're going to keep that in mind. Also at the bottom, we want to have something fixed like a footer with our logo that should open some settings page. And we pretty much fill up the whole view. So you see it right here. If you check out the ChatGPT app, this is what it looks like. So this is the goal for this section. And it's actually, it's not too hard, but it takes some time. So let's get started. First of all, we need the React Navigation Draw package. This is required to, in general, implement a draw navigation with Expo Router. And then we can follow this up again with npx expo run iOS to bring up our views. Now, let's talk about how we want to structure our app. We do have this auth group. In or under this auth group, I want to have different things. So I want to have, for example, a folder later where we can have some modals. For example, inside the modal, there might be something like a settings TSX file. Let's call this React Native function page, and let's call this settings, okay? This is going to be a modal in our application. That also means for the modals, we don't really need a layout, but we have that layout file up here, and I want to put another folder, drawer, in here. And that drawer folder will have its own layout file, which then defines the actual drawer content. Now, again, bear with me. This is a bit more complicated, but we have to set this up once, and then everything will eventually work fine. So we have drawer folder, we have modal folder, both are protected because they're part of the auth group, and we have a top level index and layout file. That top level index file is actually something I don't really want to use anymore. So maybe we can put this under the drawer. And then we're gonna place, okay, so the first will be the chat group, and I will do another folder this time. This will make sense later. We could also have just a chat TSX, but this is going to be interesting, so we're keeping it like this. Next to the chat, as we've seen, we have a page for Dall and explore. So let's just add these files. Let's call this explore.tsx. Let's call this page explore. And then I will copy this and call this Dall. This is the Dall page. Okay. So under the drawer, we have the chat folder, we have the layout, Dall, explore, and we have the top layout file. I think this is enough for the moment. So the top layout file in our authentication folder defines the stack. So that will help us to display the modals later. For the moment, there's not really a whole lot this page or this layout has to do, but we can be pretty sure that we're gonna have a problem if we later or in a second use a drawer. We're gonna have a duplicate header. So as always, we go ahead for our group, which is the drawer group. We're gonna put in options header. What is it? Header shown false. Exactly. So now the header here will disappear. That's fine because in a second we're gonna get that back. Let's now talk about the drawer layout. So the layout file here in the drawer. This is the one that now actually defines our drawer. And I do have another resource on Galaxies on creating a custom drawer, which is definitely helpful as well if you're interested in this. So let's begin. The basic stuff is just putting a drawer around our app. We can import the drawer. We cannot import it. Thanks. This actually, I feel like this might change. So from Expo Router / drawer, I feel like this might change in the future. But the cool thing about file-based routing is that you see this immediately. Everything works. We can go to Explore, we can go to Dall, and we can go back here. This is like unbelievable. We just place the files here and use a drawer component, and we have a fully functional React Native drawer component. This is again and again really impressive to me. But we see there's so much we have to do. You can try and style these items in some way and like make this a bit custom, but it's going to be really, really challenging. So we're gonna have a problem here, and we're gonna later use our own implementation or our own custom drawer content. But for the moment, let's just affect these views a bit, because we can actually do some things our own here. So let's do the same like we did for the other screens. We can set up the drawer for a certain page. So let's call for chat, I think is it chat new? How did I call this? Let's call this one new. So this is if I want to like start a new chat. In that case, okay, for chat new, we want to supply some options, and these options could be title, new chat, and I would already change the title up here. I also want to give this a drawer icon. So drawer icon, and the drawer icon is going to be a logo. So this is a bit challenging, but as I said, it's not going to be really easy, our drawer. So we're gonna place a view in here. Maybe let's just do this for the second. And what we see is that we now have this new chat put in front of new chat. That's of course not what we wanted. We wanted to display an image. So let's add a style sheet down here in which we can in a second style that stuff. And I want to use the item So item, put it in here. And then we're gonna place my image component in here from React Native. And for the string, we're gonna use our local asset, in fact. At least I hope there's a local asset called logo white. Let's see. Assets, images, logo white. Yeah, seems to exist. And for the style, do we need some styling here? I don't know. Let's close it for the moment. So this gives us a gigantic image. I forgot to attach the styling here. So styles.item, and we didn't really give that one any kind of value, right? Yeah, that makes sense. So that item should probably have a rounded border. So let's use a border radius of 15. And I want to set the overflow to hidden. Okay, yeah, that was actually a good start, but the button image needs also some styling. Do we already have this? No. Styles.button image. And then let's generate this one down here. So button image, let's give it a margin of, I don't know, 6. And then a specific width of 16 and a height of 16 as well. So now this turns up as a little white icon up here. The positioning is fine. The only problem is that our item needs a dark background. So let's set the background color. I might reuse the item, so I directly set the background color here. And then we have it like this. I think this is a good start, actually. Okay, do we need anything else in here? We might, at a later point, have something up here in the header right slot. So header right, let's implement this as well. And you see, this is not yet the custom menu. We're gonna get to the custom menu eventually, but for the moment, we just work with the default draw navigation, because that is actually sometimes enough. Okay, this is an Expo link component. We're directly passing in push because we want to push a new page. So on the new chat page, there's always an icon up here to like start a new chat, and this will bring us there. So let's include a touchable opacity and then just add an icon. Name should be create outline, size 24, color probably our own color. So colors.gray, and then we might need some style here because it's attached to the right hand side. Let's use margin right of 16. No, that's 17, where's the 6? Yep, that looks quite good to me. We're already on that page, so this is not working. There was a little fix, like if you want to push a page again and again, it should be possible by adding get ID to a screen. However, this never really worked for me. I don't know if Expo Router is still working on something or if I'm using this incorrectly, because normally this is the fix that you see in the documentation. Maybe I just need to reload. What did I... okay, yeah, we have the automatic sign in that should probably now take us to /draw/chat new. Yeah. Okay, that is fixed. And our draw works somewhat. Now let's copy that block here because we have two more elements in the menu that we should talk about. By the way, I will call this one, the first one, not new chat, but ChatGPT, because that's what we are working on. So the second one will be Dall. We don't need to use the group, it's just right here. We also don't really need the ID. For the title, I actually copied out this dot somewhere, so it now looks like Dall. The draw icon will be Dall instead. And for the header right, we don't want to supply anything yet. Okay, the Dall image is a bit different. So for the Dall image, we need to create our own styling. This will have a bit different width and height, and the resize mode set to cover. So then it will cover this whole area. Let's use this instead on our Dall image. So then it fills up this. It's just like playing around with a few things here and there. Then we have that explore thing going on. So let's add another screen for explore. This will get the title Explore GPTs. Draw icon in this case is the item, and now not an image, but only the icons, name, apps, outline. Apps, outline, size could be something like 18. Colors I actually want to use, in this case I want to use the black color, and we don't need a margin. Okay, so this gives us nothing really helpful so far. Why are we not why is it so small? I think the item stuff here is not working in our advantage. Also, yep, this is better with a white background. So let's override this and use our own custom width and height. We probably we don't need item at all. Yeah, border radius 15. I mean, we could probably just copy this block out and call it something different. Let's call this item explore. Sometimes you try to reuse as much as possible, but sometimes it just doesn't make sense. And this is one of those cases where the explore item is just too different. We have a white background color in this case. We might have a border radius as well. If we want to align the items in the center and justify content center. Yeah, I think this is what I wanted. If we would add this, would it help anything? Not really. It's not really making any difference. I kind of feel like I want to keep the border radius. But also, I feel like this is not aligned. I don't know exactly why it's not aligned, but it's definitely not aligned. Oh, maybe because we're not using it yet, the explore item. Yeah, no, here we go. Now everything is aligned. We can go to Dall, we see the Dall header, we see explore, and we see ChatGPT with that custom icon. Good. So this is almost as far as we can get. But as you see, we're not yet there. We don't have our custom footer component and we don't have the header. I think we might be able to work a bit more on this by setting some general options for the drawer. So if you want some general options for the drawer, you can do it in screen options up here. First of all, I would like to set my header style and use the background color light. Additionally, I thought I had something about the general content, but I can't find it anywhere. I also want to use a different icon up there. So this is not a problem, but again, one of these things you have to work on. So I wanted to have this dark icon up here, and currently we have this icon. So we have to change that. I really want to have an eye here on the details. So touchable opacity, and the touchable opacity on press will do something. Can we keep this like it is? Yeah. Oh no, what was that? That was an interesting one. Did I click here? I don't know where I clicked. It turned my whole view dark. That was scary. Anyway, this time I actually want to use Font Awesome 6. I couldn't find this icon anywhere else. In this, it is called grip lines, and it comes as close as possible to what I wanted to use. Normally, you can also, of course, use a custom SVG if you want to. Okay, just. But in this case, what is your problem here? Okay, now everyone's happy. Okay, now we have our custom icon up here. We just need some styling more. So I don't know why I don't get code completion for size here on this. So let's use 28, and for the color, let's use colors.gray. Okay, this is my icon up there. Not perfect yet. We probably need some margin left. margin left of about 16. Okay, now the icon is somewhat in the right place. This is just too big. 20 looks better to me. Good. What else can we do? Okay, yeah, we use our custom icon, but we completely messed up the draw. If we now want to manually get this back, let's see how we can manually control the draw. That's anyway quite interesting. We can first of all use navigation from Expo Router, and with that we can now attach the function here in onPress. I want to call navigation, and I will call dispatch, and I want to dispatch an action, and we can import this. There are nice typings called draw actions, and then draw actions, close draw, jump to, open, or in this case I will just use toggle. So now this dispatches an event and I'm able to open my draw again. Fun, fun, fun. That was really fun. Okay, we have the header style. Now we're just gonna do a few more things for styling. So I will set the header shadow visible to false. I will set the draw active background color. So this is the color here. Okay, if I disable this, you see it's this blue. Now we got this nice gray. Then I want to set the draw active and inactive tint colors, which are the colors of these items. And you see, we're getting there. We're getting closer to what we want to see. Now, I also wanted to change this overlay stuff, and turns out you can do this. So I can supply my own custom draw overlay color if this was too light. Then for these icons, I can also supply a custom draw item style with a bigger border radius, as you can hopefully see in these areas here. So we now have pre-rounded borders. I want to bring my label closer to the left, so something like this. And finally, I want to have the draw open a bit more so I can later see more of my text in here. And we can change that as well by simply adding draw style and using the window dimensions. So let's add the hook for use window dimensions from React Native. And then we can set this to whatever width we want. So you see this is open pretty far and gives us plenty of real estate later to show our stuff. Now, the question remains, why do we actually have to customize more? Well, if we check this out, we haven't talked about the footer, and we haven't talked about this area up here, and we also haven't talked about these custom stuff, links that will come in later. We have so far only built the general draw and customized the default items that are included. So if we want to take things another step further, which we eventually now have to do, we can create our own custom draw content. Let's just do it in this file. I tried to do it in a different file. It just makes things a bit more different. Maybe if you're done, you can put this in a different file. But during development, I had some issues if I didn't do it like this. So we got this. I'll actually put in props any here. I don't know exactly the typing right now. And what we want to do is we want to return a custom view. Okay, this one will have styling of flex 1 for the moment, and maybe some margin top, using once again our cool use save area insets hook from React Native save area context. So then I can use, instead of margin top with a fixed value, I can use this one. All right, this didn't change anything so far, but we can now go down to my draw and specify that we want to use a custom draw content. Okay, custom draw content, and that will use our custom draw content. This, first of all, replaces everything in the draw with that custom component, but don't fear, we will get back our stuff in a second. So we will not do the header yet. Let's just focus on getting back the previous stuff. And we can do this by using a draw content scroll view. Why is there no import? That already scares me. Normally we should be able to get the draw scroll view from React Navigation draw. Do we actually add React Navigation draw so far? We haven't done. Okay, so here we go. We can import the drawer content scroll view from React Navigation Drawer. That's the actual package that supplies this. We will then pass any props to it. So any props that were given to the custom drawer now go to the drawer content scroll view. And to render the previous list, we can use another component called the drawer item list. And once again, we pass in all the props. So at this point, we have pretty much the same drawer, but we have more control. We can use it just like before. We have all the customizations we used before, but now we have the ability to add more to this, okay? And that is the cool thing. So with that in place, I should be able to bring in another view up here. For the moment, I will give it a background color of red, so the classic debugging. And then we're gonna place, some header in here. Okay, here we go. We have our nice distance here with the safe area inset, and then the header starts. That's good. Also, why is the draw content scroll view starting at such a big difference here? That shouldn't be the case. Let's try and set the content container style, and I will set the padding top to 0. Yeah, that brings it way closer. Maybe we could set it to something, or maybe on this view we could set like padding bottom. I think that makes more sense because later we will be able to like scroll this part below the header. So in the header we have this search box, and this makes more sense. So now we can just give this a white background, and then we have our sticky header up there. Okay, cool. Let's place, do we need another view in there? Not really. So we want to make this a search section now. Can we just do it in one? I'm curious. Not really. Let's do another one. Let's do another view and give this one styles.search section, because we want to have an input view with an icon and text, and usually you have to do this in a custom view because you can't place the item correctly in that text input field that you need up there. Let's put that text input field right in there. So in the search section we go with the text input. Do we need to put in anything here? Well, let's put in a placeholder for the moment. Search, and I think underline Android color should be set to transparent, but I don't want the style that you gave me here, although I'm appreciate it. Okay, we see we got a search input, not really working with the background stuff, but we're gonna get to that in a second. Additionally, let's also add an icon. So here we go. We now need to implement some stuff. Let's also put this here. So styles.input, and then we have search icon and input, and we have 3 things that we can style. Search icon, and then we had input. Okay. For the search section, let's begin with that. Let's give it some margin, horizontal, about 16. So this is it. The search icon is pretty simple. Let's just get some padding. And then we're gonna make sure that everything inside the search section is aligned correctly. That means flex direction, row, justify content center, align item center. I will also set the background color in this case to colors.input. And that should already do a lot. So we see, looks like this. Also might want to do some border radius. Let's set this one to about 10. Gives it a nice rounded view. And let's also define the height with 34. Okay, cool. Now, the only problem is we're typing here in the middle. That's certainly not what I want. So I will now give this field a flex 1. That already changes pretty much everything, because now this field is taking up as much space as available with flex 1. And the icon will just have the rest. For the input, we can now also customize this. This is just more like really small stuff, adding a bit of padding here and there. aligning the items, and then also changing the color of the text as we type. Cool. That was actually a lot. So we got this point. That means later on we will be able to reuse this. So right here below the draw item list, we could render everything that we wanted to. And that in the end means the chats we have created before that we've stored using SQLite will be rendered here right below that list. There's one last thing, that was the bottom part of this. So let's attach one more view in here. I will just do it in here. I will give this one padding of 16. Exactly, and then padding bottom using the bottom value of our save area insets. Let's for the moment, yeah, let's just go with this so we see what's going on. Good point. Okay, we see the version down here. That's of course not what we want. What we want is something like looks like this, a row with an image, name something, and we can actually click on this. So if we want something we can click on, you know that we need a link component. href, oh, I think that was actually correct. Auth modal settings, yeah, that's true. We don't really need push, but we need as child as we're wrapping something. So we got my cool touchable opacity in here again. And that touchable opacity probably gets some styles as well. So, I mean, the problem here is that we have to jump quite a lot in this file between our style sheet and now the new component. Again, maybe later put this somewhere else. At least that's my recommendation. Okay, the first thing we're gonna use in here is an image. Does that still exist? Yeah, it still exists, at least today. Using the avatar styling. Let's put this in here as well. Okay, and for the footer, we already know that we probably need to align our items with a row, and then align items in the center and maybe place some gap in here. Why am I not seeing any avatar? Probably because I haven't given any size to this. So let's use a width of 40, height of 40, and a border radius of just 10. I don't want to make this completely rounded. Okay, here we go. We got that down there. Additionally, I wanted to include a little text, but all of this is now just like playing around, nothing too critical. So I want to use like MMKV, the mascot of Galaxies, and then finally a little ellipsis horizontal icon. And we just need to wrap this up with the right styling. So username should probably take up most of the space, just like we had before with the input field. Username. And for the styling of the username, we're just gonna make sure it's taking up everything and has a bit bigger font size. Good. Whew. Again, that stuff is still working. That header stuff is fixed. This is a whole scroll view here. And then we have our Mika down here, which pushes the settings page. Now, that should actually come up as a modal. Do we want to customize this right now? Actually, no. Actually, I don't want to do it right now. We're going to get to that anyway in a second. But for the moment, let's appreciate what we've done. We've created this whole draw navigation with a custom styling of items, with a custom draw content, so we can create our own header and footer area. We've changed the whole appearance of the draw component as well with the screen options. And I think now we're closely getting to actually working with ChatGPT, but before that, let's implement some more cool stuff with React Native. I bet you're gonna love this part because this is something that you might not see very often, and it gives our app a really, really epic feeling. So we now want to use a drop-down menu. I actually don't really have a good screenshot of that. No, don't think so. The idea is that up here, I want to click on this and I want to have this like little context menu appear, or this drop-down menu. Actually, we're going to get into context menus later. There are not really any kind of screenshots here how this later looks. But anyway, it's a great library, and we're going to use a drop-down menu from Zeego, created by Fernando Rojo. Maybe there's something on GitHub. No example here. Anyway, doesn't make a difference. let's get started. So what we need is to install a bunch of things. Let's just go ahead and go back to our code. And most likely we're gonna have to kill this for now. So npm install Zeego, that's the main library. React Native iOS context menu, that's for the iOS context menus. React Native iOS utilities and React Native menu/menu. On top of that, we also need Expo build properties because we need to change something in our app JSON. All right, so before we continue, and I wonder if we have to do a clean rebuild soon. We will figure it out. So if you're using an older version and there's some addition, I might not need this, but I think we do. I think I ran into a problem and then I used these values. So you can add a custom block with Expo build properties to your app JSON, and that's what we're gonna do. So let's bring that up. App JSON, and instead of having just Expo build properties, I want to use this block here. So I want to set for Android a min SDK target, compile SDK, and for iOS as well a deployment target of 15. I just noticed that, yeah, maybe it's not required anymore with latest Expo versions. I think this was also a problem of the initial screen with a Kendall haptics plugin, which doesn't exist. But anyway, it's a good exercise. So if, for example, some of your plugins require a specific version, a specific SDK, you can use the Expo build properties and then everything would be set accordingly. Okay, back to npx expo run iOS. Let's close this. And do we need anything else? I don't think for the moment. I think for the moment we are good. I want to reuse this in two places. So whenever I have a case like that, I know I want to do this as a component. So let's call this header dropdown.tsx. Okay, this is my header dropdown component. And I want to use this both on the Dall page and on the chat page. Since we're on the chat page, maybe let's start with that one. So I will go here. And we currently have that page. I will give this some styling. So we should have default styles.page container. That's the first part. And then I want to directly change the header in here because this will also call some functions of that page. So I don't want to use it in the layout. And you can change the header and everything that you see also on this screen. So I can now simply say stack from Expo Router screen on this page. I don't need the name because, well, we are already on that page, but I can define some options here. And for the options, what I want to change is I want to change the header title to, well, we can change it to chat for the moment. That would be interesting. Oh, one error. React Native menu, Swift. Okay, maybe we should do a pre-build. Maybe we should do a clean of our pre-build. And maybe also the Expo build properties were really required in the first place. Or at least I hope so. I had enough of problems with some random issues today that were not my fault. So I really hope this is not one of those again. And I hope the versions play nicely together. At least I think they should. They should now. Okay, installing pods. So this should be finished soon, and then we can run iOS again, and we hope for the best. Please work. Okay, what we want to do on this page is for the header, we want to actually supply our custom component for the title. Okay, you could set that just to chat. Now I'm getting confused. We could set the header title simply to chat, or we can supply our own component. In this case, I want to supply the header dropdown component for that. We haven't defined any prop so far, so we can just go ahead with this. Meanwhile, let's talk about how we can implement the header dropdown. First of all, we need to add everything from the dropdown menu from Zeego. Then I want to define some type here. So let's call these header dropdown props. And what I want is, of course, I want a title. Okay, title is going to be a string. And then we're going to have something that is, what is going on here? Selected, that should be a string as well. Which kind of title is selected? Then I want a callback function. So on select, let's call this key string. I want to call something. And then I want an array of items. I'm glad this is still building. I'll just want to keep it open and hope it works out. So items can be passed to my header dropdown as well. These are of the type, it's going to be an array, and every one will have a key, a title, and an icon. All right. Now we can use the header dropdown props here, and I want to actually destructure this into all of this. So header dropdown props, and then we can use title. So in this case, ChatGPT should really see what I want. So I want, of course, selected items and on select. Good. I really hope this build is working. If it's not working, it will be so painful to debug again. Oh no, why? All right, it looks like there's actually a problem with the React Native menu. So I uninstalled this. This was only required for Android. So if you're using Android, I wonder if this is working for you, if you also got problems with the latest version. Let me know in the comments. Maybe we're gonna have to talk about that. For the moment, however, this seems to work. Now, how does a drop-down menu work? A drop-down menu basically looks like this. We have a root, we have a trigger, and then we have content with label and items. It's actually pretty straightforward. And that's now exactly what we want to implement in our header drop-down. So we already see the component gets displayed up there. So what I want to return is drop-down menu.root. That surrounds everything. Then we do have drop-down menu.trigger. That's the first thing. Inside drop-down menu trigger, we have a little view in which we could just render the title. That also means I should pass the title through. So let's call this one test here. Yep, that seems to work for the moment. We're still missing a few properties, but we can get them in a second. Additionally, this text title should be, of course, a bit bigger. So let's change this to have some font weight, and it looks actually like a title. Now this is only the trigger. What's more important is probably the drop-down menu.content. So this is where we actually see the drop-down menu. Now I want to iterate through all the items that are passed to this component and create a drop-down menu item for each of them. Using key, onSelect will call, of course, my onSelect with a key. We don't really need selected, but we should use the icon. The icon shouldn't be set like this. Also, the drop-down item should use drop-down menu dot item title, I think. Let's give this item dot title. Cannot read map of undefined. Yeah, that makes sense. We should probably spend a moment to pass the right params to that page. Okay, header dropdown. The title should be ChatGPT, just like the title of that page was before. Then we have the array of items. I want to have 2 in here. The key will be 3.4 and this will be 4. So this is only like about using the different versions. This is GPT minus 3.5. This is GPT minus 4. And for the icons, it's quite interesting. Zeego is using native icons. So if you're on a Mac, you can use the app SF symbols and then use the included icons. So this is an icon set that is included with iOS. So I want to use these. I want to use the bold icon and the sparkles here. Then we need to pass in some more. So we need to pass in on select. Oh, did I use lowercase? I definitely want to use on select. On select, that's fine. Oh, I'm still in the array. I'm sorry. On select. Come on select. So whenever we select something, I will just log that out for the moment and select it is, well, we could just set this to something Maybe we're going to use a GPT version. We're going to use a state up here. We will later use something better. Let's call this GPT version with a use state of 3.5. Then selected will be our GPT version. And this one should be closed. Okay, so here we go. We see our context menu appear. Let's just refresh once. I thought there was an issue. Okay, we don't see the icon yet, but we see the header and we see the different menu elements. That's good. So now we can fine tune this a bit more in my header dropdown. So I want to include the icon here. So let's use dropdown menu.item icon. And we can use a specific setup for iOS. So for iOS, I want to use the name item icon. I don't want that. I want to use the point size. Is there no point size? Item icon, iOS. I think. Why is there no point size? There definitely was a value called point size. And there still is, you see? Now the icons turn up. I don't know. Something's off here today. And also, if I click on something, we see 3.5 and we see 4. So this will help us to change the GPT versions. We're going to connect this to MMKV in a step later. For the moment, this is pretty cool. But I also want to include the selected. So if we do have a selected value, in that case, I want to include a little text blob here, which has the selected version and greater than. So we see up here my version appears because we're actually passing it in. This also shows us that this view should probably have a flex layout row. Flex direction set to row. And also align the items in the center. Okay. We got the title. Now we probably should give this select block its own styling. Let's see, probably something like margin left. What is this? Let's just see. I want to give this a bit more margin left. I want to use font size that's bigger. I also want to use, where's the 60? My own color. So colors.graylight. Okay, that's getting there. Maybe a bit bigger font weight of about 500. Yeah, I think that's good. I think I can live with that. Now the only problem is that it's not changing. I think for debugging we can actually do this. So let's just call setGPT version with the key. And voila, we have a nice drop down which changes our state. In the future we're gonna persist that and use MMKV, but for the moment that should be fine. And I really like this. You can reuse this in so many places. Zeego is such a fantastic library. I don't know why I encountered the issues. And we're also going to use the context menu later. So this is my header dropdown. And because we created it in a component, and we were very smart about that, I will now go ahead, copy this block, go over to the Dall page. And on the Dall page, we're going to do the same stuff that we just did. I will give this one the default styles.page container, so we have the right background color. And then I paste this in. Let's see, add all missing imports if it's getting this right. Header title will be Dall. Okay, on select, I actually don't really care about this in this case. So I will pass in this. I will not pass in selected because that is optional. And now instead of these items, I will pass in 3 other icons. If we now go to Dall, check it out. Voila, we have the same great dropdown. We can share a GPT, we can see the details, and we can keep it in a sidebar, whatever we want. We could also easily attach functions to that, but we don't really want to. We just wanted to have this pretty epic UI effect, and thanks to Zeego, we got this. Okay, this was just a small or short example of what's possible. And now back to the actual topic of making progress towards getting completions from ChatGPT. Now it's time to talk about the message view. So on our ChatGPT page, this is basically what we want to see. We're gonna have this logo up here, and later we're gonna of course have the chat here. Then we have this area which are like some recommendation cards, and then we have this bottom text input. That text input has something unique to it, and that is, let's see, open link a new tab, put it here, that this stuff is actually animated. So when this comes up, let's see this animation once again in a second, and maybe just focus on this part. So you see the icons on the left hand side can be expanded or closed, okay? You see, that is what we want to achieve, and it's a small thing, but I also think it's quite cool. This is a good example of using reanimated and like some small micro animations, so therefore we will go for it. Okay, we will create a new component. I will call this message input.tsx. Okay, this is my message input. The props here are export type message input props. Yeah, probably to do. But we want to have something like on should send. And then we have a message that should be sent. Okay, good. We will use this on our new chat page. We will later rework many parts of the application again. This is probably one of those. For the moment, what I would like to do is I will just put in something that has flex 1 in here. We're gonna have like dummy content. We're gonna have the button in there. So this is or will take up most of the view. And then we will have our message input here at the bottom. Okay, message input. There we go. This should already render down there. I can probably put my head up in the corner of our view while we're doing this. So then you can see everything regarding that area. Good. On the message input component, what do we need? We of course need state with the actual message. So use state from React. We want to have access to the bottom safe area. So again, let's import bottom. And then we will also prepare a bit regarding our animation. I will call this expanded and use a shared value which has a value of 0. I don't want to use false and true. I didn't really have a lot of success with that. Then we can probably begin with the view and also installing a bunch of packages. So there are exactly 3 packages I would like to install. We will not really completely use them, but I anyway want them. So Expo Blur, the Expo Document Picker, and the Expo Image Picker. The latter 2 will just be like indicating what's possible with Expo, and we're not really using them, but I wanted to include them. But we will actually make heavily use of the blur view, especially in later parts of this course. So I want to put a blur view around this whole thing, in fact. Did the import work? No, of course not. Why should it? And this blur view will have a certain intensity. We can already set that. The app should come up pretty soon. And what we can set as well is what we did before. So we are usually setting the padding bottom to our bottom inset, and maybe also some padding top, but I don't know about that one yet. Then we will have, okay, let's revisit what did it look like. Can we just open that view again? Okay, here we go. Open link a new tab. Okay, this is again what it ooh, no, this is not what I wanted. Okay, we have a row with 3 icons, a text input, and another icon. That is the basic idea of this view. We see already in the background it is a blur view. This will only become really important once we got some text that can be scrolled behind the bar. So right now we probably won't notice that blur view at all because there's nothing we can scroll behind it. But I will already give this the tint SQLite. That's what we want to have later on. Okay, so instead of message input, I will wrap that stuff in a view now. Styles.row. Oh, I don't have styles yet. React Native style sheet. I'm jumping around. I just want to fix that stuff. Okay, style sheet. Probably still need text. And then the row styling. Copilot, you know what row means exactly. Flex direction row. Align the items in the center and some padding horizontal of, let's say, 20. And I don't need a background color, but thank you nonetheless. Okay, so that row has three parts. As I said, we have that first area with either 1 or 3 icons right here. Then we have the text input, and then we have the third area. Let's implement this. Should we do it directly? Yeah, I think we should do it in the right way, because we will animate that stuff very soon. We're going to use touchable opacities for the buttons, and these are usually not animated. We have to create our own animated component. So let's call this animated touchable opacity equals animated, and we're using the React Native reanimated API to create an animated component and then pass in touchable opacity. So now we have our touchable opacity component, and we will reuse this in the view. First of all, let's see, what do we need? Now, Copilot, I don't want what you're giving me here. Definitely not. I will write this my own. So on press, something will happen. I will probably call the function expand items. Okay, yeah, let's put this into do. Okay, on press, I will expand the other items. The style here should be something. Yeah, good question what the styling is. And then I will have the ionicons name add size 24 and colors dot gray. No, not green, gray. Good. Okay, we got that icon, and on press, when I click this would expand to the other 3 icons. This is what we usually see inside. Do we still have? Yeah, we could open link a new view. So by default, it would look something like this. This also means we need some styling for that button. So probably we should have a button, a round button styling. Let's use this one. So width 30, big border radius, a light background color, and aligning the items. And now we can use styles.round button. But additionally, yeah, we will later have a different styling for that, but we don't have to worry about that too much. Also, I noticed that I can already see that we need more padding towards the top. So I don't know if you can see this in the video, but definitely in your own view, we should have some padding here in that view. Otherwise, this is not working out. Let's next add our text input component. We will skip the 3 buttons and get back to that in a second. We will actually autofocus this once we enter the page. We will have a placeholder, which is message. Then we will have a certain styling. So let's call this styles.message input. Okay, we should place this in here as well. We're going to implement that later. We can already close this to make everyone happy. Okay, and then we have our text input. Okay, what else do we need? This could be a multi-line input. So we're going to set multi-line true. The value is, didn't we have like a state for that? Didn't we already have something like message? Yeah, we did have. So we can also have on-change text, set message. I also want to have something on focus. So when we click this, I actually want to collapse the 3 items again to this 1+ item. So besides expand items, we're going to have collapse items. And that collapse, do you spell collapse like that? I don't know, it's wrong. It's like this. Okay, on focus, I want to collapse my items. Right now, this won't do something. I can just type, it's getting bigger and bigger. Also my row, should the row have, now I will give this to the message input. So my message input will take up most of the space. So again, flex 1. And then we're gonna add some more styling to it. So some margin horizontal, super thin hairline with border width. Then we have the radius of 20. We have some padding and we have the border and background color. Okay, this looks pretty good so far. On the right side of that message, we should also have another button. So that one will depend on whether my message.length is greater than 0. So if it's greater than 0, this should be the send button, and otherwise it will be this headphones button. Okay, so in the case of the headphones button, we can use something like this from Font Awesome. Did I get something wrong here? No, I don't think so. I think it's just mad that we don't have the import yet. So Font Awesome 5 from Expo Vector Icons. If I just put it in here as well, are you happy then? Yeah, it's always the same. Okay, so this is my headphones icon, but in the other case, I want to have arrow up, circle. That's not how you spell it, circle. Oh, and that one's also from Ionicons. Good, so we see, no. Okay, if it's empty, then it changes to the icon. Do I really want an icon that looks like this? Size 24, colors gray. Well, on press, I definitely want to call on send as well. So let's call function on send. That will do something. Let's just call this on send and put it down here. So if we press that one, it will send. Arrow up circle, maybe outline, or is it like this? I don't know. I kind of like outline more. I'm right now not exactly sure how it looks in the official app. Yeah, I honestly don't know. Okay, we got the basic stuff. We still have a problem once again with a keyboard avoiding view. Now, the problem here is that I want to use a blur view. That means this message input has to stay above what's coming on this page. If this would just be the footer component and like content ends here and here is my input stuff, then we wouldn't have the problem we're talking about right now. Normally I would just put the keyboard avoiding view in here and everyone would be happy. However, because we got the blur view stuff going on, this is not working exactly like that. So instead, I will go into my chat page here where we're using the message input component. And by the way, we should be able to use on, we're not using the props yet. On should send message from message input props. By the way, we can then call this one with my message and set the message back to an empty string. And then we can implement this here on should send message. We will call something like get completions. Get completions or get completion, get completion. For the moment, I will just put a lock in here that we want to get the completion for that message. Good. Okay, get completion. Cool. But the problem was regarding the keyboard. So we will place the keyboard avoiding view in here again. Keyboard avoiding view from React Native. The behavior, we're going to use the same stuff we had before. Can you just do this? If the platform is iOS, then padding, otherwise hate. For the styling, I honestly don't know yet. But we're going to wrap this around here. Okay, so far this is probably not yet working because we still need to set my keyboard vertical offset. I think 70 should be a fine value again. Let's see. Yeah, that actually worked pretty well. I wonder, the only thing I wonder about is that in my tests I had an absolute position. I don't know if we need this still or if this was maybe a relic of the past. So I had something like this. What would change if I do it like this? We don't have the content yet, so I will leave it in here. I think this will be required once we have something that we can scroll behind. Maybe we can scroll something behind already. We do have the flex one here. What if I just put in a lot of items? What if I just had like a scroll view in here of dummy items? Can I just like map? Yeah, array from, yeah, this is good, Copilot. You're doing right. You're doing exactly, yes, this is what I wanted. Okay. So this is going behind this right now. I don't really see something through. Let's give this one a red background. Yeah, this is definitely working. I think it's working. Let's not use that background color. Let's use it like this. So the view is definitely behind. Maybe my intensity here is a bit too big. What if I set this to 30? Yeah, then we can see that stuff is definitely looking through. So play around with the intensity or the tint here, but our blur view stuff is now working as expected. That's good. Okay, also text input and keyboard seems to work with that setup. And also if I now remove that part and do a reload, I assume that probably the blur isn't working as expected. Oh, I need to test this. Do you know this feeling like you just can't untest it? You just have to do this one test. Yeah, you see, now it's not going behind this. If I add the absolute position, it goes behind this. Okay, finally confirmed. All of this is required for our app to work. We'll comment out the scroll view because we don't really need this. And we will get to the actual animation now. So we have prepared most of that already. What we need is, once we expand our items, we will set the expanded.value to something like with timing. With timing is another function from reanimated. So I will set the value to 1. And for the duration, I will use 400. So we actually get something from this. Same now for collapsing that stuff. But in this case, I will do it by setting the expanded value to 0. Now, the important part happens here. Oh, by the way, I want to use something on change text. I want to set. I want to use a custom function. So on change text, what I want to do is I will actually set my message, but I will also collapse the item. So you see this in the official app as well. Once you start typing, it will collapse the stuff again. Okay, so there's a little trick here. Okay, now the important part is how we animate it. And therefore we create two stylings. We create the expanded button style using use animated style from reanimated. And this one will give us the chance to return a specific value. Whatever this is not yet what I want, but anyway, we're gonna use it for the moment. And this goes right in our component. And because this is an animated component, we can now make use of that stuff. So right now the expanded value is 0, and therefore my opacity is also 0. If I would change these to 1, that should actually make the stuff appear again. Yeah, then it would be here, but probably because we're focusing it, it would immediately go back to 0. Anyway, we are still missing our second view. And also this is not completely finished. This is just an indication of what we want to do. We want to have another button view style that will work something similar. Okay, so we're not seeing that button at the moment anymore. Let's do another animated view. That one will have something like button view and button view style from up here. Actually, I will pass the opacity 1 for the moment, so we can develop this in isolation. That button view has just pretty much the same setup like our row. So flex direction row, align item center, and just a bit of gap between those elements. And the elements should be pretty much like above, but these can be normal touchable opacities. So for example, this one, the first one could use the camera outline and the image picker from Expo. We can also bring in the document picker. As I said before, we are installing these and kind of using them, but not in a really functional way. I will just indicate that functionality here. So for the second one, we could then use, instead of launch camera, we could launch the library. And for the third one, we could call get document async, which actually would open up this document view. And the second one would open up the library. Here we go. So all of this is really, really easy with Expo and React Native. You could go ahead and then really work with these results and upload an image. We will not do this today. I just wanted to indicate that. Okay, so far we don't really have any kind of animation going on because we are not really using the button view style or the expanded button style in the correct way. Let's do this now. So in the default way, the opacity of the button should be 1. But we wanna interpolate that value. So the problem here is that, let's do it. Let's write some code because this is actually kind of challenging for me. I have some problems with interpolation. I try my best. Okay, so interpolate from React Native reanimated. That basically maps values, like you have a value of between 0 and 1, and you can map that to something between 0 and 100. So you have many more steps and it's automatically mapped. Okay, the number is here the expanded value. And the expanded value, the range goes from 0 to 1. These are the values. If expanded is 0, the opacity for my button, okay, for this plus button, should be 1. So this 0 is now mapped to 1. If the value is 1, which means it should be collapsed, it is mapped to 0. So you see, this is kind of a bit challenging, but it should work. Also, we want to pass in extrapolation.clamp. If we're using clamp, it will not use any values outside. I think it's like a clamps the value to the edge of the output range, so it can't go beyond anything like this. However, the opacity in this case is not everything. Additionally, I would also like to use this for the width. So I will call this width interpolation. Again, the input value ranges from 0 to 1, and the output ranges from, by default, this has a width of 30, the button, and then it goes to 0, because then it's not taking up any space anymore, okay? And then we can return this in our styles here, opacity and width. Okay, button is here. You see, that works actually pretty good already. Good. Now we need to do pretty much the same for the button view style, only mentally switch this around. So if the expanded value is a 0, then my 3 buttons shouldn't be visible. So that means this should go to 0. Then it should go to 1. And in terms of the width, it should go from 0 to, let's say, 100. And then I can return the width and the opacity. Okay, I just noticed that for the opacity interpolation, I'm not really mapping anything. I'm mapping 0 to 0 and 1 to 1, which means this line can be removed, and instead I can just use expanded dot value. That's completely the same. All right, here we go. Let's see. I can do something. Okay, this is, let's refresh. Maybe we're wrong here. Okay, let's see. The expanded button style is now set to a width of 100, which does sound quite good to me. However, let's see, the button view is down here, animated. We have that row. We have the round button and the expanded button. Button view style, button view. I feel like at some point we are missing something, but I'm not entirely sure where that's the case. The message input is taking up this. This is the touchable opacity at the end. That one's not really important. This one has the right styling as well. On focus, I want to collapse the items. Well, that shouldn't be a problem. So we see something is actually going on, but it's also not entirely correct what's going on. We can also remove autofocus for the moment. Should expanded start with 1? That's a good question. I don't think so. Did I got that one wrong? So expanded value goes from 0 to 1. The expanded button style goes from... I think I just removed something. I think I trolled myself somewhere along the way right here. Let's see, I want to go back in history. Yeah, right. I don't want to remove that one. I want to keep the opacity up here. The expanded button style should actually go from 1 to 0. That is correct. But for the button view style, the opacity should be like this. Okay, we're starting at expanded value 0. That means my opacity for the expanded button style should be 1. Where is my button? Okay, I don't know why exactly this happens right now. Pretty nice. Good, really good catch right here from Expo. So if you're using media library and stuff, you usually need to request permissions. I didn't do that, and so my app got really mad now. So we're gonna add the... No, I'm actually not using the Expo media library. I don't know. I'm not even using the Expo media library. What is this? App is missing either I'm sure both. I mean, yeah, they are kind of missing, but it's not really important. So this is about the iOS permissions, and I don't really care about them right now. It should work all the same. I don't know. Okay, so again, my width interpolation is fine. Maybe, just maybe, we're doing something wrong somewhere. Yeah, the button views, I don't know where I completely messed up the stuff. Like, this should be the expanded button style, and this should be at the bottom. I don't know how I mixed that up. So, the expanded button style. Honestly, I said this before. I said I'm going to troll myself. So the expanded buttons, I will just copy this from my existing code, then I am not messing myself up. Okay, the expanded button style up here maps from 0 to 1, 1, and the width of 30. And this one just goes for the button view style, just changes the width. So this should work, finally. Okay, here we go. Let's also open this up. The default state button is here. I click it, it reveals that stuff. I start typing, it hides the stuff. Was that so hard? I don't know. If I click this button, it appears and it hides. I really like these micro animations, and I also hope that you enjoy them. I made this more complicated than it is, I think. These are just the most important pieces. And up here we have our with timing function. Maybe we should put that together so you know what's going on. All the reanimated stuff is now here. It's just like it fits on almost one screen, everything that we need to animate from one button to three. And I think this is a pretty cool animation for our app. We also did a lot in terms of making progress. So I can type and I can send this. And if I check the logs, we get getting completion for something. So that means the text from my message input is already reaching this page here. And that is a good sign, because that means we can now continue with that chat page to implement the chat UI and then very soon make requests to the OpenAI API. All right, so before we actually make requests to the API, we're gonna prepare the whole chat view, and we're gonna do two things now. The first one is that we want to build this general view, which means we want to have this as a component and this as well, so it should be reused. Basically a message in the chat, which has an image and some text, and it can expand. That is task number one. Task number two is that I would like to have these sort of recommendation cards here above our input. This is a scroll view, so I can scroll this to the side, and once we have a chat, you've seen it in the previous image, these will disappear. And when I click them, I should also, of course, send that message later to the chat, and we also probably have a little logo up there. So you see, all of this is preparation for later, just attaching the API and then displaying the stuff. Of course, that is exciting, but we're gonna get to that, trust me. So, where do we want to start? Do we want to start with the chat message, or should we start with the message ideas? That's a good question. I feel like we can start with the chat message idea. For that, let's get to our components and let's do a new one and call this message ideas.tsx. Okay, here's it. And then I will start with an actual array of some predefined messages. Okay, these were the ones you just saw in the picture. You can of course use something else as well. We also want to make sure that we can click on these, and the parent component can work with like the text, send that text to the API. So we're gonna have a type props up here. Why is this not getting me code completion? Usually I get like night something. Okay, so let's say on select message. Well, I want to call this on select card because it's like a card here. Okay, but that's a card, and then I'll wait for this. Okay, then we can get that in here. So on select card. This is like the most like thing I hate. It already knows in this place that I want to use these props all the time, so it could definitely autocomplete in that spot. Anyway, rank native style sheet goes down there, and making sure we see something, let's put the message ideas into our chat view. I will actually put this into the keyboard avoiding view, because if we're not doing that, it might be covered by something else. Yeah, I think we should put it in there. So let's put it into that place. And do we have a messages array? No, we don't. We probably should. Messages, set messages. Okay, this is not entirely accurate. I will give it any right now. But for the moment, that should be okay. So if messages.length is equal to 0, then we're gonna use the message ideas component, and on select card I want to call my get completion. Okay, so now message ideas should show up at the bottom, of course not styled or anything. By the way, I just noticed we have the messages array, and I feel like we could need some interfaces for that. Let's probably, do we have a utils folder or something? Let's do this. Let's do utils/interfaces.ts. I will put my interfaces all in this one file, simply because I will just have 3 of them. If you're having a big application with tons of interfaces, probably have 1 file per interface. Like there, you know, the React ecosystem, there's not really a rule for this, but in my case, I will just keep it in here of course, that is convenient, so you just have that one interfaces file and everything's included. Okay, so a message can have a role. Role is an enum, either from the user or bot. I could also call this system, but I don't know, I just like the word bot. The message has a role, so who sent this, the actual content. It might later have a image URL, and there might also be a prompt inside of it, just keeping track of that. And finally, later we will also have chats once we store them, so they will have an ID and a title. That also means once we have that file, we can change any here to message and use our interface. Won't really change anything right now, but should be fine for the moment. We can remove that. We can also remove the dummy content, as we're just working on the message ideas for the moment. We got the predefined messages, so let's get into this now. What we want is, of course, a scroll view component that we can scroll horizontal. So horizontal scroll, let's see what Copilot made here. I'm honestly not sure, I just don't want that like this. Do we have the closing tag? No, we don't. Here we go. So for every predefined message, we have the message and the index, and we're going to use a touchable opacity from React Native. Key will be the index, of course, and on press I want to call on select card. Actually, I want to use more than just that. I will not only send the message text, I would like to send both the title, and because this reads like explain React Native like I'm 5 years old. So we want to send that whole sentence to OpenAI. That's why you do string literal here. We're doing two objects in there, and we got item.title. Oh no, it's message, right? Yeah, message.title, and then probably a space, and message.title and message.text is what I wanted to say. Before I thought I hit a shortcut to stop the video, but in fact I had just 1 GB of space left on my hard drive. So I was kind of lucky that my computer still works. And now I got 1 TB free after removing all the videos I did in the past. So here we go. I feel so much lighter now. And we should have our touchable opacity ready with our key and on press. Now, what I want to put into this is pretty simple. I just want to have 2 text fields. The first one will have message.title, and the second one will have the text, okay? So message title, message text. And of course, this touchable opacity should have some styling. I will call this styles.card. So let's put this down here in our style sheet. And for the card, I just want to set the background color to something like colors. So importing our colors, and then I think input should work here for the color. Some padding of 14. We don't need margin, border radius. Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay, so I think this is not too bad for a first draft. What's the problem here? The problem is, why do we see the scroll bar? I don't want to see that at all. Let's get into the scroll view. So if you want to disable that, go with shows horizontal scroll indicator false. Okay, that feels more natural, not like a browser. And then if you want to style the insides here, we can go with the content container styling. We probably want to have some padding horizontal of like 20. Okay, so that moves it to the side. I want to have gap between the items. I think 16 is a nice number we had. And then I want to also have some padding vertical. Let's put this here, padding vertical of 10. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, cool, nice. We can click that stuff. We probably should see a lock for that. So let's see. Yeah, we already get there because we connected that correctly. We're clicking here, we're having on select card, and on select card is triggering get completion. Cool. Now, the only thing missing is that I want to make the title a bit bigger here. So let's go with another style. Let's say font size 16. So making it a bit bigger, and font weight of about 500. Feels about right. What's the problem? What is the problem? Font weight is, oh, it must be like this, yeah. Of course. For the other element, I would just like to set the font size to 14, so making it a bit smaller, and then eventually also changing its colors to colors.gray, so it's like a bit more passive color. Okay, I think this is cool. This is a nice thing. Also, this should, because we put it inside of the keyboard avoiding view, it stays on top here. Okay, we're good with the message ideas. Now let's talk about the chat message. For that, we should also do another component. I really like to do a lot of components in this clone, simply because we can reuse them in many places and we don't want to keep all the code in our files here. That's going to be a lot cleaner. Okay, what is the chat message getting? The chat message is most likely getting a message, so we can destructure this. How could I do this like in a good... I mean, I could do it like this. So then I would have to access everything from message. I don't really like this. I want to do this. Couldn't you do this automatically? You know the interface, like why? You know that it's content, it's role, it's completely wrong. What's your problem, Copilot? I don't know, sometimes you're really good at what's going on and sometimes you're just horrible. I don't know. Okay, so this is my chat message. I just noticed that I need some dummy messages, right? I don't think I have a reply somewhere. Let me see if I can dig something up in my previous code, but I think I did not hit save on there. That would have been so good. Such a good idea to just save that. Nope. No. Why should Simon hit save when he has a good idea? Nah, not. Okay. So in my new chat, we want to see the chat because it's going to be really hard to develop the component in like isolation. I mean, it's working with a React Native IDE. We could probably do that, but I'm a bit scared to do it, honestly. So let's come up with a little array of like const dummy messages. Now let's do this, dummy messages. Exactly, they're gonna be of the type message. So maybe Copilot is no helpful. This looks somewhat okay, only that we have to use the right enum here. So we have to use the enum role.bot, and ID is not required. Okay, we also don't really need the image URL, and the prompt is, I don't care about the prompt. Okay, so let's simplify this a bit, and this one should be role.user, user. And then we're already good like with 2 prompts. We don't need anything else because this should help us to develop our component. We're gonna put this here for the time being. And we also gonna remove our sign out button. We don't really need that one right now. What I wanna use now is, I just don't wanna map the messages or something. I wanna use flash list. This is usually the most or the fastest way to use of a scroll view or flat list or something in React Native. So let's install the flash list. That is done pretty easily. npx expo install at Shopify flash list. The only problem is I think we have to kill our server for a second, then bring it back up again. But we're gonna make use of that. Okay. The good thing is that this usually, or I think it does, right? Does it still require a custom build? Maybe it's also included in Expo Go. I don't know exactly, but we're using prebuild and we're using Expo Run, so we don't have any problems regarding native modules. So let's put the flash list to use. We're gonna do this in our view here. This one should actually have some styling as well. So we're on the chat page. Let's put style sheet to the top in the right import here. And then let's do a styling for, like the page styling is just flex 1, that's okay. I want to have something as well, like if messages.length is equal to 0, we wanted to render our logo as well. So let's do end and do another view style. Let's see, let's call this styles.logo container. We don't have that yet, but we're gonna have that in a second. Hey, I copied logo container, not style sheet. Here we go. Okay, let's see if we can close this and make everyone happy for the moment. Yes, we can. This is going to be somewhat challenging. Let's try and put in the image here. Why am I not seeing anything? Shouldn't I at least see that text? Okay, because messages... That's where the trolling starts. Because messages length wasn't 0. Okay, now the length is back to 0. Let's quickly get in our image. I will actually use this. So this is the asset. We can use require right in here. Not the coolest way, but usually that works. And we're gonna put an image down here. So property image does not exist. Yeah, then just add it. Come on, we're living in the year 2024. If something doesn't exist, just import it. It's not that hard. I don't know. Okay, let's use a really small width of like 30 and a height of 30 as well. And I want to use the resize mode. No, this is not the resize mode. Where is it? Where is the logo container? Does seem to have a problem. Where are you? Align yourself in the center. And let's give this a specific width as well. And height. Okay, where is it? Where is the logo container and where is my image? The image should definitely exist and the logo container does have some height. I want to give this a background color. Let's give this a background color. Oh, I know the problem. Ta-da-da-da! It was a white icon on a white background. I don't know. We're all making these mistakes. At least I hope. I hope we're all making them. It's not just me. Okay, let's align this and justify content should be center as well. So then it looks correct. We could, of course, also just have the right icon, then we wouldn't have to create this logo container in the first place, but that would be too boring, right? You're not getting the right assets from your designer, so you gotta make work what you get. And we'll also put this to cover. It doesn't really make a big difference here. Now, what I want is I want this to have the right offset from the top. Let's see, we can do this. If I can use margin top, and I want to set margin top to the height of my page divided by something. The height of the page is changing sometimes because if we use this, it would change. So I want to try if we can get that. I don't know if it still works. In one version it did work in my tests, but later it didn't. So you can also use the window height, but as I said, it might change here. Now, would like to keep it always in the center. Just not sure if it will work. Okay, we can get the height, and we can get this with a little trick here. So let's add something in here. We're gonna call this const on layout. Okay, we're getting an event, let's say any, I don't have really any typings here. And we can now get the height from event native layout. So I will lock this out, and then I'm gonna set my height to this, okay? Now we can, for every view, actually use that on layout. So I wanna use this for this one box here. And say on layout, please call my on layout function. And we'll just give this margin 10 for the moment. And we see now it's 750 something. Yeah, apparently the absolute layout here does not trigger another on layout. That is sort of a pity. But honestly, we will make that work nonetheless. So let's use height divided by 2. So we got like, we should be here, but we also have a height of 100. So let's use minus 100. That should most likely be the center. We could now probably listen to the on keyboard show event and then trigger that as well. So like React Native on keyboard show. Let's see. Here we go, keyboard. We could have a listener keyboard did show and put this into a use effect. Let's see if that works. I haven't done that before. Okay, so use effect from React, show subscription. We have to import the keyboard, and then I just want to like lock this. Or maybe I just want to call like my on layout here. That would, that's probably, yeah, yeah, it's problematic. That's not going to work exactly as I planned to. So keyboard hidden, keyboard shown. Yeah, we do have keyboard shown and keyboard hidden events. However, we don't have the height of the view at that point. Are we getting like an event here or something? Let's try. Let's just try it. Let's try like we don't know if it's going to work. Let's just do this. Okay. Probably breaking every rule there is. Yeah. Okay, we shouldn't do that like this. So how can we like get the height at this point? I would love to call on layout, but I don't know how we could get the exact view height at this point. Native event layout height, EV and coordinates height. Okay, this is interesting. Copilot gave us an idea here. Why not? Why not test it? We can't do more. We can't fail anymore. Yeah, okay, on layout height minus 336. Yeah, we might now have a problem with use effect and states here. So yeah, this is probably an idea for you to improve this. I don't really want to do it right now. We could have done the on layout stuff if our stuff wasn't in an absolute position here. So if I would comment that out, this stuff would probably work better. So now we should see that, yeah, in that case, we actually trigger the on layout again. We're just not triggering it if our style is absolute, which we wanted to use because we have a blur view. So you see, sometimes there are trade-offs you have to make in applications. Okay, back to the topic at hand, which was displaying our messages. Let's use the dummy messages array here. So we have some messages in our view, and then we want to render the flash list. So let's put the flash list in here, flash list. We want to render the data. Let's see, we got some stuff going on here already. It's not completely true. Okay, the data is our messages array. That is definitely true. For render item, we want to use our chat message component, and we want to put in all the properties of our item. Usually for flash lists, they also require an estimated item size. That's kind of hard because chat messages are different, but let's use 400 as an estimate. And then we have a key extractor. I don't think we need that one. Let's just keep it like this for the moment. Okay, we see 2 chat messages. That is actually a good starting point. So now in our chat message, we can do our style sheet. Here we go. The only style we need is like a row styling because, you know, we got a flex direction row for the items in the view. So let's say this one has styles.row, and then we have the image. So let's check for the role first. Could we? Yeah, we could probably, if we had the right icons, we could do this. If the role is equal to role, let's use our interface .bot. In that case, I want to render a view for the bot image. Otherwise, we're gonna render an image which is my own MeerKAT image. Okay, this is like the user image. It also means we need image up here, and we need the avatar styling, which I haven't defined yet. So the avatar styling should be something like width 30, height 30, border radius 15, and maybe a background color. I don't know if we need a background color. Okay, this is here. Do we need a background color? I was just wondering. Does it show up anywhere? Not really, not really. I don't know. Looks quite okay to me. By the way, the role should also have some margin included. Let's do. Let's see. Now let's create the stuff first and see what works. We don't have the bot yet, so for the bot image, I want to use the white logo. So we have the same dance again. I will use styling button image, which I will define in a second, because we had the button image styling before in our app, which was like this. The only problem here is that our view now requires a background color. Again, if we had the right icon, which I should probably have just created, that would have been a good idea. Let's call this styles.item. I will put this in here. And the item should just have like a border radius of 10 and overflow hidden, because otherwise we can see the difference in a second. So can we finally see our background stuff now? That would be really, really cool. Let's probably also give this the background color black, and then we see at least the logo up here. Okay, that's a good starting point. We should also put in our text. So text styles dot text, and then we have the content. This is actually the easiest part, and then we just need to align the stuff correctly. I will give this like a padding of 4, and for the moment keep it like it is. Okay, not too bad. We should probably have a bit longer message as well. So I want to make this one here. No. Okay, we got the longer message. So now it becomes better. Let's see. We also see a few problems here. If your text is flowing out of the bounds of your view, then what you want to do is first of all, you want to set the font size. This is not changing this. But what you want to do is you want to set the flex wrap to wrap, and then you set flex to 1. And you see how this aligned our stuff, and make sure we're just using the available space here until the end of the view, and then we're wrapping the content. Okay, we also need some padding margin stuff between our items. So let's say for the row, I first of all want to align the items actually not in the center. That would align my item here. I want to do this with flex start, so then it would always be at the top. Then we got some padding horizontal, can't hurt to give this some space. I want to have some gap between my items. Okay, and I want to have some margin vertical. Let's use something like 12. So we got like the margin vertical is here between these items. We could also have done this in the list, but yeah, should work as well in here. Okay, the item, let's actually use a bigger border radius. Yeah, that makes it round. Then we have the button image. We have the avatar, for which we actually don't really need a background color. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And I actually think this is pretty good. Like, we're gonna come back to this later once we have image URL prompts and also like a loading thing going on. But for the moment, I think we can leave these messages as they are. Also in our chat view, just want to check the flash list one last time. So if we would have more stuff in the view, let's put more in. So if we would have some long text, we can already see that our blur is finally working in our bottom message input, but I still feel we should have like an intensity of 90. I think 80 is not enough. This already gives us a nice blur effect, so 90 should be fine. We already see that at the bottom, we do have a problem because we have our input there. So let's go back to the flash list and attach some content container styling here. I want to use a padding bottom of 150. So that should render everything correctly. And I also kind of feel like at the top we should have a bit of padding. Padding top, maybe 30. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. We have the blur working, we got our messages. So once we start render something real, this should actually look pretty good. Now there's one more thing I wanted to show you, and that is if you have this open in iOS applications, you will usually notice that if you do like a little gesture, a little fling down here, it usually closes the keyboard. If you want that behavior, it is so unbelievable easy. You sometimes just have to know what you're looking for, like find the right words. So on flash list and also on flat list, there is something called keyboard dismiss mode, and you can set this to on drag. If you set the keyboard dismiss mode to on drag, you can do this, and this feels just so good to have this thing working with one line of code. Sometimes React Native is just blowing my mind in terms of the stuff they implemented and thought about. I would have thought that, I need to gesture handle and catch some events. No, it is just keyboard dismiss mode on drag. I actually don't know what is the other on drag. Interactive. What is interactive? Keyboard is dismissed interactively with a drag and moves in synchrony with a touch. Dragging upwards cancels the dismissive. That sounds interesting as well. Let's give this just a try because we're curious. Yeah, well, interesting, but we do have a problem with our message input and the absolute position in that case. So let's go back to on drag. I think that's fine for the moment to close our view. All right, with all of that preparation done, let's take the next step and moving closer to getting API results. I swear we're soon making requests to the OpenAI API, but in order to do that, you need a key. And usually you don't want to provide your own key in these sorts of applications. So what we want to build is a simple input on the settings page where the user can input the key. And I think you also need an organization by now. To do this, we of course also need to store that key. And for that, I want to use another great package, which is React Native MMKV by MacroSavvy. React Native MMKV is like the fastest way or fastest key value storage for React Native. You see the benchmark here between the different solutions. For small things, MMKV is the best. There are some downsides, and we're actually later going to use SQLite as well. But for the moment, let's just not talk about that and instead kill this, run npx expo install React Native MMKV. And once it's installed, we can quickly bring up our application again. So with that in place, let's see how we set up MMKV. For that, let's create a new file and call this storage.ts. And in that storage file, I want to import MMKV from React Native MMKV, and I want to export a const storage using new MMKV. And then you can put in some configuration if you want to, like an ID or can you do an encryption key by now? Oh, that's pretty cool. I don't really, do I want to do that? MMKV is encrypted by default. MMKV store all key value plain text file and rely on our syntax to make sure file is encrypted. Should you worry about information leaking and choose to encrypt MMKV? You can choose to. I don't want to do it today. So keep the idea to what you want, and if you feel fancy, try the encryption key as well. However, I will not do this right now. But what I want to do is on the chat page, I want to implement a mechanism so if the user comes to the chat page and does not have a valid key yet, and I want to make this area a bit shorter because this is kind of annoying. Also, we could get rid of the dummy messages. Honestly, we don't need them right now anymore. If the user comes here and does not have a valid key, we want to guide the user somewhere else. So let's do this, and for that we can actually use hooks, which is pretty cool. So I can use key and set key equals use MMKV string. I don't know why the import is not yet working. Should usually work. Let's see. Where's the good MMKV from React Native MMKV? Here we go. There are a few other hooks like get use number probably. but we're gonna use it like this. So I wanna just call this API key, and we're gonna use the storage that we just defined a minute ago. Would we use uppercase or lowercase storage? It doesn't really matter that much. Okay, so this is my API key. Then I also wanna have the organization, set organization. This will use like org from our storage. And while we're here, we can also persist what we initially did up here with that selection of the GPT version. So let's also bring in GPT version and set GPT version. Oh, we actually have that already. But we're gonna replace this now with the MMKV string from our storage. Cool. We see this is right now not selecting anything. That means we should, in our header dropdown where we have this function right here, replace this and set. Actually, we should not. Actually, we should just select it once and then we should be fine. Yeah, now it's stored with MMKV and it stores this. So if I select this to 4 and refresh, it will now actually stay on GPT version 4. Also, this autofocus of the input field is kind of messing up with my logo a bit. But as I said before, that's a story for another day. So in this view, what we can do now is, it's probably not the smartest, the nicest thing to do, but you can like have a hard coded if there's no key, or let's do a little check, or key is equal to an empty string, or we have no organization, or organization is empty. In one of those cases is true, I want to directly return. I don't want to return this view. I want to return a redirect from Expo Router and use the href to go to my settings page. As hard as that. So you see, we're coming there, we don't have these values, and I'm immediately brought to the settings page. Also, that settings page should be displayed as a modal. So it is in the modal folder. We just need to go into the right layout file here and define for the name. Okay, what's the name? That should be like modal/settings. I want to define some options here. So of course, header, title, settings. Thank you, this is not required. Okay, yep. But most importantly, I want to have the presentation modal. So if I now refresh the app, and that's not entirely what I want to see. Why is this not coming up as I wanted to? Maybe let's get rid of that redirect for a second. And let's just go to the usual page, and if I then select this, it comes up as a modal. So maybe it was like sort of a caching issue. Okay, let's hope this is it. For that modal, I want to affect a bit how this looks like. So let's make the header shadow invisible, and let's use a different header background color. Okay, so now it's like one thing. If you remove the header shadow, you get rid of that little border. And then we probably need a button to close this, because I also want to make this work on Android, where this is going to be full screen. So let's use a touchable opacity from React Native. On press, I want to use the router. Do we have the router? Nope. So let's add the router, use router. Okay, so on press, we do what we did before, router.back. Okay, and then we also should add something like an Ionicon name close. Yeah, well, probably not name close. I like close outline more. Size white is also not the right color for something on a white background, as we have learned previously. So let's use gray. And then let's see if I open this up. It's not opening up anymore. That's good. That means, okay, yeah, we do have it up here. Size 16 should be enough. Actually, that is very small. That's a very small thing. Maybe we're gonna use what we had before. What did we have before? 24. But we also want to give the touchable opacity a slight background color. So let's use some styling here, and let's set the background color to colors.gray light. So we have this little background. That's also, yeah, I want to make the button smaller, and I want to give this a border radius of like 20. I want to make this a rounded button. Yeah, okay, we're getting there. Some padding. Okay, yeah, that looks somewhat like it should be. Maybe we could add padding like 6 to make it even bigger. Yeah, I think that should be fine. Okay, that is the general setup for the settings page. Now on the settings page, where is it actually? Here, there's nothing. That's great. Okay, so we need some styling here, and I want to make this a bit quicker because this is a super boring page. This is also not really a page of the official ChatGPT app that you're gonna have some sort of OAuth flow with the OpenAI API, and then you're connected. This is more sort of like all the other clones out there, which make use of the AI and make the user usually put in their key. So really, I want to go through this as quick as possible. It's just about like putting up a field here now on this page, or 2 fields, and a button to save that key. That saving might actually be the most interesting thing. So I highly recommend you check out the Explore, or the settings page, not the Explore page, on the GitHub repository. Okay, so in that view, what we want to do is we're going to use our MMKV storage once again. So let's already bring that in because we know Copilot is not doing it for us. And then we should use our key and organization stuff again in here using the storage we defined a second ago. So this comes storage from utils storage. Cool. View will first of all get styles.container. So we're getting a bit of padding here. And now we need to check if we do have a key and the key is not an empty string. So I just want to really make that sure. In that case, we can render a button to like with a text, you are all set. Okay, and we're going to use the styles.label is just some label styling. We don't see that text yet, of course, because we are not yet set. If, on the other hand, we don't have a key, or the key is equal to an empty string, in that case, what we want to render is the input. So I want to have a text on top of that, so we'll use an empty fragment, and then we have the text, so API key and organization, and then 2 text input fields. Okay, these text input fields are simply connected to my API key. Okay, I called this key. Let's call this key and set key and organization and set organization. Okay, why are we not seeing anything? It looks like we haven't loaded the according values, or what are these values? Like, oops, what was that? That was interesting as well. Certainly not what I wanted to do. Can we just lock this? An organization. Maybe my app already knows this. No, it's undefined. Okay, undefined is not great, but it should be caught by our stuff. If we don't have a key, or this is definitely the wrong place. If we don't have a key, or key equals to line. Do I really have to put this stuff here in brackets to make it work? And this and this, then we got this. One too many. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so I just had the brackets in the wrong place. We make sure that this is put in the right brackets. Okay, so now I can enter my API key and my organization in here. And we also, of course, need a little touchable opacity after those input fields. Again, this is not super interesting. So let's add all missing fields here and define our const save API key function. Okay, We're using our default styles. I feel like we got the button wrong. No, everything is just fine. Copilot really figured that one out. And this is also the place where I want to use the on sign out. So I can now remove the locks and instead bring in the sign out once again from Clerk. So sign out using use auth. And now we can use the button we had before to sign that out. Of course, button from React Native. So finally getting the sign out button back. Now the cool thing is in what? Oh, sing out. Yeah, we don't want to sing out in here. Sign out. That's what we want to do. Oh my. Okay, so if you want to save your API key up here, what we need is simply to call the according functions. So I want to call set key with a key, and I want to call set organization. In fact, aren't we doing this? No, we actually do this. We kind of store them as we type. These might actually be saved already, so we might not need these lines. So maybe you can get rid of those lines. But anyway, what we need is the router, so we can like manually route the user back again once this is done. So probably these are obsolete, but the next line is definitely not. So router.navigate. Once we're finished, we want to navigate to where do we want to navigate? And why am I not getting code completion? Two questions in here. I want to navigate to auth and the draw stuff. So that should be draw. Rest should be figured out automatically in where we want to go. Cool. We also might want to supply something in case the user wants to remove the API key. So const remove API key comes in here, and this comes right into my view here if we do have a key. So after the text, I want to put in another touchable opacity, which also means I need to wrap this in an empty fragment because otherwise React Native will complain. So here we go. Now we have the text and the touchable opacity to remove the API key, which would then simply call set key and set organization back to empty. Good. With that in place, let's see. Yeah. Usually we're not seeing it like this. So let's see. We're opening. Why is this opening? Why is the redirect here from Expo Router triggering like not really triggering the modal? It's not triggering it as it should be. I don't really like that. href auth modal settings. This does look right to me. What is wrong here? I mean, we kind of shouldn't close this. I think it's actually okay to have it like this. I just don't completely understand what's going on. Why is this redirect not showing a modal? We do have the presentation type modal set in here. Presentation. We have the draw. We have a stack. We have modal settings. Is this correct? Do I need like no modal settings? Presentation. I'm a bit puzzled. I don't know exactly. We could definitely also attach something in here so that we only see this. So if router dot can go back, something like this. Oh, come on. Yeah, if I mess up this stuff here, it's going to be horrible. Okay, let's place the touchable opacity in here. If the router, I think I can't access it like this, right? Something's getting mad about this. If I just put a fragment around this, it's probably working out better. So if router can go back, then we want to, okay, so you see what's going on? Now it will show that page and we can't go back because we also shouldn't. We should just simply insert our key in this page. So let me insert some testing key that I have. Okay, yeah, that's certainly not what I want. Okay, let's check again the settings page. What did we do wrong? If we have a key and the key is unequal to this. Okay, yep, I see. Automatically setting the key with unchanged text set key is probably in this case not the best bet, and we should only do it once we are really done. So let's remove our API key. Let's do a refresh and check again. If I now enter something, okay, now it's not. Okay, yeah, I understand. Let's use another, that is why I had in my initial code another state. The problem is that if we attach these to our input field, we will immediately write them to MMKV because it's just so fast. So let's just use a regular state for the moment. And we're gonna attach the API key in here. So API key and on change text. On change text, we want to call set API key. And down here, we're going to change this to org and on change text to set org. So now we're just setting the state in our component. We're just setting this. And once we hit save, we will finally call set key with the API key and with the org. Okay, that should get rid of all the problems. So now let's try and do it again. I will paste in my stuff here, and I will also put in an organization. Here we go, and let's hit save. Okay, this does not know where the drawer stuff is. Do we actually use the right router? Because it didn't have code completion. That made me kind of scary. Router dot. No, it should actually be fine. We got navigate, we got push. By the way, with push, it's working. That's interesting. So maybe we just do it like this. Okay, now we're also allowed to insert that page. Let's check again. Here we are, you're all set. We got the buttons, so that looks good. That looks good to me. And we have our API key ready. Now, with that API key in MMKV storage, and also with the GPT version, we are finally ready to make some real requests. All right, it is finally time to use the OpenAI API. So you gotta create an account here. If you wanna test this, you can use an API key and test this for free, I think, up until a certain amount of requests, or like some requests are pretty cheap to make. Usually what you do is you install the OpenAI node library, and then you make requests like get completion, create something. This is pretty easy. You can do this, and yes, we could do this. However, I wanted to add a little touch to this and make this a bit different. And therefore, I will come back to good Candle Finance, really great stuff they put out here from Gary. They have an OpenAI package that allows to stream the result. It's not like everything included, it's only chat and images so far, but still it should be enough for our case. So let's install this. npm or npx expo install, just to make sure it works with our current version. We're installing this. And the usage looks like this. We import OpenAI, so let's do this, and let's also bring up the reload here. We're doing this now on our chat page, of course. So we're adding OpenAI, then we're creating an OpenAI instance. We can actually use Memo for that. So let's put it in here. Okay, we can probably tweak this a bit. So let's tweak this. Const OpenAI equals use memo, and then is that correct? Equals new OpenAI key. Actually, we should say API key is the key, and organization should be fine. We don't need any dependencies here, and this should be an object. Cannot find name. No, it should be fine like this. Okay, so with use memo, we're putting this and memoizing the stuff. And now we can use OpenAI to stream a result. You can use your own backend, not hardware. Okay, yeah, that's something different. The way it works is that we should set up a listener, okay? We should listen for messages and then attach them, and we like stream the different content results and store them. It makes more sense once we do it. Probably let's start by closing this here. And then starting with get completion. So within get completion, we can check if the message dot length, or if messages dot length is equal to 0. In that case, I want to add a new chat later. Okay, we're just gonna keep a note, create chat later, store to DB, so we can keep track of that. In the time until then, what we need is, okay, for getting a completion, we should push that first thing that we wrote most likely to our messages. So we can say set messages, and we want to reuse everything that we have currently in messages. And then we have content, that is the actual message, that is correct. And the role is user. I also want to directly push another message, which has the role.bot, and the content is empty. Why? Why are we doing this? We are doing this second message so we can then catch in our streaming event and just fill the last message in the array. Okay, so it will look like this. We have a use effect block here. Now we're gonna do this, and this will have OpenAI as a dependency here. That means whenever that changes, we're gonna see something. This is not yet working, so we're just setting our local array. Okay, there's something still missing. Then what is this? I had a line for messages push. I don't know. I just hope we don't need this because it's empty. Okay, and now we can use the code actually Gary had on this. So openai.chat.stream. This will allow us to stream the result, and this requires an input, a certain input. So the first value here is an array of messages. What we want to send there is, of course, my role user. I'm gonna have to do it like this, role user. So you can now use assistant, system, or user. This is also how you could prime the system, like specific inputs. You are a storyteller, please reply with this and that, you know, all the AI prompt hacking stuff. The content is the message here. After that, we also have to supply the model. So the model in our case is that string correct? It might be, but it also might complain. So let's do it manually. So if my GPT version is equal to 4, actually this is a string in our case, then we want to use GPT-4. And otherwise we want to use GPT-3 Turbo. Okay, this is everything to trigger a reply and to stream the stuff from OpenAI. Now we just need to correctly manage that in our use effect where we get that data. And this is going to be somewhat challenging. So we can create a function const, let's call this handle message, and we're getting a payload here. Okay, there we go. With this, we're gonna do something. Now we can tell OpenAI.chat.addListener. So whenever we receive a message, this is not the right type. Can we get this? On message received, nice, we get typings, we use our handle message, all right? And to clean up after ourselves, you know that in use effect, you should return that subscription in the end. So OpenAI chat remove listener on chat message received. We don't have to use that again. So this is the basic way of catching this. Maybe let's put a lock in here, received message. If we now send something like explain React Native like I'm 5 years old, we expect a ton of locks here because we're streaming the result. So we're triggering this. We're pushing something to our array, and then we're streaming the result. We're just not adding it to our array yet. Let's try it out. Or maybe let's open the debugger, because this might be a lot of messages and that might look actually pretty cool in here. Can I zoom into this? No, that would be too fancy. All right. Explain. Okay, we added that message. We also added that empty message for the bot user here. We're not really getting any replies. I would expect something here now, which certainly didn't happen. Could have multiple reasons. Could be that my key is wrong, or that it just took a moment. So here we go, tons of messages. And they all have choices, array, and there's content, okay? If we now go somewhere else, like here, you see they're like words in the content, really. So that is what the streaming is doing. It's just giving us some chunks of content. We check out different ones here. Then we have like use, here's a comma. Okay, and we're gonna piece together all of that to give the sort of typing effect that you're used to. So we're gonna make the text appears here while we get it back from this streamed result. Now, this is somewhat tricky. The problem is that we need to update our messages array in the right way, and we're using a callback here. I encountered some problems with that in the past. We shall see how good that works. I think I had a problem before, but let's just try it out. So we're getting back a lot of messages, and we're gonna update our messages now, not directly to an array, but we're actually gonna use the previous messages that we had and then return a function. I think that will make sure that all of these updates are executed in the right order. So the new message is now equal to payload.choices at the index 0.delta. I don't know. Could we get? Let's see. Can we bring up the debugging again? Nope, we can't. Apparently, what are they doing? We got a message. They don't add any sort of typing here. What is the payload type? Has implicitly type any. What should it be is the question. Question of add listener is chat models stream output. Okay, I might use chat message. That's not working really great. That's not working in our favor. I don't know if this is exposed this type. I assume it's not. But we can try to get chat models here from... Yeah, it's not exposed. Yeah, we can't do it like this. We could set this up. For the moment, we're gonna have to do with any. And to fix the problem here, we will just return messages. For the moment, this is going to change. So we're updating our state. That's the whole idea. Now, if we do have a new message, so if there's something in that message, I want to change the messages at the last index. So remember how we added that empty block here for the bot. This is now the place we want to stream in the content. So length -1 will target exactly this block here. And we'll set the content here to plus equal new message. So we want to add the message at the end. And then we want to return everything inside of messages using the spread operator. I feel like if we here, this should have a closing bracket and open. Okay. Why is this here? Okay. Now, additionally, one more thing is that if the streaming has finished, so if payload.choices at index 0 has a finish reason, then let's put this, it has a finish reason. In that case, we want to save the message. This is important once we got our DB up and running. For now, we're just going to put in a log. Let's just say stream ended. Okay, this is just for ourselves. In the other case, whatever, if there's nothing, we're just gonna return the messages down here. Good, I think that's it so far. Let's hit save. And let's see, I wanna reload that page, and then we're gonna do suggest fun activities. Gonna hit that, and we should see, nice, everything's coming in streamed to our application. That feels so rewarding. We've been building up hours to have this working. We could have probably done this in like the first thing, but I wanted to keep up the excitement, and now we finally got this one working in our favor. I feel so good. Let's grab a coffee and You know, sometimes you just gotta appreciate these moments when stuff works, because as a developer, so many times things are not working, you're frustrated, you're debugging. You gotta also cherish these moments when things work. So this is cool, good job. Also, thanks again to Kendall for providing this OpenAI package. I think there are probably more packages. This is relying on some native technology to stream that. And I really like that approach for us. Whew, that was a thing. A lot of things are now coming together, and that page looks really, really cool, I think. We can also get back to a new page later. As I said, we will have the option to store that stuff, but for the moment, that's pretty much it. We can't get back to that page. That's by design. Don't worry about this. We're gonna come back later to the storing and the whole mechanism of selecting a previous chat. Until we get there, we're gonna take a little sidestep, because there are two more things we wanna do. We wanna have our Dall view, which works sort of the same, so we can reuse a lot of the code. And we have the Explore GPTs page, on which we wanna do some cool loading stuff. And eventually we also wanna add some purchases with RevenueCat, the other sponsor of this video. So there's still a lot ahead, and I think for the moment, play a bit around with our chat, but then let's get back on track with Dall. Getting completions from Dall, meaning getting images from OpenAI, is pretty much exactly, like almost entirely exactly the same. We just need a few tweaks for our Dall page. So what I would like to do is, I would actually like to just bring in everything that we have in our chat. So I will start with the styles, putting them down here. We can also add pretty much all the same imports we had before. And then also use most of the stuff we had in our new chat page in terms of this logic, in terms of getting the completion, in terms of handling the messages, and on layout. And actually also the view. Like, I will wait with the view for a moment because I don't want to mess up everything. So that should be fine for Dall. For the Dall page, we have the page container. We're setting our, we're setting a bit different header dropdown basically. But we also do have this logic here with a view. We do have a flash list, and we have that bottom stuff. So let's bring that in as well to our Dall page, and then we're pretty, I think we should have a really easy time. We don't need the stuff with the message ideas in this case, so we can close that. And also for the image, I also would like to display a little label below that. So let's put below that, or let's maybe go to the Dall page. We should already see that. Let's put in a label. Let me turn your imagination into imagery. And that label will just have like a little gray color, but beyond that, we're pretty much reusing everything we had before. Okay, and we should also add text, of course, because we always need text. Yeah, where is it? Here we go, text. Okay, this is the ChatGPT page. This is Dall. This is not entirely correct, so let's maybe check out the logo container. Align self, center, center. Maybe let's give this a bit bigger width and height. And okay, yeah, we also probably want to use a different image here. So we want to, of course, use the Dall image in this case from our settings. Also, this container here needs a little bit of gap between the elements, otherwise our text will be included in that one. Yep, we need to split this up. This is not working. We need another view. We'll put that view around this here. This view up there will have the margin top stuff. And this one will have only this one. Okay, view style equals margin top, and probably align items in the center. And then we have the logo component further down. Let's go back there, Dall. Okay, yep, we still need the gap stuff. And then the text shouldn't be in the logo container. Okay, that's getting better. Now we just need to fix our logo container. So the logo container so far had 80/80, border radius 50. For the image, I don't want to make this so small. I just want to have like this resize mode cover. And then we set the overflow here to hidden, which should limit it. And then we set a nice little border color. And then we once again fixed everything that got wrong with the image that we got from our designer. Okay, gray light. And probably a border width of something. Border width of, let's say 1. Okay, here we go. Let me turn your imagination into imagery. We can do the same stuff because we still have our input down here, which is pretty cool, a reusable component that really helps. And now we just need to tweak our get completions and how we handle the completions. So getting completions, let's say we have a mode where the page is working. So let's use a state working and set working. This should like give us a little activity indicator. If we try to get a completion, I want to first of all call set working true. Then, I want to get the completion for a message. We can get rid of that. And I also don't really want to do the saving here. We're going to later just do this for the chat. Then we're going to do the same. We are adding the user message, but we're not really adding the bot message yet. Instead, we're going to try and get the result. Yeah, we're gonna actually not stream it this time. So what we do is const result equals await openai.image.create. And then we need to put in our image stuff. I think there's only the prompt expected. And then we can already log the result if we want to. For testing, I would also like to use some dummy messages on this page. So let's put up a dummy message up here. Rollbot, no content, just the image URL and a prompt. So we're gonna have to handle this in a slightly different way. Let's use the dummy messages here. And now we need to get back to our chat message rendering function. So where's the chat message? We have the flash list. We have our chat message, render item, estimated size, keyboard on drag. All of that is still fine, I think. And we can just go to this chat message. Inside of this, I would also like to have a loading prop included. We can do this by saying, okay, this is a bit of TypeScript fun, so a bit ugly maybe. Loading Boolean. So making loading optional and not messing up anything else. Okay, so now we have a loading value included here as well. If we are loading and we're rendering a message with loading, that should just like display this little loading indicator. We're gonna do this probably here. If we are loading, I want to render a simple view with styles.loading. I think we don't have that yet, but that's not a problem. And then just an activity indicator, size small, and for the color I want to use my own colors. So colors dot, Let's use primary. We haven't used primary a lot yet. And then we close that view. As I said, we don't have the loading yet. We're gonna fix that in a second. Just making sure that if we're not loading, we're displaying this text. I think I need a messed up. Yeah, that's better. Okay, let's see. Loading. Putting loading somewhere here. So if we're loading, I want to just like justify the content in the center and give it a bit of height and margin. This is just like a loading state. Maybe we can actually do this in Dall-E if we have another message. Roll bot and loading true. Could this work? Let's see. Let's see, where's Dall-E? Yeah, this is it. So we're basically having our own message at the top in that case, and then we have a loading spinner here in the chat message, which indicates that something is going on right now. Cool. So we don't really need the dummy messages. I think we have figured out that view already. So let's go back to the empty array. And now let's implement the final piece here. As I said, we're getting the result already. We're doing a lock here. Maybe we're gonna try this. Okay, so Santa on the beach. And how can I send this like this? Okay, this puts my message up here. And then at some point we might get a reply. Okay, we've got a reply which has an object, which I can't click on here in the debugging tools because that will be too easy. Created data, and it has a data URL. So that means I want to say if we got result.data and result.data.length is greater than 0. If that is the case, I want to grab the image URL, which is at result.data index0.url, and I want to let's fix this image URL, and then I want to set my messages to all the previous messages and the new one. However, I had some issues with that in the past, so let's also do it in a slightly different way. Let's call it with the previous function, and then I want to return everything that we had previously in there, and then rollbot no content image URL, and I also want to have the prompt included, which was the message. So that might be helpful later on. And once we're done here, we can also set working back to false. Does all of this make sense is the question. Mostly this makes sense. So if I now send something, I will set working to true. I will attach the user message like we already did. I try to get the result. If I get the result, I will attach the stuff with the image URL. We're actually not rendering the image yet in the chat message, I assume. So we probably need something in here. We should check this. Let's do an empty fragment up here. And then if content is equal to an empty string and we do have an image URL, in that case, I want to render something else or like this. Okay, so in that case, I just want to render image. Where did I go wrong with my brackets here? I felt pretty good about them. Image source style. Maybe just putting a question mark up here. Okay, that makes more sense. So if we do have an image, I want to use that image URL, but I want to use a different styling. So let's call this preview image. And we're going to style that in a second. Or maybe we should do it already here. So let's give this a fixed width and height of 240 and a bit border radius. Okay, good. I actually think now we could make use of my stuff up here. So the whole idea of loading is probably not yet clear to you. You might ask yourself, why did we include this loading prop? I will come back to that in a second. So for the moment, this is how a result image would look like. If we do have an image URL, it would look like this. Whether we actually use the prompt, I don't know. We probably don't really need it right now. We're gonna later pass that prompt on. So why are we using loading if we're not really using it yet? Well, the trick is that we now attach something. By the way, we can get rid of the whole use effect because we're not streaming on the Dall page. Okay, that simplifies the page a lot. What we want is in the flash list, we want a component at the bottom if we are working. So if we are working, we're gonna render a list footer component here. List footer component. And this one will check if we are working. So if that state is set, I want to render a chat message, and I want to pass in some props to that chat message, and I get really careful with all the brackets here. Okay, so what I want to, is this correct? I think it is. I want to manually create something here. I want to set the role to bot user. I want to set the content to empty, so we're not rendering any string, and I want to render loading true. Okay. Yeah, I think I missed something. True. This does mostly look good to me, but at the same time, we still have a problem here. What is the problem here? Unexpected token. Yeah, I see that. Working end chat message. Yeah, that's it. That's the syntax. So if we're working, we're now rendering this list footer component. And I can just try this out. I can set my working state to true in the beginning. And then what we would see, it would always render this stuff. So now everything comes together and we can give it a final try. I think the view is ready. We are ready. Let's say I want to have on the Dall page an image generated for meerkat in a spacesuit flying around in the galaxy. Okay, we see my prompt. We see the list footer component rendering this loading stuff. We could probably also disable the footer. And now we do get our result back. The footer is not rendered anymore, but we rendered the new message, including an image. And this is the worst image I've seen of a meerkat in space. I don't know. Midjourney is usually so much better. Probably I need to put in better stuff here to get better images from Dall. And now it's better by now, but this is just, yeah, sometimes the result is really, really awful. But what's not awful is that we have finished another view. We have reused so much code from our previous page, from the chat page. We could reuse all the logic for the API key, for creating the OpenAI instance, and also most of the stuff that we have in our view, including the flash list, just changing a few things here and there to build a completely new view. So with that in place, I think we're ready to take some more steps because we can make this page even better. We're gonna go back because we've seen that the API works, and we're now gonna go back to my dummy images. And when we have that dummy image with the prompt, there are some really fancy things that we can do. Our next step is to implement something really, really cool, and that is a context menu. So we are already using Zeego, and Zeego does not only have dropdowns, but also this sort of context menu. This doesn't really exist on Android, but on iOS, you usually get this with a force touch on something, and that is exactly what we want to do. And we will actually also implement these functionalities. So we want to save this image, we want to copy the image or share the image. So really getting some functionalities done as well. To get started, as I said, we do already have Zeego, so we don't have to set that up, but we do need some Expo plugins. We need the media library, the file system, sharing, and clipboard. So let's install all of these in our application. And once we got that, we can also head over to the app.json, and where's the app.json? Should be here, and then check out the app JSON, because we want a new entry for our Expo media library. I think I kind of did this in the beginning. Now we just installed Expo media library. I don't know what you're complaining about. Plugin not found Expo media library. Doesn't really make sense to me at this moment, because we need to give some permissions here to allow access to our photos. Now, let me just quickly check the package JSON before we do something. So media library is definitely installed. We should be fine. So let's just run our usual command again to bring up the live reload, and then we can start. Before we get to the functionality, we also need a context menu on our image. For that, we can change our chat message. So we already know the case where we show the image, and we will now just change this to use a context menu. I think to use a context menu, we first of all, just like the dropdown, need to import star as context menu from Zeego context menu. And then we can wrap the context menu.root around what we want to do. Okay, so I will comment this out for the moment. We're going to get back to that. What we need is, of course, a context menu trigger first of all. That trigger is actually our item. I think we might need a pressable here, although I'm not 100% sure about that. So let's put this in here and put the context menu trigger here. Are we fine here with the app build? I hope so. I really hope. Yeah, that looks good. We are using the dummy image here right now. So if we go back to the Dall screen we had open before, we're using this dummy message. However, there's no real difference. If we get back a reply from ChatGPT, from OpenAI, we would get the same kind of image URL. So we're cool. Also, while we're doing this and working on all of that stuff, I want to change in my top place here the default routing. So by default, I want to go to the Dall page. Oh yeah, that's not under chat. That's just here. Good. So by default now, when the app crashes or something goes wrong, we are coming back to the Dall page. Cool. The image is still here, and we can actually, you see, the context menu is already kind of working. So let's continue with that. I feel good about this. Okay, so content menu content follows now. The content menu content is, of course, these items and what we want to do with them. So let's create an array for these items and call these like context items. And they will have a title like copy. They're going to have a system icon. So this one, I'm again using something from the SF symbols from Apple. And then we do have an action, which would do something. Yeah, let's just do a console log copy for now. Okay, so with these context items, we can go back to our content here, and then we can iterate them. So context items, map, item, and index. And for every item, we want to create a context menu.item. The key is our, should we use the index? Should work actually. And then we have an on select of that item, and that should simply trigger item.action, of course. It's not happy about index. Yeah, we can also use item.title or something. Context menu item is not happy yet. I think this item requires some children, maybe. Let's see. We should put in a context menu.item title here, which is the, oh, come on, you had it. Item.title. Okay, now it's already getting better, I think. Do we just need another one? Come on. We have the closing bracket 1, 2. Okay, this is it. So now at this point, we see, this feels so rewarding. Like this is a forced touch I'm doing here. So good. Just so good. Next to the title, I also want to place that icon. So I really like that the setup here is pretty much the same like we've seen before for the drop-down menu, because it's both from Fernando Rojo. So let's use an iOS icon in this case, name item.system icon. And then again, point size. I don't know why there's no point size in here. There is definitely a point size. So if you go into this, oh, there's not a point size. Well, it's the image symbol configuration something. Interesting. Does the point size make any difference? That's a question. It does. It does. So let's use the point size. Okay, this is our dialog so far. And I think this is pretty amazing how easy you can get stuff like this in your React Native application. Now let's do a few more of these and then we're gonna connect them to some actions. So we're gonna do 2 more. The next one is save to photos. We're gonna use arrow down to line. Arrow down to line. I like how Apple called these things. And then finally we're gonna have share. This is square and arrow up. Okay, square and arrow up. Let's see. Okay, they're all working. That's good. Anyway, all of them we should be able to see a log. So save. This did okay. We're logging copy for all of them. That's of course a problem, but nothing we can't fix. So we installed a bunch of Expo packages a few minutes ago. Now let's create a new file in our utils folder. I will call this one image. Yeah, that's probably the worst name I could have picked. But what I want to bring in all of these things that we just installed, and I want to create the functionality in here. So I actually found this first part here on Stack Overflow, which was kind of nice. Maybe we start with the easiest one. So the easiest one is share an image. For that, we can just use the sharing plugin and call share async with an image URL. Okay, super easy. To copy something to the clipboard, it's a bit more challenging. So to copy to the clipboard, what we're gonna do is we're gonna first of all create a file URI using our file system plugin, and the document directory is basically the directory of our application. So this is something, and then at the end we have the date, whatever, 12.jpg. Okay, this is like the worst drawing. Okay, so we have a file URI. Then we download our image URL to the file URI. Okay, so it is locally saved. Once we got it locally, we can finally read that local string async using the URI and the encoding, and then we can copy that base64 string to the clipboard right here using set image async on the clipboard plugin. This feels a bit, I don't know, not right, but this simply accepts a base64 image. That's the problem of the clipboard. So if we want to do it, it looks like this. Now, the third function is what I took from Stack Overflow. I think I found it here. I want to download an image with React Native image. So here was something I think I made slight changes to this. So let me walk you through what's going on. If we call the download and save image function with our image URL, which is an HTTPS URL, we do the same thing like we did before. File URI, trying to download the file from the URL to that URI. Once we get that, we will actually save it. So in this case here, we are already saving it, I think. I just wonder what's the difference here. Yeah, so in this case, we don't want to save it internally. That was the difference. If we just copy it to the clipboard, we're kind of saving it internally in our app. But in this case, what we're doing is we're actually using the media library. So you see a media library all over the place here. We first try to request permissions. If they are granted, we will create an asset using that file URI and try to get an album. This is the difference. So we're trying to really save that image into our photos. So I can go to the Photos application and you will see I actually did this a few times. So let me probably, this is by the way the same effect like in our app. It's exactly the same. I want to delete this and I want to delete that. So you're not saying like, oh Simon, that photo is already in there. No. So now we only have these photos. Albums, I do have the download album here. I will also remove that one just for testing. So now what we're doing here to save that file is we're trying to get this album, or it will be created. On Android, we actually have to pass in an asset. Mobile site, oh yeah, I don't care. So on Android, we actually have to pass in an asset here. Otherwise, the album wouldn't be created, okay? Otherwise, if that album already exists, we're coming down here, we're adding the asset to the album, so an array with that new asset and the album name. And then we alert that it's saved. Okay, it's no rocket science. It might look a bit ugly. Actually, it looks quite cool, and I think the whole setup should be pretty clear at this point. It's a nice combination of using media library, file system, and also here the clipboard. So really great. You can find, again, that file as well in GitHub in the utils folder. And with that in place, we can head over back to our chat message, and we can now attach the right actions. So for copy, I want to use copy image to clipboard from my utils using the image URL. Let's use with an exclamation mark because that's going to be set in that case. If we want to share this, I will use share image with the image URL. And in the other case down here, I want to call download and save image with the image URL. Okay, back to our app. Now, we do got this. We've seen the context menu before. Let's try to share it. And okay, yeah, what's going on? App has crashed because it attempted to access privacy sensitive data without use. App's PLs must contain NS photo library usage description. So that's the whole point why I did the app.json change in the beginning. What NS photo library? Okay, yeah, I think we need to do another pre-build with clean once we change our app.json. That's a pity because that's taking like 5 minutes and I don't want to wait. But apparently that's the reality, and I still don't know why it's saying that this Expo Media Library plugin was not found, because it was definitely found. I can go to all the other plugins. I just can't go to the Expo Media Library plugin. That's so strange. I don't know if this is happening for you as well. Maybe it is like some new version, because it's definitely installed. It's red. Oh, this could really be the case. That's something. Okay, that's Expo Secure Store. It's a different story. That is really strange. Probably if I reload my IDE, maybe that stuff would just turn out fine. But again, reminder, if you don't set the right permissions, your app might completely crash, because especially on iOS, but also on Android, you need to ask for the right permissions. Otherwise, the stuff won't work, especially working with a file system, getting images, or in this case, also sharing stuff. So let's wait until the build has finished. All right, and we are back and we can finally test our functionality. So let's try to share this. Share should hopefully open the share dialog, and I wanna, let's say, allow full access. The image, oh, I think I accessed, yeah, okay. I just intend to call download instead of share because I connected them in the wrong kind of way. Well, that happens. So let's do it again. I wanna share this, and it hopefully brings up the share dialog. Nice, here we go. We see that we are now sharing this image. I can also hopefully save this to photos, and this will alert image saved to photos, and we can check this out. We have a new download folder with 2 images included. I can remove this now. Okay, remove this as well. Then I could go back, hit again, save to photos, and it would hopefully be saved in that array. So this is, by the way, how you save images to the media library of the user. So these clones are not just about UI, we also have some functionality here. Finally, I also have this copy. So after copying my image to the clipboard, let's try, where can we paste this? Probably if I just open up the messages here, these are like fake numbers. And if I do a long press paste. Yes, it works. So if you got the base64 in the clipboard, usually applications know what to do with that, and we have our image here as well. So this is everything I wanted to show you about that context menu thing. I think it's a pretty cool thing from Zeego. This is not the last time we're using the context menu today, at least I hope. But for the next part, we're gonna do something probably even more epic with the image viewer. We might have developed a lot of interesting things in this clone already with the menu, the navigation, and all the styling we got going on. But I think what's coming next is probably my favorite page of this whole clone. So we wanna build an image viewer component. That means when I click on this image here, I don't want to only see that context menu, just clicking on it should open this image viewer component. That component has many different aspects. So we have a whole zoom view here. That's like the main part. As you can see, this should go beyond both the tab bar at the bottom and the header, which are blur views. We have some buttons up here. This one will actually trigger another drop-down menu. So we're gonna create our own drop-down menu. We have these buttons. We won't add the edit functionality and select. However, save and share can work in our case as well. And finally, if we want to share this, we also want to add like a bottom sheet. This is actually a real bottom sheet for our app. So as I said, this is probably my favorite view of this whole clone. For this, we will need three different things. We will use the React Native image zoom component, which allows us to easily zoom into an image like this. We will use the React Native bottom sheet from Gorham. Once again, epic package. You can find more tutorials on using this as well on the channel. And the third one is just a React Native toast, because I wanted a toast message if you copy like the prompt. So these are the main three packages we will use. Let's install them first of all. So I'm gonna kill this. And what we need here is, first of all, the React Native image zoom package. By the way, there should be a file like I don't know, commands.sh in the repository on GitHub where you can find all these commands. Second package is Gorham bottom sheet at version 4, and then we have React Native toast, which also needs the React Native root siblings at version 4.0.0. At least I hope that works. Okay, with these three packages, we got a lot of work to do. Where do we start? I have no idea actually. Let's start by bringing up our live reload again. So if we click on an image, we want to route to a new page. So we need a new page, and I will put this under the modal, and I will include the URL in the page name like this. Okay, just like we did before, we should be able to extract the URL, and I will actually also get the prompt using use local search params. If we include this, we can do it like this. The prompt will be, well, let's say this is optional. Okay, so this is my page. In that one, I will most likely also use the save area insets at the bottom if we want to fix something at the bottom. I'm going to talk probably about the bottom sheet a bit later. Let's prepare something for on copy prompt already, so we got that in place. We can just use something like this and then do a login here, copy prompt. Okay, that's fine so far. Where do I want to start next? Maybe we go back to our chat message, because on the chat message, we now need to integrate that. So where we currently have the pressable in our context menu, we need to wrap the pressable now with a link component from Expo Router and set the href to something that's not included in here. That's bad. Pretty much this, but not exactly this. Auth modal, and then we have the URL. I will just include it in here, to be honest. So let's use a string literal, and then I will attach, let's do encode URI component image URL. And as a query param, I will also attach prompt equals, Another one, encode URI component with the prompt. Do we need to use something special, or can we just use prompt? Okay, let's see. Unexpected token. Yeah, I was pretty sure that I was messing this one up. Link should be close as well. I think then we're pretty good. Maybe the link needs to have as child as well. And then, nice, this is already routing forward. Okay, that's good. By the way, the context menu should still work. So we're having like 2 different functionalities on this image. Cool. Let's go back to the layout here. We do have an entry for the settings page, and the entry for the modal page is probably similar. So this one has URL here in the name. The header title for that page should be empty. And then we're going to make this a full screen modal. So it's just filling up the full screen. Let's see. Can we just get this? Okay, yeah, here we go. I want to have this here in the header left field. I also don't really want to have it like this. We probably need to change the touchable opacity. So now we can't see it, but the header is becoming a bit darker in a second. So we can now apply some styling. For the header shadow visible false, that's correct. Header style, I want to set the background color to something with an opacity. So I'll set this to a value like this. And then I want to make the header blur effect. So yes, this is actually something we can use, and I want to use dark here. And then we have the header style, and hopefully stuff behind that will be visible. To achieve that, maybe we need to quickly go to the page and already add our image zoom component. So this page, let's do a bit of style here. Let's do some container styling, flex 1, justify content center, align item center, and I'll also give it a background color of black. Okay, here we go. Add the style sheet to the imports, and then we can add our style here, styles.container, and then we can quickly bring in the image zoom. Can we already get that? We can, of course. But we did install this, so I'm pretty confident that at some point we should have the image zoom. The import should look like this. I don't know why we were not able to figure this out automatically, but nonetheless, we can now pass in the URI here and use our URL that was passed to this page. Style sheet doesn't exist. Nice error. Okay, let's see. I click on this. I get to the page. I don't see anything yet. It's probably because we need to give this some styling. Let's use a width of 100%. And for the height, the same. And I will give this styling in here. So, da-da-da-da-da-da. Nice. This is a nice starting point. And you notice something at the top. Oh, we can't. You see, it's actually already a blur view at the top. That's pretty nice. Nice, I like that. But there are certain things that are not yet working, so we're gonna get to that in a second. But I think this is pretty much done. I also feel like the header should be transparent, but let's see, header transparent true. Does this change anything? Yeah, that makes it even lighter. That was an interesting command to hide all editors. Yeah, now these even, I think I like this even more because we still got the blur effect. I don't know if this is like still applying this. Yeah, it's all coming together. We need everything. We need all of that. Okay, let's see how we can change the image zoom component, because that's the most important part here. We have set the URI. I also want to set a few more things. So I want to set, for example, the min scale. I want to set this to 0.5. I will set the maximum scale that we can zoom into 5. I will set the min pen pointers to 1 and the double tap scale to 2. So now it should already work that I double click this. I would probably have to reload this. Not yet. Yeah, we need to say is single tap enabled and is double tap enabled. Now I should be able to, yes, zoom in, and I can also, with a single tap, move this image around. Nice. I think I might also need a resize mode. Resize mode. I will set this to contain. Will this change something? This should definitely, yeah, render my image full screen, and then I can zoom this in. I don't want to move the simulator, sorry. Okay, that's a pretty cool component so far. I don't know why my container, okay, now the container does have a dark background as well. And we also now want to have this bottom bar. So we've seen before there are different areas, this bottom bar with a blur view, and then we have the header bar in which we might have to work as well. For the moment, let's do the bottom thing. So this is a simple blur view, just like we had before. I want to set the intensity to 95 because this is quite dark. Tint dark, and for the style, I will set up some styles. Styles dot. Did I get that right? Yeah, I got blur view. So let's add this down here. This should probably have like a width of 100%. Yes, like this, 100% width, and should be at the bottom. So we'll say bottom 0. Let's close the blur view as well. So within that blur view, actually we need to not self-close this, but close it later. In that blur view, we're gonna have a view which has now our items. So I don't really think we need another row setup and developing these button items. I think this is going to be pretty boring. So let's just bring in the row and the button styling. So here's the row, flex direction row. We're now justifying content space between, which will evenly align the 4 items, and we have some padding and aligning the items, and then the button text. And then we can just replace the view that we had in the blur view with a view that has some touchable opacities and ionicons. It's actually nothing really fancy. The only cool thing is that this is a blur view and now above this. Only thing I notice is that we have a problem with a padding bottom, so that's why I wanted to have this as an array. So I can now add padding bottom, my bottom inset, and then we can slightly move this area up from the blur view. Okay, I think this already looks pretty dope. We should be able to close it, get there. It looks really like a nice image viewer component. By the way, notice we can use share image, the functionality we previously had in our utils, and also download and save image. All of this still works because we're still exporting that. Now, there are 2 more things. There's the dropdown component that we need, and also the bottom sheet. I think we're going to do the dropdown first because that's going to be somewhat easy. Let's do a new component, and let's call this one dropdown menu.tsx. Okay, React Native functional dropdown. In how far is it different from the header dropdown? That's a pretty good question indeed. It's going to be a bit different. Do we have a preview of what we want to do with that button? I don't think so. I don't think we have something. But what it will do, it will actually trigger our modal. So the idea is that this should finally present our modal. So if there's no, let me see. I got so many examples of this. Here it is, this one, it's this one. Okay, this is what we want. We go to that page, we click on the 3 dots up here, and that should open a drop-down menu, and then it opens up the bottom sheet, which we can dismiss, and we can copy the prompt to the clipboard. That's the whole story here. So in order to make that drop-down menu, we just need to use the usual stuff that we are used to from previously. So let's replace this with drop-down menu.root Drop down. We need to be a bit careful here. So I'm reusing the names. So now it's drop down menu. Yeah, that's better. Okay, then we got our trigger as always, which in this case is simply an icon. And that is already enough to place it in my image, in the image viewer component. So what I want to do is I want to use stack again from Expo Router to configure the stack screen right here on that page. Options, and then I will use header right to provide my custom component. And in here, I want to use the drop down menu component. We will later, or in a second, also add some items to this. For the moment, I need to make sure I close this, and then let's see. Okay, here we go. Okay, this is not triggering anything so far, but we're gonna get there in a second. So our drop-down menu, we have the button. Now we just need the content. So let's go ahead with drop-down menu.content and implement a simple drop-down content. I'll actually use some props here as well. Just like before, we have an array of items with key title and icon and the onSelect function. And I can just attach this in here in my drop-down menu so I can get the items and onSelect. And then it becomes pretty easy. So items.map, for every item I want to create a drop-down menu.item. Key should be item.key. OnSelect, I want to call the onSelect. And now Copilot is able to figure out most of this. So drop-down menu item title is my title. And for iOS, I want to use the item icon. And again, I want to use a point size of 18 here. What is something I did not close? Probably here. Nope, sorry about that one. Probably here. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, I think this is our whole drop-down menu. You really get this stuff from Zeego so easily, and it just looks so good. We just need to pass in the right items here now. That should be fairly easy. So items could be something, okay, to make sure I got the right syntax in here. Key, let's just use one, and that's going to be view prompt. Icon will be an info.circle. Second item will be key 2. Let's should say something else like learn more. And then we got question mark dot circle. OnSelect is missing. That's a good point. So OnSelect, what I want to do is I want to have a function to like handle the modal. Let's call this one handle present modal press. This is going to be a function pretty soon. So let's just put it in here. Okay, if we click this, we see the menu, we click view prompt, and the bottom sheet should appear. Also, it's going to appear in both cases. We don't really care too much about that. So let's just do it like this. This page, I really love it. I really love that page. Honestly, let me know in the comments if you also like this page. This is definitely my favorite page. I just like it. So many things are coming together here on this page. It just feels good. Okay, not getting too overly excited. Before we do the handle modal and integrate the modal, let's quickly do something regarding the toast. So I don't know why, but I just wanted to give the user a little feedback when we click copy prompt, which, by the way, doesn't make sense yet. Let's do it anyway. I think it's good because the other part is going to be harder. So in order to use the React Native Toast package that I've shown you before, we're gonna have to wrap this root sibling parent around our stuff. And because we're soon using a modal component, we actually gotta wrap this around the stuff in here. So let's, by the way, also bring in the modal sheet stuff from Gorham, and then we can restructure the whole view. So around everything, I want to put the root sibling parent, what we just added, root sibling parent. So this one goes all the way down here. This shouldn't change a whole lot yet. The only thing it changes is that on copy prompt, we should now be able to call the right functionality. So I could now use the clipboard.setStringAsync. Did it get the import right? Can we just like get the clipboard from Expo Clipboard? Oh, why not? Why do I have to do all of this myself? Clipboard.setStringAsync, and that's going to be our prompt. So this is copying the prompt. And once you got this, we got the prompt, we should be able to call toast.show and say something like prompt copied, duration, whatever. I will do this like with a short duration, position at the bottom, that's okay, shadow true, animation true, height on press true, delay 0. So now we can already try this out by adding it in our handle modal press. So I click this and it shows prompt copied to clipboard. If you don't see this, you can also do top 4 minute and do view prompt, and then it appears up here. Cool. Okay, so we know that functionality and that part works. Now we just need to present the actual Gorham bottom sheet. In many cases, it's like hard included in a page where you can drag it up from the bottom. We want to have it a bit different way. So in our case, what we are using a bottom sheet modal provider around our app here, or around our view. Let's get that in the right place. And then we can add a bottom sheet at the bottom. Makes sense, right? So bottom sheet modal goes in here. Within that modal, we can then have a view with our stuff. Let's just place a text in here, test. We don't see anything yet because we need to configure this a bit. To configure our bottom sheet correctly, what we need is usually a reference. So a bottom sheet modal ref using use ref, and we can use the bottom sheet modal type here. Then we need the snap points. These are the points where you can like snap this bottom sheet to. It's not going to be super important here as we won't really snap them very far, but usually you're gonna see a setup with use memo and different values to which you can like snap this bottom sheet. In our case, I will only allow one value of like 40%. And then I want to implement the handle modal press. Let's bring this up here. So in this function, we will actually make use of use callback to store the result of this call. Okay, here we go. And then call bottom sheet modal ref current.present. Use callback, we're good. We still need the empty dependencies. And now, just like this, we can have a function that's doing exactly the opposite. So const handle close modal press, pretty much exactly the same setup, just like this. And with these lines, we can now control our modal completely from code. So if I now click on this handle present modal, it should bring up the modal from the bottom. Let's see. View prompt, and okay, my modal is not exciting, to be honest. I don't know if it even works yet. Yeah, we're not seeing any kind of modal yet. Bottom sheet modal. Yeah, we haven't even attached like the ref. This can't work at all. So let's quickly fix this. Ref is the bottom sheet modal ref. Bottom sheet modal. Where did I go wrong this time? Okay, should be just fine. Okay, snap points not provided. Yeah, we should do the whole setup. So the initial index will be 0 in my case. Snap points are my snap points, and then we should already be able to see it. Yeah, now we finally see it. Here it is. I will actually set a bit of styling. So let's use a background style using background and my own colors. So colors.gray. Okay, this is the general background, and I want to make the indicator at the top a bit lighter. So handle indicator style should be colors gray light. Okay, now this works a lot better. Okay, cool. Honestly, that view, as I've shown you before, just consists of a lot of styling at the bottom and the text in between. I don't think there's anything really excited about building that view right now. So we have the whole logic working with the drop down here and then opening the modal sheet with the ref. I think that was more of the interesting part here. So let me just fill in the blanks with the rest. The rest means we have some styling which affects the modal container, the title text, which is a bit bigger, the prompt text, which is a bit smaller, the button text, and the close button styling. Nothing really wild going on. Then we can have all of that inside of our bottom sheet modal. Instead of just having this text, we now put in a whole view. Only thing missing is the pressable and our default styles. If we do this, we're filling it out like this. So you see, I highly recommend that you use the bottom sheet scroll view because the text here might actually be a bit longer. And I've structured it in this way. And we do have the bottom sheet scroll view up here in the view of the modal, and then we have the touchable, which is the copy button down here. So this relates to the part up here, and we can scroll this, and the button is fixed all the time, and we can actually scroll inside that bottom sheet. If I click the button, we're using again the ref and handle close modal press like we prepared up there. For share, we can still use share. No, I'm in the wrong place. Let's see it again. Here we go. This is the prompt. And yeah, I think there's nothing else to this, but we've done a tremendous job with this page. So in the previous step, we did the context menu, and I was really proud about that one and also the functionality. But this page, this coming up, this blur view everywhere, the buttons down there, the drop-down menu, and then also in combination with the bottom sheet, this is certainly my favorite view of this whole app. And I think this is something you can reuse in many of your applications, both the functionality we did before with the assets, with the media library, and with the what it's called albums. And now the whole image viewer component, the blur views, the drop downs and the bottom sheets, and how to easily like combine all of these things and like just from a buffet mix together these things and pick them for your application. So you see, I'm getting already too excited about what we just did. There's still a few things ahead of us. So once you're done playing around with this component, let's continue. There's one page we haven't talked about yet, and that's the explore page. So on that page, what we basically want to do is we want to show a view like this, where people could explore different GPTs. But before we get to that part, which will actually involve something like a loading animation, we will focus on the part up here. Because this is once again, like these buttons here, is something we can scroll. And at the same time, if we scroll this here, the part up here has a blurry background. And that was actually quite challenging to implement. So I wanted to take a minute to just focus on creating that blur view with a draw, which was somewhat challenging. So let's do this. I'm here on the Explore page, and I want to first start by defining these sections. So these are the different sections that we will be able to scroll through. Now let's also do React Native style sheet here, because we're going to have a lot of styles on that page. And then we can start. Probably want to set our container styling first. So container of that page will be flex1 and background color colors, importing my own colors.light. Good, we got that page going on. Now let's use these. So styles.container, and then we have the same color across our page. Cool. We might need a scroll view with some random data. So let's add some scroll view. I want to have fake data. Can we have fake data array from length something? Just do some whatever random stuff, please. Okay, can't you just like do random things? Text test Okay, that looks awful. Anyway, I want to have 20 of these items so then we can later test this. Maybe I'm just giving them... Yeah, I don't care. Okay, this is only for testing. Now we want to focus on the header. And because we are here in the draw scenario, we can't use stack.screen to style something. We have to use now draw.screen instead. Shouldn't be a huge problem for us anyway. The draw screen can be configured in mostly the same way. So we're gonna start with some easy stuff. So for example, in the header right slot, we want to have a touchable opacity like we had in other places with this icon. We also, as I said, want to have a blurry background. So if we scroll this, we want to see the stuff here going beyond that header. In order to achieve this, we have to make our header transparent. So header transparent true. We see this now looks awful. But we can now set our header background. And the header background will be set to a custom blur view. So on the other pages, you saw that we could actually use a property here in options, which doesn't exist, at least as far as I know, within the draw header. So we're gonna do it ourselves, no big deal. We know how to work with a blur view. We're gonna set the tint here just to light today. And then we might have some styling. We're gonna check out that styling in a second. Let's close this for now. Here we go. Okay, we don't really see the blur view yet. The reason is because we don't have the right styling. We need a background color. And I want to use the following with opacity. So this is my background color now. This is still not working because we need to fill that whole space of that header. And we can achieve this simply by using stylesheet.absoluteFill. As a result, we see that stuff going behind this is now getting this little overlay. However, I don't really see this. I think it is. It might be a bit too hard. Why am I not seeing this correctly? We do have the tint light. Can I use light like this in the intensity? Header transparent true. The scroll view might have an issue here. Actually, it shouldn't. But what is this? Okay, border bottom color. I don't want this anyway. Could we give them like a red background color and then check again? Okay, they're definitely going beyond this. By the way, you see if you set the header to transparent, you got a problem because now your page starts pretty much here at the top. You need to take that in consideration and add some padding to your scroll view. So I could add something like content, container style, padding top, and I think I can actually get the header height. So we don't have to like use a fixed value. We can use header height with a custom hook called use header height. That's usually hidden. You won't find this. You see, I'm not getting code completion on that. However, we can get that stuff from the React Navigation Elements package. So there's also get header title and header, which we're going to use in a second. And now with the value of header height here from our hook, we can set this in here. And you see, I can still do this, but now my list has some padding at the top and I can scroll it behind this. Now, this is of course not everything. We also want to have our horizontal scroll view in there. So probably I will turn off the background color here because we see that the stuff seems to work. And now I want to focus on getting the scroll view thing in there, the horizontal scroll. To do this, we actually have to create our own header. I couldn't find a better way, but it turns out it's pretty easy. So I think this is a nice learning. Again, these clones are really not just about cloning. These are about like learning in different scenarios, different pieces. So if you go back to the FinTech clone, to the Airbnb clone, to the WhatsApp clone, you're gonna notice like at least 5 to 10 of these small helpful nuggets across these videos, because it's not just about the UI and like doing a lot of styling. It's also about making things work and understanding what you can do with React Native and these packages. So we can create our own header if we want to. We could do this by using the header component that we just added from React Navigation Elements. And then you would pretty much have the same experience. So you see, no chains. Because this is the actual header component. However, we're going to restructure this. I will place a view in here. We could also have a fragment, I guess. Which first of all has the header using get header title, the options and whatnot, but then also has a scroll view with horizontal scrolling. Can we get the closing stuff as well? I think we need to close the view as well. So with that in place, we see we already get this one. If we map through our sections with a horizontal scroll view, no indicator, and probably some content container styling included. So let's include something like a gap of 8 between these. These touchable opacities, key index, that's fine. Styling, we have to talk about that. And on press, we're gonna have to use some state. So let's keep track of that, of like the selected element. I don't want to use React, I just want to use state. And the sections at index 0 will be selected. If I click on any of these elements, I want to set selected to the current section of the iteration. That also means we need an arrow function here. Okay. Now with that in place, we can use some conditional styling. So we need the button selected, we need a label, we need a title, we need a section, we need a lot of styling, I guess. Styling, yeah, we need section button selected, section button text, section button, yeah, a whole lot of styling. Let's go down here and add this. So section button has one sort of color. What is that color? That's a pretty light color. If it is selected, it's a bit darker. Then we said change between like black text and white text. And with these 4 states, we can now create the effect that we were looking for. So going back to the styling here of the touchable opacity, I can start and say if selected is equal to section of the iteration. In that case, I want to use styles.section button selected. And otherwise, I want to use most likely just the section button. Oh, so many red lines. It should be like this. Oh, come on, where did I go wrong? Style on press section. If selected, oh yeah, we need to have just one of these. Better. Okay, so if the selected is the current section, I will use section button selected. If I now reload, we should see that this most likely already works. I can click these and it works just fine. I just noticed that our content could also need some padding horizontal of like 16. Okay, moving it there, and then some padding vertical of, let's say, 10. So we got a bit more space in here. Nice. Okay, cool. If I click something, I should also change my text. So for the text, it's the same thing. Let's just do this. If the selected is equal to the section, we're using the section button selected. Otherwise, we're using the section button text. And with that, if I now reload, we should have the right state. And I can switch between them quite nicely. And we can also scroll this behind this. Again, if I use a background color like green, we see we're starting here. We have the right padding from top, but then we're using or making use of that blur view at the top, still using a draw navigation, but now having our own custom header implemented, which is a combination of custom scroll view. So many people also have like a text input there and the actual element, which is the exact element you would get by default if you comment this out. So I think this is a good starting point for our page. Of course, we don't want to render a bunch of test elements in here, what we want is something real. So let's talk about how we can make that Explore screen, including a cool loading shimmer. All right, so we want to continue on the Explore page. And now after building that header area, let's talk about this. So on the page, in general, what we want to display looks like this. We do have like a little title text up here, and then we have different cards. I think we're gonna have like 5 cards. Usually, if I would switch between the categories here, this view would reload. However, we're gonna keep that stuff mostly the same and just change like the text up here. But we want to have transitions between the pages. So if we skip from one to the next, we still want to mimic what's going on, and we want to do this with like loading animations or a loading shimmer. And also if we like come to that page initially, we want to see something like this. For that, what we're going to use is a package called React Native Shimmer Placeholder. I found this to be quite helpful. This is exactly what I want to do. So we can install both the package for the React Native Shimmer Placeholder. We might have to kill our app once again. And we also want to install the Expo Linear Gradient, because that is usually used in here. So the linear gradient will help us to create that nice background in our app. Good. Once we got that, once again, bring up the app. And now let's see. So I highly recommend, go to GitHub, link below this video if you're joining now for whatever reason. And check out the Explore page, because we're gonna have some dummy data up here. So this is what I want to use. We're like title, description, author, and image. They're like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different apps that we want to display on that page. This is just some dummy information. I actually got that information by using ChatGPT and asking ChatGPT for JSON formatted current apps. So a real inception going on here. Let's also put in a little loading state here. We pretty sure need that at some point. Gonna start with a loading state false. And I will use a use effect, because in reality, you're probably making an API call. There you will somehow set loading to true. And then after, when the request is finished, you would set loading to false. In our case, I will just mimic this with a 2-second timeout. That should be enough for us. Now what we do need is the shimmer placeholder, and we're gonna import 2 things. So let's import the create shimmer placeholder and the linear gradient, and then we can create our own shimmer placeholder. So I was under the impression that it's just called like loading skeleton, but it seems like this is also called shimmer. I don't know. I kind of prefer the word loading skeleton, but well, here we go. So this creates our shimmer placeholder. Now, in my scroll view, somewhere down the page, we can get started. We first of all want to map through all the sections we have. Now, as I said, in reality, every section here would have different data. So if we go to writing, to productivity, we would see different results. This is not going to happen in our case. I don't want to have like 25 different apps and dummy data in here. So we will just like use the stuff again. I would normally wrap my view now with an empty fragment, because I want to like have another if something, like if selected equals section, and then I want to do something. But since we're already mapping something, we should use up here react.fragment, so we can actually add a key, and the key will be our index, because if you have an iteration, you always need a key in there. Okay, so once we got that out of the box, let's see. We're gonna wrap everything here with an animated view, so animated from React Native. Why animated view? Well, because we're gonna animate that view at some point. For the moment, what I would like to use is, let's see, I want to put in some text here. For that, we're gonna need some styling for both the title and probably also a label. Okay, so a bigger font size and a bit smaller font size. So let's see, we got our label, we got the text, and we also got the label. Let's for now see how we can fix this. Brackets here, then we got the React fragment, which has this, and then we need more of these. Right, here we go. This is what we want to see. We also probably want to have some sort of section styling for the whole section. We can place this on the animated view. So let's use styles.section. I would like to can I just create this now in my style sheet? That would be a really helpful thing. That would be a cool addition. If somebody has an idea about that, please let me know in the comments. Okay, we're gonna use some padding here, and then our section, excuse me, where's my section? Then we got this. Okay, that looks fine. We also got the blur working in our favor. Cool, but this is not really animating yet. What we want to animate is the appearance and disappearance of that text. So therefore, we made this an animated view, and now we can use simply an entering animation. We can use something like fade in. We can specify duration. Let's say we make a bit longer duration of 600, and we will actually delay this by 400. This is going to be important to make the whole thing work, because we're gonna also have an exiting animation, which is using a duration of 400. So basically what we have when we switch between them is the existing view here will disappear, it will fade out, and the next one will fade in, okay? But it won't fade into the side, it will actually fade in here, okay? But we're waiting with this fade in here for the disappearance of the other thing. So that gives us a nice little effect here. That means if I go to topics and then to Dall, well, this is not yet exactly working as I expected to work. It's... I don't know why there's like a little delay when I press this. On press, I set my selected section. Maybe we should do like smaller values. It fades out and it has the... okay, yeah, this shouldn't do fade out. Okay, my bad. So of course for exiting this should be fade out instead. Let's see. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. So the one thing is fading out, the other one is fading in after a delay. Now, additionally, I wanted to use this shimmer placeholder, as I said. And that one is quite interesting because we can actually have this shimmer placeholder, which is visible until something is ready, and then it displays the content. So we kind of wrap this around our components. Usually I'm used to like creating the whole view, and then I have a completely other view in which I check, okay, if loading, then we're gonna display all of these skeleton views. But the loading shimmer works a bit different. So let's see, we can now put our shimmer placeholder around our label, and I will just do it around one label for the moment. Okay, so you see, this is now actually displaying the loading shimmer. You can affect how that looks. So you can say like, I want to use a width of, let's say 160 and a height of 20. Okay, so we have like a nice shimmer up here. Additionally, we can place the same thing now around the other text. But first of all, we're gonna check this will only be visible when we are not loading. Okay, so, okay, initially, this won't happen again now, only if I reload this page. So it only happens when the page enters. It loads and then it goes to the top picks. And now we're gonna replicate this around the label. So around the second label here, we're gonna give that one a width of like something like 280, height 80. And we can also put in a shimmer style here For that, I will just specify margin vertical. Hello. Am I good here? I hope so. Margin vertical of 10. Okay, so now let's reload that page. I don't know why it's jumping from the top. Do we have something that changes the top? We don't have any sort of on layout. I mean, we have the use header height going on here. Is that a problem? I mean, it shouldn't be. But if I don't use it, I have another problem because my stuff is going to be hidden behind that. So I will use it in here. Okay, but we've seen the idea of that shimmer. It shows up in the beginning until we are ready. Okay, so 2 seconds in my case with the use effect, and then the rest of the view becomes visible. And we can now do this again below it. So we have the, where am I? I'm in the wrong place. Okay, here we are. Here's the animated view. These are like the first 2 text elements. Now we got an array. We're gonna say just array.from. Actually, we don't really. Why are we using array from in here? We don't need it like that. I just noticed we can just iterate my sections, right? Or the apps, right? So let's iterate all the apps. For every app, I want to create one view. Key will be index. Style that we're gonna define ourselves. So styles.card. Let's put this already down here. Card. And then let's see. I will close it. And I always have one missing bracket. Okay, no problem. Okay, this is our card. Then we're gonna put in an image. So this is the React Native image. Source will be Yuri app.image. That should be fine. Then we're probably gonna use styles.card image here, and we close off that image. And then we're gonna create this ourselves. Card image. I don't know if this is going to be the card image. Let's see. This is probably not going to be the card image. Eventually we should also define our card. So let's give this one a background color of colors.input. We're gonna have a border radius. Yeah, let's use 8. Let's use a margin bottom of 8 and overflow. I don't know if I need overflow. I don't think so. Okay, so these are more or less the cards. The card image width should just be 60, 60 and border radius 40 something. I don't know why this is disappearing all the time. If I use state up here with the first section, why is this changing? Like the selected should always be the same. That's so strange. That's really strange. Anyway, okay, this is a bit better. Nonetheless, the card should have some padding as well. So padding 16. We're gonna add flex direction of row here. So flex direction row, align items in the center, and a gap of 16. So this is between the image here and then the text that follows here. We have some margin button, we have some padding. I think that looks pretty good. Let me just quickly bring in 3 more stylings that we need for our card. So we need a card title, card description, and author. These are like the, where is it? Like this 3 things you're gonna see. So title, description, and author down here. Nothing really too fancy, okay. And for all of these, we're gonna place a shimmer placeholder around them because that will allow us to reuse that view. And we're actually gonna place the shimmer placeholder also around that image. So we can use it in here. We know that this should have a width of 60, a height of 60. It should only be visible while we're not loading. And then we also do have the shimmer style in here. So the shimmer style in this case should be a border radius of 30 for that image. So reloading, and this looks pretty good already. And as I said, we just need to bring in the final view now. which is also part of the card. This is quite boring. This is just the title, the description, and the author here. Actually, we don't need to do it like this. We can just do app.title, app.description, and app.author. Or not, app.author. Okay, so now let's do a reload and see what's going on. We got a nice loading shimmer here for all the things. And if I now switch to another view, the whole view fades out because we have the topmost animated view here with the fade out and fade in. So this is like a really smooth and gentle switch between the categories. We could probably make like, yeah, the fade out 300, 300, and maybe this 400. Do it however you like. So now it would be a bit faster. Yeah, that maybe feels even better because it still looks good, but I guess something going on. And this is probably not the most exciting view of our application, but you see, with this blurry header and the scroll view in here, the selected stuff and changing of the views, this is really helpful. You need this in a lot of applications where you just display stuff and it just shows. This could have been a pretty boring view, but with a blur view, with the stuff here in the header and with the loading shimmers and transitions, it becomes a way, way better view by just like really easy things that we included in our page. Okay, so that's everything. I think actually everything in terms, or most of the things in terms of UI. Now there are two big things I still want to show you. So one thing is how we can persist our chat data to SQLite, and the other one is how we could now easily integrate payments into our app using RevenueCat. So if you're ready, let's take on those two challenges. All right, after all the UI things we have implemented, we now want to get a bit more functional in the end again. And we want to implement something that is using the SQLite database of the device. So we will be able to store when we start a new chat and also the messages that we send in that chat. I'm well aware that we can kind of get this if you're authenticated with OpenAI and user accounts and getting your history, but we're doing a clone here and we want to learn something, so we're going to use the Expo SQLite package, which was actually updated recently. So let's go ahead, let's kill this and let's install this. And usually this is pretty interesting because it's not that obvious how you get the data from SQLite. So let's bring up Expo Run iOS again, and then we can get started. So if we check out the documentation, there's a pretty great example here of all the basic things that you can call, especially, let's scroll down a bit. So maybe we should scroll in. The idea is that we're going to wrap this SQLite provider around our application, and then we have a function here on init which calls migrate database if needed. And if we expand this, we see that at least somewhere here is this migrate database if needed function, which basically checks database version, checks the current version. If we are already on the latest version, there's nothing we should do. Otherwise, we're gonna basically create our tables, and in this case, they're also inserting some data. So then it's the first step and the general logic that we want to follow. So here we go. Let's import the star. Is it like this? I thought it was actually the import was different, but anyway, we're gonna do this in the inside area. So in the inside layout, I feel this is a good place. I also want to kind of, can we directly get the SQLite provider? Why can't we get the SQLite provider? I'm pretty sure this did exist before. No provider in here, that's interesting. Okay, so how did they do this in the example then? If I want to use the provider, let's check out SQLite provider. It's exactly like this. Didn't I type it like that? Let's see. Okay. Module Expo SQLite has no... That's so much fun. So much fun. Because I think they updated this Which version did we install? That's a good question. We should probably check that out, and you should also check this out. Expo SQLite 13. In my previous example, I did use 13.4. Okay, so this is definitely not the latest version. Are we using the latest version of Expo? No, we're not. So in your case, you are most likely on Expo 41, which means you should be fine with exactly this import. In my case, I have to use Expo SQLite next to get the right stuff because I'm still on version 13 of the Expo SQLite plugin. And in your case, most likely it is 14. Okay, this just to clarify a few things. Now we're gonna wrap the SQLite provider just as they did around the app, which will later give us the ability to use a hook and then directly access SQLite from our components in a lot easier way. We're gonna call the database like whatever, chats.db. And this is still missing, has no corresponding closing tag. Yeah, that's a good point. We should wrap this here. Okay, there we go. By the way, we can start on the chats page again. So for debugging, I changed this to the Explorer page in my topmost layout file. Now we're gonna go back to this here. Okay, as they said, we should have this migrate database if needed. We're gonna put this in our utils folder. So let's create a new file, database.ts. And within the database TS, we're gonna export async function migrate. Can we just use it from them? From the Expo documentation. Let's just copy this for the moment. And put this to the side. We don't really need it right now anymore. And call it. Okay, so we can now add the import from SQLite next. As I said, in your case, this should be just fine. In my case, there are a few things that I want to change here. So first of all, I also would like to lock the path to my database. This is going to be important for debugging later on. So right here in the beginning, I will put a simple lock statement which locks the file system, the document directory. This is really helpful, as you will see, if you want to open the file, because usually there will be some problems. You're not sure what's going on. So we can now get the user version. And in fact, this line didn't work for me, so I had to change this to something else. Maybe we should do a bit more space while we develop our database provider. So this first line is just getting the user version of our DB. To get the actual current database version, we have to then call result user version. As I said, the destructuring statement of Expo did not work well for me. If the user has the stuff, there's nothing else we need to do. But if we are in a new database here, we need to create our tables. So this is what we want to do now. We want to create a table. I will call this one chats. And the chats table consists of let's see, an ID and a title of the chat. Okay, nothing really fancy. Besides that, I want to create a second table called messages. So every message also has an ID. Here we can put this so you see this a bit better. Every message has an ID, a related chat ID, so we can reference this. This is also marked as the foreign key of the message. Then we have a prompt, role, image, URL, content, you know, all the fields that we already had in our TypeScript interface for chat. I'm well aware that not everyone in the front end world likes to write SQL code. There are other solutions. You could probably also use Drizzle, Kuseli. I'm also working on another video about offline first mode with PowerSync, which is another great mode to have this synced to your database and also still local first data different approaches. For today, we will go with this simple approach. And I'm also aware that we're not respecting the user account, so probably for every chat, we should store which user created that. So if you like log out on a device and log in again, you don't want to see the chats from the previous user. So you could easily put in like a user ID here and then make the select call dependent on that. For the moment, let's just keep it like it is. But what we want is, we definitely don't want to insert some dummy data. And I also want to, let's say I want to get this as a result equals await. So then I can later do a little log statement here for the result. So far, we should not see any result because I'm not calling the provider yet, or I'm not calling that. So let's change this. Let's go back to our layouting function. And the line we wanted to add here is, what was the line? On init of this provider, I want to call migrate album if needed. No. Migrate database if needed. Maybe I should put in an export here. Migrate database if needed. Cool. Now with that in place, we expect that if we save, yeah, that's actually good. That's an error from SQLite. Calling the exec async function has failed caused by create syntax error. Okay. Create table chats. Is it not happy about like the, okay, we need a semicolon here. Maybe it's just this. Yep. Okay, so right now, let's put a lock in here already on latest DB. So if we see this now, we got a lock. We should have initialized the SQLite database correctly. So even if I do a reload, you see it's logging out the path to the database and then already on latest database. So this is actually good news. Looking at the database right now should be pretty boring because there's no data included. So let's add a couple of functions that will help us to insert and read data. So export const add chat. That's going to be an async function. And we always need to pass in the SQLite database, but we can access that through the according hook. And then we simply call await database. I want to run async in this case. Insert into chats. I want to add a new chat with a title, and then we got the values. In fact, this doesn't have to be an array, I think. I think this is fine as it is. Okay, cool. Let's prepare another one to get all the chats. Nice Copilot. Exactly. Get all async is the call in this case. I want to select all the results from chat. On top of that, we of course want to get my messages and we want to add a message. So let's see, export const add message. Okay, this is interesting. Let's see if this is actually correct here. Let's give, can you just format this correctly? Thank you. Okay, add message. We got the database. We have a chat ID, the actual content. Maybe we could destructure this like from a message. Okay, so this part here could actually look a bit better if we just did it like this. From my interface, and then in here we would have like this. Okay, and then we would run async insert into messages, the table, chat ID, content role, image URL, prompt. Chat ID, content role, image URL, prompt, and these are the values 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we got chat ID, we got content, we got role, by the way, should be checked. So if role is equal to role dot bot, we're gonna say bot because we're gonna have to convert this to a string. We can't really store an ename type. The image URL is optional, so let's otherwise store an empty string, and the prompt is the same actually. So if the prompt is empty, we will also use an empty string. Good, our databases provider is coming together really, really great. Now we need another function to get all the messages for a specific chat ID. This will return get all async, select star from messages where chat ID equals chat ID. Yes, this is correct. The only problem I see here is that the result of this call, it's by the way a promise unknown. This is not so cool. Let's say this is get messages should actually be like an array of messages. So let's await the result and then map every result. So for every message, I want to take all the values that we have in message and then check the role. So that's again, if message.role doesn't exist on type message. Okay, now it thinks it's an array. Is it better like this? Should be better. Yeah, only the comparison here. Okay, now we got some TypeScript issues because message role is expected to be of the role enum, but in this case, it's actually a string. We can overcome this with like message role as a string equals to bot. Yeah, then we convert this and set the role to an actual role. I think this makes sense. Hope this is clear. We just want to make sure that we return an actual message type here from our get messages. Okay, what else do we need? We finally, maybe two more things. Let me quickly bring them in. So 2 things to delete a chat, which will run a delete command, delete from chats where ID is equal to chat ID, or renaming a chat, which would be an update statement. So with all of that in place, we have a perfect provider around our SQLite database. We've wrapped it with a SQLite provider here around it. So let's actually use it. We're gonna use it on the new chat page. I'm gonna restructure this pretty soon. For the moment, what we wanna do is, I wanna get rid of the dummy messages here. This is only confusing me at this point. And we can now get the database. So we can say const db equals use SQLite context. And again, I'm using it with the ES with the SQLite next package here. In your case, it's just going to be Expo SQLite. This gives me access to the database, and with the database, I should be able to perform something. So we already left a log here. That was probably like 2 or 3 hours ago at this point. Create the chat. When we call the getCompletion function and our current messages array length is 0, that means we have no message, which means this is the start of a new chat. So in that case, I want to create a new chat. So let's actually do this by calling add chat from my database. I will pass in my DB, which I got from the context, and the title for that chat should be let's just use the message. Let's just use message. Message is a string. Yeah. So the prompt from the user is basically a title. You see this when you open ChatGPT. It usually shows like the first message. You can also later rename this, which we implemented. So here we go. Let's say I get a result at this point. We are in an async context, so that's fine. Okay, we got a result, which is void. This is not so cool. So probably add chat should actually return something. Okay, then add chat returns a SQLite run result. That sounds better. Okay, with a SQLite run result, we should be able to get like the created chat ID, which was automatically created. So result.last insert row ID sounds good to me. With that in place, I want to make sure that I set this locally. So let's also add some state here. Const chat ID set chat ID. This is going to be, is it going to be a number? I wonder. No, it's more likely going to be a string actually. A string or null. Let's just set it to an empty string for the moment. Oh no. Okay, here we go. Okay. And once we got this, we can say set chat ID to string. And finally, because this is a message we are sending, we now want to use that chat ID to also add a message. And adding a message calls for the SQLite database, which we got from the context, then for the actual ID of that chat, and then the message. So content is message and role is user. Cool. We should actually be able to now send this message. Are there other cases when we want to? Yes, there are. So if we get a completion, we also want to store that. And this is probably going to be a problem. So we left this comment here as well, as I said, about 2 hours ago. And the problem here is now the following. I will put in a log. Save bot message to, and then I want to make show you something. So at this point we would use my state, the chat ID. Okay, no big deal. So let's give this a try. I will put this up here. Let's do a refresh and then check this out. Okay, we're already on the latest database, so let's just try explain React Native like I'm 5 years old. I will hit this. Okay. Okay, I should have probably had released that log, but up here we see getting completion. Getting completion has a result. Do we like save that file? Stream ended. Okay. Didn't we like put up a message once here? If messages length equal. Okay, yeah, I got the result. I'm a bit confused. So the result up here should be the SQLite result, right? Yeah, I think it is. It's just not helpful what I logged up here. I should have logged the chat ID. That would have been way more helpful. Anyway, what we notice is that most likely we got a chat ID up here, but once the stream ended, we see down here save bot message to, and there's no chat ID here. So the problem is we are using our state, and let's maybe do it once again. So I can also show you this, that we do have a chat ID and we do set this chat ID up here. So here we go. There was the log. Get completion, that's the result, and chat ID is 2. So previously we had chat ID 1, now we have chat ID 2. But once again, when this completion here finishes, is it finished already? No, it's probably not. We're still getting some chunks. But once this is finished and we try to save the bot message, we are not getting the right chat ID. Why is that? The problem is that we're creating this handle message function here in useEffect and then calling it or attaching it to our add listener. So it's like created in the beginning and does not get the changes of our state. So when we try to save the message, it's like still acting on that old state and it's not having the chat ID correctly. So if we wanna also change or save the message here, we need a better way to access the state correctly. And there's actually something I found on, of course, Stack Overflow. So React use hook event handler using initial state. So we are using the initial state with the event handler and not getting the latest state. How can we fix this? We can actually overcome this by using useRef. So where's the example? We want to create a ref. So we're changing the set function of our state a bit here. Then we're using ref to it and having our own set function. So you see, instead of having the usual set, we will now have this set function. And once we want to use it, we can use the ref.current to get the value. And if we want to update this thing, we can just call setActive, just like we would usually do. Okay, I hope this makes sense, and I hope you notice what the problem was here. So I wanted to really run into this up front. Okay, let's change it the way. We're going to change this to underscore set chat ID, and we're going to create our own function, set chat ID, with a value, could be ID string, let's call this ID string, And then what we need as well is the ref. So const chat ID ref equals use ref with the current chat ID state. And then in my custom set chat ID, I will set the chat ID ref current to that ID. And I will also now call the underscore set chat ID to correctly update my state. All right. If I now want to set my chat ID, I actually don't have to change anything. I can still use it, but it's now calling this function instead, which will update my ref. And if I now go to my use effect and the block here where we had the problem, I can now change this to, this should be chat ID ref dot current. All right, let's give this a try. When I open this up, I will do explain React Native once again. So it's logging a bunch of things. And at the end, once this is completed, we hope to see the right chat ID being logged because we're now using the chat ID ref.current. And here we go. Save bot message to 3. This is the new chat ID that we wanted to see. Okay, let's actually save it now. So that's the place we just call add message, and Copilot is probably able to figure this one out. So parse int chat ID ref.current, this will give us the right chat ID. And then for the content, we're using the last message that was added because that is the one that's currently being created, and the role is the bot. Cool. So we can remove our log statements. I will also remove this one, which is spamming everything. And then we can also remove a bunch of things in here. Great. Let's do it one more time because then we can actually see like a real result. Let's do, I don't know, recommend a dish. We haven't done that before. You are now probably interested also in understanding how we can debug this. And I'm interested as well. And I found this always to be somewhat challenging. Okay. I'm going to show you two things or indicate how you could debug your SQLite database because it's not that easy. If you deploy your application through Xcode, to an iOS device, not to the simulator, you can usually go to like window devices and then pull out from the package of your application the database. It should be a SQLite database. If you are, like we do here, run this in an simulator, there is a file with a path. And I will now take that path and open the path. Okay, it does not exist. That is always great. But this one should exist. And then we see a bunch of images which are stored in our application. And we see also MMKV storage, and we see SQLite with my ChatGPT. If we now want to check this out, we can use a tool like DB browser for SQLite, or you can use any other SQLite tool. And then I want to open a database. I will drag in my ChatGPT and open it up. And we can see, I assume I can't zoom into this thing, okay? So that's not a gigantic tool, but we can see the tables and we should be able to browse the data. And here we go. These are the 4 chats that we just created. It's probably really okay, hard to see, but you will see this is the text recommend a dish. That was the last thing we added. This is the chats table. So they have the ID and the title. If we go to the messages, we see that they have the column for chat ID, and we can see for the last one where it finally worked, we have 2 items recommend a dish. Which was from a user, and then we have the next row, which is the result from ChatGPT with the role bot. So this confirms that our database is working, and if you got problems, this is the way for iOS at least how you can debug it on a simulator. Again, for the device, you might have to go through Xcode devices, select the package that you installed on your device, and from there you should be able to find the file and bring to your computer. If you're interested in learning more about this, there's also a SQLite course here on Galaxies, and in this chapter we talk about debugging. For Android, this is what you can do. You can run adb shell to create a shell and then execute the command adb pull with the path to the file, which you got from the file system previously, and then a local path. So that basically pulls out the SQLite database from your emulator or device to your local hard drive, and then you can follow up by using a tool to inspect the SQLite database. Okay, we are confident that our logic is working. We have the migrate statement, we have the context. So now the next thing is to actually load that data and see if we can navigate to different chats from the history. Loading our chat message should be fairly straightforward, but there's still a few things we need to be aware of. So let's do this. We first of all want to probably change a bit the appearance of our app, because we want to now be able to navigate to a chat with a certain ID, which means I have to use a new file here like id.tsx. Now, what I don't want to is like copy all the content of this file into that file, so I have like a duplicate code. That means I will actually extract all the code that we have in new and put this under a component. So I will put this under chat page.tsx, and I will now call this chat page and export default chat page down here. Good. Once we got that, we can go back to like both the ID and the new file, and we simply insert one thing. We insert export default from, and then add components chat page, and this goes to both ID and new. What is the result of this change? Well, first of all, our app still works, and the general change is simply that both of these are now pointing on using the same component, but still for Expo Router we do have two files in our routing now. As you can see, this will also make up this new ID page appear here automatically because it's automatically picking up files. We're going to talk about that in a second. So for the moment, this is our new setup, and all the changes we do will be now inside the chat page. So that means in the chat page, I should be able to get the ID. Let's maybe put this here. It's related to the DB anyway. So const ID, and you know what follows, equals use local search params from Expo Router. And again, we can use ID string. And with that ID, we can put this into our state here. So this is the initial state value of my chat ID. And then I will also, if we do have an OpenAI key, of course, add a use effect block in which we're gonna load my data. And this should have ID in the dependencies array. So this should be called when ID changes. And if we have an ID, so we could still enter that page without an ID, we want to load my transactions. So let's say load for chat ID. And then we can simply call the according function, get messages from our utils with the database. We're parsing the ID, and then we should get some messages which we can then set to our state. That should hopefully be everything, okay? Messages, yeah, that's actually working nice with our types here. Okay, sounds good. Let's put a lock in here. Got messages, and fine. Now this won't change anything so far for the default page because this does not have an ID. This only happens if we navigate to that page with an existing chat ID, which we could actually fake, but well, we're gonna get to that anyway in a second. So let's bring up our layout. Not this one, now we're all actually talking about the draw layout. Okay, now it's getting a bit more complicated. By the way, there's one thing I noticed. If we pull up the keyboard and then open the side menu, it looks kind of ugly. If you also notice this and want to prevent this, there's something called isDrawOpen that you can use. So you can use const is draw open and then use draw status and check if the status is equal to open. So that will indicate if the draw is open or not. And then you can use a simple use effect block. Use effect, let's close this accordingly, which will be triggered when the draw is open, so when it basically changes. And in that case, I want to call keyboard.dismiss. Okay, super simple trick here. You see keyboard open, I open drawer, keyboard closed. Keyboard is open, I open drawer, keyboard is closed. Cool. Just another of these little tiny nuggets that I think are really, really helpful from these clones. Now, next thing, we need a load chats function, going to be an async function, and this will be called here when we open the drawer as well. Maybe we could actually do this like if is draw open. Only in that case, I want to load my chats. Let's see if this works before I do it. Loading chats. Okay, I close, I open, loading chats, I close, nothing, I open, load. Yep, that's good. Okay, so whenever we open the drawer, it will try to load my current chats. We can get the result again by the statement we prepared before. So let's call await get chats. There's actually nothing we need to pass in here. And then we can call, let's call this history or something like const history, set history. It's going to be an array of chats. Okay, empty array and use state from React. This one expects, okay, this expects our database, so we can actually get this using use SQLite context and pass it in here, so it's accessing the right thing. And then we should be able to call set history with my result. Type unknown is not assignable to type. Okay, so get chats should return an array of chats. Okay, this is this. This is again the stuff that this function already makes it an array. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so now it should work correctly. Let's see. Should have we queue? This is likely a bug in React. Okay, whatever. Let's open the menu. We expect, yes, to get some chats. We're getting the chat data. Remember, we've seen this in the SQLite browser, which I have not opened anymore. But these are the chats I want to display. Let's just try and display them in the right place. So we want to put them below our draw. So here we got the draw content scroll view. This is basically these items. I want to place them below this, but still in the scrollable area. So I just want to do it down here. And I will say history.map. So for every chat, I want to create a new drawer item. The item key is going to be chat.id. And then we have the actual drawer. No, we can directly do this. I think we can directly attach a label here. Yeah, item dot no chat dot title, and then we do need an on press. So on press should navigate to that new chat, which means we should use the router. Yeah. Const router equals use router from Expo Router. And then when we press this new item, I want to call router.push. And now it's going to be an interesting path. Auth chat new, nope, not new, but chat.id. And then we're still missing one of the brackets in here. This should look fine. I think cannot read property length of undefined. How do we initialize history? Like this. Okay, here we go. This looks promising. This looks promising. We got my chat history, and we've created draw items for all of the chats. They usually have like the first prompt, or we will soon be able to also rename them. And then we can also change the inactive tint color to be something like black, so then it fits more nicely into this. Cool. I also want to get rid of this here. But maybe let's try. What happens if I... Oh, it just works. It just works. It just works. We did an awesome job. If you made this work, you can be really proud of you, because we stored the stuff with SQLite, which is usually not easy. We read the stuff, and we're using the idea for the navigation, and also use this with a shared component here that's loading the ID. It's just, this is good. This is good stuff. I know I'm kind of raving about the code I wrote on my own, but I still think it's good. And it's a good moment to appreciate what we've created. And this was definitely not easy. I was kind of scared to do the SQLite chapters of this course, because that's always really scary to do. Okay, that means we can go to the different chats. As you see, we are loading the history wherever we go. And if I go to this one, it still calls for the new page. Good, this feels so rewarding. But there are still a few more things that we want to do. So if we check out the menu, we should see a problem, and that is this here. As I said, Expo Router is automatically using all the files to generate a route, and we're passing this to the drawer, and the drawer is usually using all the props it gets to create the default draw item list. That means we need to prevent our ID page from showing up here. We can do this. So let's simply copy the draw chat new screen thing here and do it here. And we're gonna set this up for my page chat ID. We don't really need the this part for the title. We also don't need this one. We actually also don't need a draw icon, because the whole idea is that we don't want this to show up in the menu. And the easy fix is to use the draw item style and set display to none. This should prevent the item from appearing in the menu, but we still have the configuration for that page. So if I go into a page, we now see that we get this button, which is the header right we defined here for the specific chat ID. Okay, hope that makes sense. We have an entry which defines the settings, but it's simply not showing up in the menu because we set the display style here to none. Cool. There are just two things actually left, and that is how we can now finally remove a chat and how we can rename the chat. Maybe we start by creating the functions. So there's like the const on delete chat, which gets an ID, and then we can remove this. And then we have const on rename chat, also getting an ID, and then we're gonna open up something to rename it. Cool. To trigger these functions, we're gonna soon add a context menu because it's just too easy. But let's quickly implement them. So to rename a chat, we're gonna use the React Native alert view with a prompt, rename chat, enter a new name for the chat. And then we do have an async function here, which gets the new name. So if we do have a new name at this point, and let's see if we get the brackets right, probably here one more. If we do have a new name, we're gonna call rename chat from our utils file, passing in the database, passing in the ID of that chat and the new name. And then we're gonna reload our chats. Okay, that should work. If we wanna delete something, I wanna call the alert as well. Alert.alert delete chat. Are you sure you wanna do this? And then we're gonna show some buttons. So the first one will be text cancel and style cancel. And the second one will be delete, which then calls our delete chat with a database ID, and finally load chat. Okay, that was pretty easy, nice. Now, let's see how we can connect these functions to the chats. So in the ChatGPT app, there is, I was just confused. Okay, it's in the right place. There's also the context menu, which you can use on iOS. And we're gonna just do it ourselves for the history items in here. So for all the draw items. So we can just wrap this draw item in a context menu. Therefore, I will say context menu. Okay, we probably need to bring in the context menu first. Up here, import context menu from Zeego. And then dive into this. So context menu, first of all, needs a root. Let's close it. Key is chat ID, so I can also remove it here from the draw item now. And then we need the trigger. So context menu dot trigger. The trigger will actually be my draw item. So we'll just copy this. By the way, we should be able to just auto close this. Okay, draw item goes into the trigger. And now we need the context menu dot content. That's interesting. Is this correct? On press. Type children, probably not correct. These also need a key, by the way. So let's give this one the key rename, and the other one gets the key delete. But the context menu item requires a bit more. I think it requires not just a string, but actually a context menu dot item title. This is going to be rename, and then a context menu icon. Can you figure this one out? That would be cool. Nope, we can't. Dot item subtitle indicator. Let's use an icon here. We can use iOS equals name pencil. No, not pencil circle. Let's just use pencil. And once again, my favorite property that does not exist, point size. And then we close this and we should have an icon. Cool. Now let's put the same stuff into our delete function. This one's going to say delete. Then we have a trash icon. And why are you not happy? Oh, it's because on select is the name, not on press. Let's hit save and see. Ah, so good, so rewarding. Let's see. I want to rename this to Simon's rename, and this is just good. It's just good. If you can implement that sort of like functionality in your application, people gonna love it. People will not notice that this is a React Native app. It's just good. If you want to remove something. Yes, I want to delete this. And of course it works because our database provider is in perfect shape to handle all of that stuff. This is like, I will love to play around with this for a minute, and I recommend you do as well. So we can just like rename stuff. It shows up. You can still go into this. You can still go into a new page. We've done really a lot in this one. There's one more thing. If you check out the ChatGPT app, you're going to notice that this here sometimes shows like the whole prompt. I don't really have the data right here to show the prompt, but I will just give you an idea of how you could do this. So in the context menu content, you can also define the context menu dot preview. This is the preview you see up here. And this needs to return a function. So it looks a bit weird, but this is the way it goes. And then we could have some sort of view in here. I will just use the chat title, and I will use like, let's give this, for example, a height of 200. So maybe you want to display like the last image or any kind of image that was found. And also I want to have the background color white, because right now it's not really white. Okay, so if I hit save now and do a little refresh. Oh, I should have closed this before. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was going to crash. Okay, let's wait a second until this is up, and then we should be able to see my preview. Unless I now completely destroyed this. No, here we go. We can still load my chat. And here is the preview. So height of 200, maybe we should set like a bit bigger width of, oh, what was that? A width of something like 80 or so. That's actually pretty small. Oh, 80 is really small. What if I do like 150? It's so good. It's automatically changing in here. That feels so good. What is the size of the box below? It seems to be 250. So 250 seems to be a good size here. And then you have a nice preview. You could even center your text. You could have like align items center. I don't know if this is going to work, but let's see. Yeah. Can we also justify content center? Yeah. And then we have everything aligned in that box. So this is how you could also change that preview window. Again, love Zeego. I love the context menu. I love the drop-down stuff. It is such a great library by Fernando Rojo. Can't recommend this enough. But what I can recommend is the next part of this clone, because we are adding, even though we're in this like 3, 4, 5 hours, I don't know, we're taking one last act of amazing things, because we are now also integrating payments into our clone with RevenueCat. We have come to the last but certainly not least part of our course. Now we want to add in-app purchases to our ChatGPT clone. The idea is simple. We want to, let's say, prevent a certain thing like Dall access only to users who enabled that features. So we're going to go through the whole flow of setting up in-app purchases through our app and using RevenueCat for that. So RevenueCat is also the co-sponsor of this video. I've worked with RevenueCat in the past. There's another video which you can find, and this part here is basically, this could be its tutorial on its own, because it will take us a moment to set this up, because in-app purchases are usually not that easy, but with RevenueCat we can make this work in a cross-platform way really, really easy. I think there's no like easier way to get started, and you can actually do this completely for free with RevenueCat, up to 2.5K in MTR. I thought it's called MRR. Monthly tracked revenue. Okay, that's a different thing. So if you earn 2.5K from your in-app purchases, I highly congratulate. I never did this before, and that usually means your application is already pretty successful, and I think in that case you will be able to pay that 1% on additional income. So you can create an account, get started for free, whatever you prefer, and then let's see how we can do this. Maybe we actually start by integrating the package first of all. So what we need is, we simply need to install the React Native Purchases package, and because we're not using Expo Go, we don't have any problem. This usually wouldn't work with Expo Go as far as I know. So we need a real app. What we also need to make a purchase is, I think, a device. This does, to my knowledge, not work great with a simulator, especially on iOS. There was a post on iOS 14 Plus, you can test on a simulator. You can test RevenueCat with a simulator. However, I went through the docs here and it was like, add a StoreKit configuration file in Xcode, create a new scheme for testing, do this, setting up the configuration file, uploading a certificate, and then you can test this. And I didn't want to put you through this as well. Just want to let you know that if you want to test this on a simulator, it should be possible at this point. However, in our case, what we do, we can simply do, where is it? npx expo run iOS -- device. Or, of course, you can also do this on Android. By the way, this is also finding my device. I will dive directly into Simon's iPhone and just give this a try. So I hope this will deploy to my iPhone. We're gonna see. Because we actually also, thank you Reflector, yeah. We have to do a bunch of configuration within RevenueCat first. So maybe let's expand this a bit and then try to get started. So I will walk you through what's required, at least for iOS, and then also indicate what's necessary for Android. Let's start by creating a new project in RevenueCat, and I will call this ChatGPT video. All right. inside my new project, I now have to add the App Store. So I will get started with iOS, and then we have the app name and the bundle name. So this is like ChatGPT Video App. My bundle ID is what we have inside our app.json. So somewhere at the top, we should find this, com super Simon ChatGPT. Now it gets a bit more challenging as we need the App Store Connect app specific shared secret. So how do we get this? Well, let's take a look. We can have to log into App Store Connect, navigate to My Apps under App Information General, select Manage and the app specific shared secret. Okay, that's a good point, but I actually haven't created the app yet. So let's also do this. That's fun. Let's go to App Store Connect. Let's create a new app. Platform iOS, I will call this Chat Video App. Primary language is English. I don't care, UK, US. My bundle ID. Can I come? Okay, I noticed the problem. The problem is that I actually created this Chat AI clone previously, and I used the bundle ID or exactly the same bundle ID in this one. So this is anyway the view you should see after creating your app. And we're still on the hunt for our App Store Connect app specific shared secret. We should be able to find this under app information and manage. Okay, so let's go to app information. Here's the app specific shared secret. I can manage this. I can regenerate this. I can copy this over and put it in here. How can I put it in here? Generate and copy, enter the shared secret in RevenueCat App Store, enter in the RevenueCat dashboard. Why am I not allowed to use it? Okay, I have to click this and then set. Okay, this is good. Now the next section is also required. So the in-app purchase configuration here is required. This is a bit more complicated, but again, RevenueCat is usually walking you through how you can get that. So generating an in-app purchase key happens as well in App Store Connect. So under users and access, we have integrations, and I already did this before. So I will do this again. Let's call this ChatGPT Video. I will generate this one. Then I can download the in-app purchase key. So I got this up here. Also, this is the key ID. I don't think I need the key ID, but I need the issuer ID. So issuer ID is copied. Let's see. I think I just need to drop that file here. Why is it a subscription key? That sounds strange to me, but maybe Apple just changed their names. So let's see. ChatGPT Video, we got the key ID. Key ID was obtained correctly from there. Maybe we put this to the side here. This is actually not the one. You see, it's quite complicated and you can go wrong many times, but I created my key ID here and RevenueCat found that key ID and the issuer ID went here, and I uploaded the file as the P8 key file from App Store Connect. So let's hit save here, and the app is created successfully. You can then also set up Apple server notifications in here if you want to. You don't have to do this right now. You can also configure the App Store Connect API. Should we do this? I think it is usually a good idea to also configure this. How do we do this? Create an App Store Connect API key. So where's the window I had before? Up here. We're gonna have to go to integrations again and then App Store Connect API. I actually have this one, but I'm probably gonna do another one. So let's add one more. So RC Video, then we have App Manager role, we generate that. Then we can download the file. I can only download it once. Yes, I'm very well aware of that. And then we're gonna have to upload this to RevenueCat again. So let's drop the file into RevenueCat. We need the issuer ID again. Okay, so issuer ID and the vendor number. The vendor number is, I think, your Yeah, this is visible once you go into the payments and financial reports page. So let's hit save with all of this information here. And then our integration with Apple for this should be configured. Now you can do the same in here. If you want to add another store, you can just go the same for Google Play, app name, package name. In that case, you need to create a service account credentials. That is not too hard. It can just take like really long to get that. And you go through the Google API console, you enable this, and you create a service account through the account settings. It's really pretty much it's maybe even easier. And then you can download that file. And then you should be fine with all of that. Okay, we will just stick to this for the moment. What else do we need? Well, we now need to configure our products in RevenueCat. So let's see, usually under products, we should be able, I don't know if we can actually like obtain our products. That would be so cool. Let's try. Oh, I haven't created products. Yeah, okay, yeah. Good, I understand what's going on. So let me explain. This is the Chat AI clone, and I previously set up an in-app subscription here called ChatGPT Pro. That is what RevenueCat found. I actually don't want to use that, so let's go through how we can set up a simple consumable, an in-app purchase together. Right now I don't have any in-app purchases, so this is going to be consumable. Reference name, what's the reference name? That's a good point. Let's say enable DALL-E in the app. And the product ID is usually you want to make this a combination of the product and the price. So let's call this DALL-E, I don't know, $3.99, and this is going to be a consumable. Okay, let's hit create. Okay, I have a typo there, but this shouldn't show up in the user area. Okay, let's set up the availability. It's going to be everywhere. Let's set up the pricing. This should probably be $3.99 if I give it the name $3.99. Hit next, hit confirm. Then we have the pricing set up. Then we have the App Store localization. Display name, let's call this enable DALL-E features. Use DALL-E for image generation. Create. Okay. App Store promotion optional. Optional things are things I don't want to do right now. So let's hit save. And then we should see our in-app purchase in the list of the items here. Cool. If I now go back in here in RevenueCat and select this, because I added the App Store Connect API key, I am able to import products, and this makes it so easy. So I've seen, here's now DALL-E, I can hit import, and it directly imports my products into RevenueCat. I really love this about RevenueCat and like how easy these things work. So now you can just go ahead. You could, by the way, now add your products here from Google, from the Play console, no problem. Then you usually head over into the next thing. So there are like 3 things you need to configure. Products are like the things we do in Play Store, in App Store Connect, like the real items people purchase. Then we have entitlements, which are like the user is entitled to use something. And then we can also create groups of offerings. But let's do an entitlement first. I will call this use DALL-E. This is the entitlement, or let's use this as a description, and the identifier is just DALL-E. Okay, I hit caps, no problem. In that entitlement, I want to now attach the product that we just created before. And here is also where you could like attach multiple products from different platforms, and they would all share the same entitlement. Good, let's go back. We have the entitlement, we have the product. Now let's finally create the offering. An offering is a selection of products that are offered to a customer on your paywall. So this is cool for like testing stuff and experimenting. We're just gonna create like a default offering, like standard app features. You can include some metadata. We won't do this right now. We can now go into our default offering and add a package. Monthly, no, actually this is going to be like a custom package, I assume. Let's see where we go. Description, do we actually need this, I wonder? Yeah, I think we need this. So how do we get this product in here? Let's call this custom identifier, I don't know, Dall, and then unlock Dall. I don't know how many times I now said unlock Dall. Okay, but this is the one package, and I will attach my product again in here. So here we go. This is my final package that will hopefully be available inside the app as an offering. So offering can be used to test different pricing combinations. It's just a really great instrument, but you can also use entitlements. This should be everything in terms of the configuration in RevenueCat. And this took us about, I don't know, 15 minutes, including the app stores, which is really, really fast. You know, we created a native app and App Store Connect and got the in-app stuff to work with RevenueCat. And it also feels good. So in the past, many times I had to like use these IDs, use prices and put them in somewhere. And it always felt like there's a disconnect between iOS and Android and the platform and the tool you're using for purchases. But here with this import functionality for the products, I feel so much better. I feel like RevenueCat knows what's going on. They will be informed about pricing changes I do in App Store Connect and other platforms. So this feels it feels a bit like using TypeScript basically. Like maybe in the past you also knew your code was working, but now I can kind of see this and get a validation for it. Okay, so I do have the app now up and running on my device. I just don't see it right now. I probably have to like sign in. Let me just log in with my device in our custom Expo Dev client. I do. Do we have a preview of that? So here's my application right now. If I hit refresh, I should see ChatGPT on Simon's MacBook Pro. And then of course it messes up everything for a minute. But here we go. We are inside the app. Now, in the meantime, I will have to log in again. I don't know what kind of password I used. Probably this one, or at least I hope so. Let's see if I'm able to get there. Yeah, the problem is always if I use this name reflector application, I can't see any alert that's going on in my application. And this is so unbelievable confusing. Okay, app is finally up and running. I'm signed in, and now let's see what we have to do. So we install the package, and I usually like to put the RevenueCat logic into its own provider. So let's create a new folder, providers, and then call it RevenueCat provider.tsx. There's actually a great post. I don't know. I will put this to the side for the moment so we can focus on creating that provider. There was somewhere a great post about creating this. So here it is. Expo in-app purchase tutorial from Josh. Love that. It's really great and easy way to get set up. In his case, I think he had some code somewhere. In-app purchase somewhere. Here's a React Native app. So what he used was, I actually used this directly. He did not create a provider. In my Galaxies tutorial, I did create a provider and I really like that. So maybe let's just do it on our own. What we need in our RevenueCat provider is, first of all, an API key. So our API keys will be under Expo Public RC Apple key and RC Google key. So let's put these into our env file. And no, I just noticed I have to do a build again. Why did I do this to me? No. Okay, anyway, let's see. We need to find my ChatGPT video key from RevenueCat. So this should be under API keys. Public app specific API key. Is it this one? Apple, yeah. because I have only configured for App Store, we only have the Apple key. For the Google key, that would look something like Google, and then a different key. We don't have that right now. Okay, that also means I can already kill this again and then run this command once again to deploy it to my device. Such a fun. Anyway, back to our provider. So within the provider, we want to set up a few things. I want to first of all set up a little interface with some information. Let's see, we can use customer information from React Native purchases, and we can also import a purchase package, which is usually the name of a package that you want to import, that you want to purchase. User state is something I included myself. So the user state of our provider will include the information if the user has access to Dall or not. Okay, this is the basic setup. And then once we've wrapped the provider around our app, we will be able to get purchase package, restore package, get the user state, and also get the packages. So we set up the whole logic for like loading the information from RevenueCat in this provider. In order to do this, we're gonna use the usual logic to create a context. I'm gonna add the import. This is going to be partial of the RevenueCat props. And then we make a hook so we can use this more easily in our application. And then we finally come to the actual provider. So export const RevenueCat provider. Is this correct? I don't know. We can add the typing, by the way. We can use children and then React Node in here. Export const revenue. We don't have the export correct yet. So the export would look like return RevenueCat provider. No, RevenueCat context actually. RevenueCat context dot provider and then the children. Okay, that would already make this somewhat happy. Do we need this part here? No, but now it works. Okay, this is our basic provider. And in fact, we're cool. Let's just put this right around our app. Probably where we did the SQL stuff, because this is the inside area. So I will wrap this around my inside area, around the SQLite provider, and just say import RevenueCat provider. Cool. This shouldn't break my application, and in fact my application is still showing up, which is a good sign. So now we can continue with the provider. What are we going to do in that provider? That's a good question. First of all, we want to keep track of some state. So we have our user and we have set user, which is using our user state, and we'll set the Dall purchase to false. Then we will have some packages. These are the packages users can purchase, and we will get that information from RevenueCat. And then I will use something like is ready, set is ready, and use false. So this should be ready once our RevenueCat provider is initialized correctly. This also means before we return, we can check if this is not is ready, then we will just return empty fragment. Okay, now we can get started and load our information. So let's put in a use effect that's executed once when the provider is loaded. So empty dependencies array. And then we put in a simple init function, which is going to be an async function. We can close this and then we can call the init function. And now we get started. So we first of all check if the platform.os is equal to iOS. Then I want to do this. I don't know if I want to do this. This sounds interesting, but I don't want to do it. I want to call purchases.configure and pass in my Apple key, but we have to pass it in as API key. So API keys.apple. And of course, we could do the same now for Android. Come on, just take that line. It's exactly there. It's not too hard. Okay, this should be Google. Okay, that would be the Google key case. Additionally, after that, I want to await these calls because the configure should return a promise. I'm not too sure if this is a promise. Actually, maybe it's not a promise. I don't know, but we're gonna play it safe here. Once this is done, we can already set is ready to true, because then our app is basically initialized. For debugging, I will also call purchases.set log level, and I will set this to log level dot debug. This is highly recommend while you work with this. And then we can dive more into what RevenueCat actually offers. So let's create a function load offerings, and this function will load, guess what, all the offerings. We will then also create a function, let's call this update customer information. Let's do also an async function. Let's do another one, const purchase package. This will get a purchase package, that's correct. And then we probably also have something like restore permissions. Now, all of these things need to be implemented, but we can already follow this up down here and create an object, which we can then pass to our provider. So it could look like this. Yeah, let's call this const value. And then down here for a value, we supply our object. What are you mad about? What is missing here? User packages, purchase package, restore permissions. What is missing? Only, I mean, the implementation of the packages is missing, of course, but what is this? Type promise is not assignable type. Yeah, okay. Which one is that actually? That's restore permission. Yeah, these should return something. So we need to implement them. No problem. Loading the offerings is going to be pretty easy, and we're going to do this right in here. So I will call load offerings right in the beginning, because as it says, it will load the offerings from RevenueCat. Additionally, I want to configure purchases to listen. So whenever the add customer info update listener is called, we get back some information, and I want to pass this to my update customer information function. So this is basically when something about the customer changes in RevenueCat, our app would be updated. So let's call customer info, type customer info here. And then we should be able in here to call our own function. Let's see, update customer info with the customer information. Okay, let's put in a log as well. Log customer info, and now let's focus on load offerings, because that's the first thing we want to do. And by the way, we should pretty soon see some logs about this. Again, make sure you run your app on a device, or actually in a simulator you might be able to like receive the initial offerings and stuff. You can just not purchase them. So getting the offerings from RevenueCat is now pretty easy. We can call purchases get offerings. And then I want to check if offerings.current, so if there's something included, I want to set the available packages here to my current packages. Let's put in a log as well, because this is quite interesting to see how the data looks. And if we're lucky, we are now getting an offerings object, and that offering object includes all and default. So remember, or maybe not remember, maybe I should show you this. We configured our offerings here. And we now check this out. We have an identifier default included here. We have standard app features, which exactly maps to the text here in RevenueCat. And the default maps to default. And then we have available packages included. And if I dive into this, we have this one package up here, which is called identifier Dall. Package type is custom. Then we have the type enable Dall features. This is the actual product included. So if I would go into this, I would see this. I wonder, this is, I think, the product here. Use Dall. I wonder where use Dall for image generation, where this is coming from. But you see, this is also getting the the correct price, enable Dall features. I actually think, and this is just an assumption, I don't know if this is correct, but I think this information is coming straight from from App Store Connect. Let's verify this, because this is quite interesting. So if we go to in-app purchases, yeah, that's what I thought. So my reference name in App Store Connect is enable Dall in the app. And this is exactly here in the information from RevenueCat. Okay, so through the API, RevenueCat got all of that information. The pricing, also here, display name and description. So enable Dall features. Again, that's here, and use Dall for image generation. That text appears up here in the result. So this is what I meant before. I'm not working on some like identifier string. I really got the confidence with RevenueCat that the products are mapping to the right things, and I can then include them here with my entitlements or with my offerings. Cool. This means we do now have something. Oops, I shouldn't have closed the debugging. Can I just get that one back? I'm not getting this back. But we're setting my offerings to offerings.current. In offerings.current we have available packages. So at that point we should have packages. Okay, I will also do another lock of this up here. Maybe let's do it here. And then we do a refresh, and then I can confirm that I have now one package that our users can consume or that they can purchase. Good. Let's see, let's continue. To purchase our package, we want to try this. We want to try to await purchases dot purchase package, and I want to purchase my pack. Now this is pretty much enough to trigger like the whole flow of purchasing something in the app. Usually you're gonna have like multiple identifiers. You're gonna have like the chaos crystals and the gems and whatever you can unlock or unlock no ads. And then you wanna check what kind of identifier was used. So in my case, I hope, or I think the identifier of the product should be just Dall. Let's see if I go back here. Yeah, the identifier here should really be Dall. Okay, so if my identifier at this point is Dall of the pack, let's put in a lock here, lock purchasing pack.identifier. If Dall is true, I want to update my user data. And I honestly want to do like an alert here, usually, or some other view. I will comment this out for one reason. I will just put in a lock. Whenever I do an alert, my iOS device and the Reflector app I use here like drive crazy and everything crashes. So that's why we'll just add a lock. In your case, I recommend you just put in an alert. Then we're probably gonna add a little catch block. So something like purchase error. By the way, you can now test if not, let's see, if not error dot, there is a field called user cancelled. So if the user cancelled, you pretty much don't want to display an error, but if there's an actual error, you can display it. So if it's not user cancelled, in that case, you probably want to do an alert. Alert with the error message. Okay, cool. That is the purchase function. Restore is pretty easy. You can just get the information from the customer. So you can say customer equals await purchases dot restore permissions, and RevenueCat will handle the rest. And then we can just return the customer here. I actually don't know if we're going to use this. I just want to include this because usually you have to supply a button with restore purchases. Now, the only thing missing is update customer information. As I said, this should come in right in the beginning when the RevenueCat loads. This should be triggered. And this is the point when your app starts and you check what kind of entitlements the user has. So let's try and get like the user and setting the user state to DALL-E and then user.DALL-E. All right, and close this. The whole idea here is to just simply update our state. So what we do next now is to check if this customer information that was supplied, if the customer information .entitlements.active has a field DALL-E, although I'm not sure if it's DALL-E or something else. Then we want to set the new user DALL-E to true and update my state with that user. But again, I'm not entirely sure if, let's try to reload again. Already, here's the customer information object. It would be really helpful if I could like zoom into this. Oh, finally it works. Oh, I'm so sorry that I found this after 5 hours in the video. Okay, here's our update customer information object, and we want to check the entitlements that are active. So under active, there are no entitlements. Under all, there's also nothing. So again, I'm not exactly sure what the entitlement looks like, but we're gonna figure that out. So we are at a point now where we can check if the user has the DALL-E feature enabled. And we can use this now to our advantage. Okay, that sounds kind of bad, but we can use this, let's say, in our drawer layout. In the drawer layout, I want to prevent access to DALL-E. So somewhere down here, we have the drawer screen DALL-E. And if you want to prevent users from getting to that page, by the way, can I reload you as well? You should work. You should at least work for displaying the stuff. That would be cool during development, wouldn't it? Yeah, nice. Here we go. We got our app back. If I want to prevent that click event from happening, then what we can do is we can go into DALL-E and add outside of the options a new object called listeners. So that took me quite some time to figure this out. But nonetheless, it's super interesting, and you can access the drawer item press prop here, which gets an event, and then we can check in here. So let's prevent the default. I don't want to do any navigation. I just want to put in a little lock here. So DALL-E. Let's see. If I go here and press DALL-E, you see nothing's happening. We have successfully prevented the click event here. Now let's see how we can get our user. That's why we created the provider in the first place. So I should be able to get the user from the use RevenueCat hook here. And within that press event, I will now simply check if user.DALL-E is enabled. In that case, we can navigate to the DALL-E page. This should just be under DALL-E is not a folder. So because we're using brackets, this should actually work. I don't know why it's not yet. What is navigation here? Is this use navigation? I kind of want to use the router. I feel more comfortable using the router, to be honest. Const router equals use router. Is this the right router? I feel like this editor. No, we're good. We're good. Okay, back to this, and then let's use router.navigate to cannot find router. Didn't I just edit like a second ago? Okay, bear with me. I've been a long time in this clone now as well, just like you. Okay, so I'm not a user, so if I had DALL-E, I could go there. I can't, so let's create our own modal to purchase this now. I swear this is the last page you have to do. So purchase.tsx goes in here, React Native functional export. Let's call this a page. And then we can tell this, in this case, we want to go to auth/modal/purchase. We also probably want to include this now in the upper navigation. So remember the modals are part of this layout file here. So we have the drawer, we have modal settings. This is somewhat similar to modal settings, so I will copy that block put it here. This is going to be modal/purchase. I want to have no header title. I want to make this a full screen modal. Header shadow visible false. I don't really need a background style. And then for header left, I want to have, if I can go back, I will have the router back with close outline. Let's not give this a background color. Let's just use border radius and padding. And maybe gray light here. Okay, let's see. And we see nice modal coming up. Actually, that size should be way bigger in this case. Yeah, okay. So we have no Dall features. So we are guided now directly to this purchase screen. And of course, you can now do whatever you fancy on this screen. But most importantly, we're gonna get the packages and the purchase package from our use RevenueCat hook. All right, here we go. Additionally, we might have to respect once again the bottom area. So use save area insets. You should really get used to all of this by now. Then we have the router, which we probably need for some sort of navigation. Use router from Expo Router. And then I want to find the right pack, because in my case, I don't want to display like all the different packages. I just want to find the right pack. So let's use packages.find, and we're checking if the identifier is equal to Dall. Okay, that's not how you spell Dall. This is it. And then I'm going to put in a little lock here. And if we're lucky, yep, we see on this page, it shows my, I can also do it here again, so you can see it in a bit better way. Am I already on that page? This does not seem to work correctly. Oh yeah, I'm attached to the wrong thing. I need to attach this to my iPhone 15. Let's close this again and go to Dall. So here it is. This is the pack that I want to purchase. We got all the pricing and the information included. So now we can just create a view based on that information. Because we're like 5 hours probably into this build, let's hurry this a bit up. So we got a style sheet with some header, image, description, and button text. This is really nothing new for you. And again, the final note is that you can find all the code available on GitHub. Now, I want to use the view, the surrounding view, including my cool default styles. And then on the page, I want to first of all have a little text, which says unlock more power. Then I want to present an image, which is using a RevenueCat image that I found quite fitting for this case. So I was kind of like the initial page on the landing page, but look how this works within this screen. This is really getting a nice screen. And then we can have a text like get access to more features by unlocking for just, and here we got the product price string, which will then resolve to the currency of the user or whatever is which store the user is using. So no fixed values in here. I now want to put a touchable opacity below this. So let's add all the missing imports. And this will allow us then to finally purchase Dall. Okay, let's do this again. And I want to place this button at the bottom. So let's put in a view, style, flex 1. So this will spin or take up the remaining height here. Cool, so our logic works now. If I want to use Dall, I'm guided to this screen, and on this screen I can finally purchase Dall. And this is the final missing piece. These are, my friends, the last lines of the ChatGPT clone that we are writing together. If you haven't hit the subscribe button, now would be a pretty good time, because there's more coming in the future. And I'm very excited that you managed to stay with me for such a long time. Okay, I expect that pack is set at this point, so I can just call the purchase package function from our RevenueCat provider. And then once this is done, I will simply call router dismiss to dismiss this view. I want to also add a little catch block, so in case something goes wrong, we can catch this. Now, I expect that this is not working because I can't purchase something here in the simulator. Okay, it actually shows the stuff, but once you click through this, it will never trigger the final event for the purchase. So this is where I have to bring up my iPhone and actually use a real device for that purchase. So let's put this up here. Okay, is everything saved? I think everything is saved. I will attach a debugger so we see what's going on. Honestly, it might just. I just wonder what happens once we purchase, but we're gonna figure that out. So let's try. I can't click. I now need to reuse the actual device. Okay. Where is it? I want to purchase Dall. Okay, I will click buy now. Yes, I want to purchase that funny thing. What is my password? I have no idea. All right, I'm done. That was the done dialog. We're purchasing Dall. Your purchase was successful in the sandbox environment. The screen should soonish be dismissed. We got a log from the customer info object. And we see under entitlements, Dall is now active. Yes, it is active. And if I'm lucky, I can get to the page. Oh, this feels so good. So good. Oh, I really hope you also get this. Wow, it just works now a moment. What happened? Well, I used my App Store Connect user. I would love to show you the right place where I have this open. Under App Store Connect, you can find your sandbox users. This is the user I used. This was not a real user. And by the way, you can also click edit, select a user, and then clear purchase history. That's really helpful during testing, just as a quick information. What else did I want to show you now? I probably want to show you what's going on in RevenueCat. If I can find my instance of RevenueCat somewhere on the screen. I got way too many views open at this point. So let's see if I can still find this somewhere. Here's the ChatGPT video. Okay, and we should see a customer. I want to see the sandbox data. Are we seeing the sandbox data? No, not really, but 2 minutes ago. That looks good. ChatGPT video, project, purchase, my device, whatever, made a purchase. And this is the entitlement. This user now has the Dall entitlement. This user is also seeing the default offering, so I can see all of that. Let's quickly check out our provider one last time. I just want to confirm that we used the right stuff. So customer information is chatting if the entitlement Dall is active. Now this is somewhat interesting. This might not work. I think this needs to check for uppercase Dall because that is the entitlement name. And I think I need to check if this is like unequal to undefined. I think this is the actual check we need. So now if this app reloads and I go back, yeah, I'm still able to go there. And also from the logs somewhere, didn't I have like a log view somewhere? I wonder if your screen looks the same. You got like 10 different views open. So this is my log screen. I will hit refresh. Okay, running, file already, customer information, entitlements. Yeah, under active, we definitely see that there's the key Dall now under entitlements, which is active. It's also in sandbox mode, purchase data, and more information can be found here. So this was a really challenging end for our clone, but I think it was really worth it. Because in many cases, you're not doing this in the beginning, you have to integrate this at a later point, and we followed the whole process of setting up the Revenue account, creating your app, adding an iOS item for purchase, configured the connection, imported the products and entitlements, and then built out our RevenueCat provider and all the functionalities to load the offerings, load the customer information, and finally make the purchase in a somewhat beautiful view. I have to admit, this view was pretty nice. If I wanted to use or make the purchase again, I was just thinking, yeah, I can probably hit delete customer. This action, please type confirm. So I will hit confirm here. At the same time, I might have to delete this. Let's see if I can just, if I do a reload, it's probably, maybe it's disabled. Let's see. Yeah, now it's disabled and I could make that purchase again. Finally, because we just stepped through this on iOS, I just want to mention again that on Android, I used this before in our tutorial, it's under monetize. There you can set up your in-app products. You can give them names and things. You need to supply some more information sometimes, but then you get like these IDs, and these are the things that you can then use in RevenueCat to map to your products. So if you then go to your, you need to of course connect the Play Store here, but then you should be able to add them under products and finally group them under entitlements. So thank you once again, RevenueCat, for sponsoring this. I really enjoyed working with this. It was such a breeze again to see the latest features working. And to everyone else, this marks the end of our ChatGPT clone. I really hope you enjoyed this and learned a bunch of things and now have a cool project that you can continue to tinker on. Alright, and that's it for the ChatGPT clone. I really hope you enjoyed this build. I definitely had a lot of fun, especially like all the small things that came together. The customization of the drawer, that intro screen where we got the animation from Gary from Kendall, of course authentication from Clerk, RevenueCat in-app purchases, the image viewer component, the context menus, so many small things, and I really hope you like these builds. If you want to see more, leave a comment below, and of course support the sponsors of this video, which are once again Clerk at clerk.com for authentication and RevenueCat at revenuecat.com for in-app purchases, the best way to manage your apps, transactions, subscriptions, consumables, and whatever you might have for different platforms. Thanks for watching this, stay subscribed, and I will catch you in the next one. So until then, happy coding, Simon.